Hey, hello, hello, good peoples of the interwebs. Let's make a start. Sorry, I'm maybe a minute or two late. 3, very late and very, very gay. Okay, such is life. I was actually just scrambling at the last minute, bringing out some ingredients for something I'm going to do later, and also boiling the kettle. Let me just clean these glasses. I've got I got all the bits of dust on them glaring away at me. Look at the hair, that's a good start. You would have thought I could have taken care of that beforehand, folks. Okay, we will give it a few minutes while we wait for people to arrive. It is, I don't know if it's a celebration, a commiseration, or just a commemoration of my 10th anniversary of arriving in Spain. And all that has become of me since, my downward spiral ever since, I guess. We will discuss that later. We'll have a look at the 10 years, like a breakdown of what happened and when and how I ended up living in a field. Other things on the agenda. I'm going to look at some of the channels that I follow on YouTube. We'll discuss various categories of channel that I follow and discuss some of the channels themselves. At some point in the next couple of hours, probably before it gets dark, 6:30, maybe 7, I'm not sure exactly what time it gets dark nowadays, but I'm going to cook some pancakes. I'm going to try, you got to understand, my pans have all been thrown away by other people, my frying pans, so they're scratched, most things stick to them. Hello, Oscar. Most things stick to these pans, but I'm going to attempt 2 types of pancake. I'm going to attempt English style, which foreigners tend to refer to as kind of being crepe-like, thinner. They're kind of halfway in between the French really thin crepes and the American or Scotch pancakes or drop scones, I believe. Yeah. English pancakes are somewhere in between. I'm going to do those. I'm going to have a go at some American style ones, but whereas American style ones would use some kind of baking powder or baking soda, I don't have any of that, and so therefore I'm going to use yeast. Now my yeast's a little bit old, and I haven't done it much. I haven't done it in advance, so there isn't time for everything to be set aside. I will mix them. I'm going to mix them in water bottles. I've got a funnel over here somewhere. I'm gonna put the flour in and the I'm using water. I've got powdered milk. I haven't got real milk at the minute, but I've got powdered milk. So the flour, the powdered milk, the yeast will go in, and then water and eggs, and it'll all just get shaken up in the bottle. That's as much as I can be bothered messing. Now when I do the English style ones and I make that mix, I'll do the mix at the same time for the American style ones, but then I will drop, obviously there'll be sugar in there as well, because you guys go sweeter, and so there'll be sugar in, and then there'll be some yeast added, and that can sit to one side. I don't know. Everything I've read says that America uses self-raising flour, which I don't have that either. So it needs some kind of leavening agent, I'm told. We'll see. I might try it both ways. We'll see. Let me open this can. I've got the pan on to boil some water. I forgot to. I went to all the trouble. I poured all the water in, set it to, and just as I was about to go live, I thought, shit, I haven't. Yeah, Oscar. That's the recipe for English style. Americans put sugar in, and it's leavened. It's what in Britain we'd call self-raising flour, because you buy it ready made. Most of the countries don't do that. They add their own baking powder or baking soda. we'll experiment, folks. Like I said, I expect it all to stick to the pan and end up a crock of shit anyway. You've seen how wrong my cooking can go. Just use eggs and flour. Okay, mate. We'll see. We'll give it a try. Oh, I haven't brought my. I've got some little metal rings for the American style ones. English ones you just fill the frying pan. I don't know. We'll see. I'm winging it, folks. I'm winging it as always. But let me do the introductions. We're 5 minutes in and I haven't. You'd have thought the Yanks are sweet enough. Obese enough, maybe. Shh, don't say that. You'll lose me subscribers. My numbers have been dropping again this week. Well, the last week. I thought I was approaching 1800. I'm approaching 1700, aren't I? I'm on 16. I was on something like 1695 or 1696, and now I'm on 1691. The last I just checked. That's no fun. I don't like the numbers going backwards. Then use warm pancakes to make like a pita sandwich. I've got pita bread actually somewhere anyway, but oh no, I ate the pita bread. I've got tortillas, corn or flour tortillas, not sure what they are, but I didn't buy them. We'll see how this goes, folks. We'll see how it goes. I think I've put my sugar and coffee in the 2 cups. I'm just waiting on the water. I'll have to check on that in a minute. But for anyone just arriving, the channel is to Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me, your eponymous hero. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja, well, down and out, homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode, some would say a bum, someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeping on the streets, or in my case, and because I'm outside I can show this, in my case, sleeping in a field. But fortunately nowadays there is a tent in the field. So that's Delta Mike down and out. Now Torrevieja, folks, that's a city on the southeast coast of Spain. A little bit south of Alicante, a little bit north of Murcia city. So that's the channel intro, I guess. Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Everybody watching, you need to have chat open, and unlike me, you need to select live chat, all messages visible, because I just forgot. Even if you're watching this on catch-up, on replay another day, you want to have chat open, live chat replay open, if you're watching on demand after the event. But if you're here live right now, open the chat, and in the settings for chat, which is I'm not sure if it's a cog or a 3-line menu above, hit that and select live chat, all messages are visible. The default top chat will filter out a certain percentage of messages, and you'll be none the wiser. I'll be responding to questions that you haven't seen. I do my best to read out the questions and everything, but you know, the comments, but I don't always catch them all, especially if I'm an idiot myself and I haven't set it to all messages. If it's set to top chat, even I miss some of them. Okay, folks, as I said, this is a 10th anniversary special, and because it's 10 years since I landed at Alicante and arrived in Torrevieja, because it's 10 years, I'm attempting to do a 10-hour live stream. Now, my internet connection so far today, well, it was fine this morning, but ever since noon it's been very choppy, very on and off. So we'll have to see how that goes. If things get really bad, I have a backup stream, which you'll be able to find if you go to my channel. If we do get cut off for any reason and can't resume. Normally I can if I get dumped out of the stream, I can come back in, but it doesn't always work. So I have a backup stream ready and waiting. Okay, folks, I'm going to go back to the top of chat, and oh, it's jumping already, folks. We are exactly 10 minutes in, and chat is jumping like a fucking kangaroo. Okay, let me scroll. So there was Oscar saying hello, welcome everybody everywhere. Fama, welcome, hello Delta Mike. He always likes to welcome me to my own stream. Oscar and Fama chatting. Just okay, the conversation about whether to use eggs or put in some kind of leavening agent if I do pancakes. I think I'm going to do pancakes. Did I bring eggs out yet? I'm not sure. I might. Oh yeah, I've brought them out. I left them until late on. Farmer says pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button, and consider subscribing, folks. Thumbs ups are always nice. Smith is in the house. Hello, Smithy. Oh, you're mentioning Tina. Let me introduce for anyone who's new here. I don't think there's anyone new here live so far as I've noticed. Here's my lady. Hey, Tina. You're chasing the flies. Say hello to the peoples. We're talking to the peoples for the next 10 hours, if we're lucky. 10 hours, Tina girl. There she is, chasing a lot of flies out here today. It's the first time that we've had a lot of flies visible out in the field. It is the warmest day so far. Inside the tent, let me put the camera back on me. Inside the tent hit 30 degrees just a little while ago. Well, all afternoon I'm guessing. I only looked at the thermometer a little while ago. And now we're out here this side. I've had to close the door the other side. I don't want people sneaking into the tent while the doors are open. I could get robbed of all sorts. I spent the morning, folks, trying to I've begun the process of reorganizing and throwing some stuff away, found a load of things that I haven't seen in ages. Still a long way to go. Obviously, when you start something like that, it gets worse before it gets better. But I wanted to at least have a chance of sitting on the big chair inside, sitting on the big Queen Anne it's not a sofa, the Queen Anne chair, or Queen Anne style. You know, the big old lady, solid chair. It's still got a load of crap on it. If we do go inside and want to sit down, I'll need 5 or 10 minutes just to throw everything that's on the chair into a bag. But I've been moving stuff around, shuffling things, sorting through a load of food. So inside this end, the nearest end here, the storage room, I had a couple of bags of food, and it was getting really warm in there because southern end of the tent, sun directly on that room, and I accidentally left the bedroom door kind of closed, and everything was getting warm, so I had to sort through that food and only keep the crackers and biscuits and you know, the dry solid stuff, breakfast cereals, stuff that's not going to go off if it gets a little bit warm. Other things I had to shuffle around and put elsewhere. And it's been a bit like that all day, sitting there going through a pile of, at the foot of my bed, everything that's been on the bed that's slid off, because it kind of slopes a bit like that. Everything that slid off was in a pile on the bottom, and I've had to sort through, throw some things away. There's a pile of clothes there waiting to be washed. Just other, like, newspapers and things that have just slid off the bed. A bunch of wires and glass, you know, reading glasses. So that's been my day so far, I guess, sorting and sorting and sorting. I was hoping to get it presentable before we got to this, but it was a forlorn hope. That was never gonna be real. It was always gonna take longer than that. Let me check on my water, folks. I will be right back. I've opened this and haven't had a sip yet, I don't think. I shall say cheers on my 10th anniversary in Spain. As I said, I don't know if I'm celebrating, commiserating, or just marking the occasion, just commemorating the fact that we're here. But it was the 17th of February 2016 that I came out here, 3 days after Valentine's Day. Arrived at Alicante airport just before, I think somewhere around 11. Caught the €7 coach into Torrevieja, and and got a taxi to the holiday apartment that I'd booked. I had 13 days to find my next. I came out here on a holiday let for 13 days, and I had to scramble to find somewhere in that time. We shall tell that story later, but I'm just saying we're marking that occasion. So cheers to you guys that are here with me now. Cheers especially to anyone who hits the thumbs up. If anybody would like, because this is going to be 10 hours, hopefully, folks. If anybody would like to push this out on Twitter or YouTube or Facebook or anywhere like that, that would be appreciated. What's the right expression? I haven't got an expression. But if we could get the channel to 1,700 subscribers, if we could pick up 8 or 9 subscribers during this 10 hours, that'd be excellent. That would I haven't got a fucking, give me an expression. That would put a shine on it. That would, I don't know. Cheers anyway. I keep doing it and not drinking. I also have to monitor the eco flow. I will show you my broken solar panel momentarily. Let me just go and, oh Tina, you're right under where I will pour the hot water. I'll have to move the glass, the cups, folks. Give me a second. I'm going to check on the water and pour it if I can. It's probably been boiling for ages. Yeah, very much so. Tina, stop chasing the flies down. Looks like we've got, have a look. Looks like we've got about 2 hours before the sun goes down behind the buildings on the horizon, or towards the horizon. Maybe a little bit more. I don't even know what, I was about to say I don't know what time it is. I know we start at 4 and it's only been a few minutes. 4 o'clock my time here in Spain. Okay, that's that job done. Hey babe, you okay down there? I cannot see the screen, folks. Let me, I can't, I think it's auto, yeah, it's at full brightness. That's no good. I can just about make out the chat. McDonald's do a pancake like the Yanks, too sweet. I like the English style. One can always sprinkle sugar with orange juice. Okay, I'm a sugar and lemon. I'm more traditional. Although I've been reading today about people doing the honey thing. I guess they're trying to replicate maple syrup, which I've never had in my. I did try it once. It's very grainy. Very. There's a texture that doesn't sit with me. The maple syrup. I've got honey. I've got more honey. I never use honey. And everybody keeps bringing me some. I think I've got about 3 or 4 of these 3 or 4 of these honey containers. I do have, well, it's not Jif. Do you remember the adverts, folks? Don't forget the pancakes on Jif Lemon Day. It's not a Jif Lemon, but it's that kind of thing. This will blow the Americans' minds, the fact that we have a pancake day. I was just watching some YouTube videos and they don't know what it is. They had to be educated, which struck me as funny because I thought they were very religious, especially the Bible Belt, the south of the US. So at the beginning of Lent, so you're giving all these things up, flour and eggs and milk and what, so you have to use up what you've got on the last day before Lent begins, which is your Shrove or Shrive Tuesday, also known as Fat Tuesday, which translates to French as Mardi Gras, which the Brazilians have adopted and have their big parades and things as well. but literally translates as Fat Tuesday. So I would have thought the Americans would have known about like Pancake Day, but the channels that I've watched seem to indicate that that's not the case. You live and you learn, folks. You live and you learn. So now I've got my, I'll take the lid off the one. I was going to show you something, wasn't I? I was going to show you my solar panel. There's no rush. We've got time. We've got 2 or 3 hours set out here at least. Maybe we'll sit out in the evening if we can. It's a little bit early in the year, but I think it's going to be a fairly warm night. I do have my tablet here for answering these kinds of questions. At what time is the sun going to go down and what the temperature is going to be. I haven't brought a jumper out with me. For anyone who doesn't know, jumper equals sweater. Sweater, sweatshirt, top. Where am I going? That's YouTube. I don't want YouTube on the tablet. Currently 24 degrees here. And after the sun goes down, 19, 18, 17, up to like 10 o'clock or so. So it looks like it'll be warm enough to sit out for at least a couple of hours after the sun goes down. So I might bring the big lantern out. The only limitation on this, folks, the phone that we're on is a real hog for power, for electricity. So I've only just unplugged it. Yeah, we're on 87%. Probably didn't get up to 100 while it was plugged in. I was using it earlier in the afternoon. But Tina, can we stop now, darling? It is quite annoying. Snapping at the flies. And when she gets one, chewing it and swallowing it. You gotta love her. Let's show her again, because why not? She's the co-star. Hey babe. Don't show people eating flies. You don't want to be eating flies. Now look at all the mess that I've made over here, emptying crap out of the tent. Oh, and I fell over and broke one of those tote boxes, one of those plastic boxes the other day. There's the remnants of the broken box, just there in the centre of the picture now. So that's no good. There's the I can no longer lean the solar panel just back against the old cool box, because the cool box would be pressing on the back of the glass. So I've had to put a wooden, I've had to jerry rig something just so that the panel sits against the wood. Likewise over here where the panel is now, I have to be very careful that it's the aluminium frame sits against the front edge of that chair. And I had to put some bricks on it the other day so that it didn't get blown backwards. But I've got a wire hanging out here that isn't actually doing anything, but I'll just zoom out for a second and I'll take it around here to look at my solar panel. I don't know how well. Yeah, you can probably look at that. That's the glass of my solar panel, folks, and you can see the impact sites like that one there. Yeah, in the centre of the screen, and there's another one up this corner. Is that one or is that two? And everywhere else is just shattered. So far, so today I got the maximum wattage that I got out of it was 55 watts. It's a 100 watt panel, folks. Let me show you the weather. Now this morning the sky was kind of white. There's a lot of like high, I don't know if it's high cloud or just vapor, just moisture in the air, but it's not a very blue, it's not exactly a clear blue sky. But when I am just in a long sleeve t-shirt. Well, it is a thermal t-shirt, I guess, but I've been too hot all day. But there's not a proper real cloud in the sky, I don't think. but it's not a deep blue. It is or for most of the day there was quite a light element to it. But I would have ordinarily, I would expected to be seeing 70s and 80 watts probably, and maybe even higher depending on atmospherics and things on a day like this. To just struggle to hit 50, 54, 55 watts from a 100 watt panel. We've lost it. I'd say that we've lost a third at least of the capacity of the panel by having it smashed. Fucking wind. Today's the first day that hasn't been stupid windy. If you remember me saying at the weekend that it was supposed to ease off 8 o'clock Saturday evening, and here we are somewhere up to lunch today. We were still getting those gusts. It was still getting crazy. So it's been a little annoying, and Friday just pissed me right off, smashing my panel. That's just not fun. Let me just scroll back. Anthony's in the house. Hello, Anthony. I'm just working backwards. Just go back. Where was I? What was the last one that I read out? Where it says spiked collar. Yeah, she's got a lovely leather collar that was made and brought to us by Anthony, who I just spotted in chat there. Okay, McDonald's do one for the Yanks. I think that yeah, you had orange and I went off on one about lemon and stuff. Smithy was saying hello to Fama. DFB81. Hi Mike. Hope you're doing okay. I think so. I'm still pissed off about my solar panel. That's going to cost me. It either means I limp along and suffer with less wattage, with less power, or I have to go get another panel. I mean, even if I keep just this panel, I'll have to spend some money to waterproof the panel, a resin or an epoxy or a clear vinyl wrap to one of those options to what was the other one? A lacquer. I think someone mentioned a spray-on lacquer like you'd use on car headlights and things. One of those options to try and keep it waterproof, because if moisture gets in I will lose a serious amount of capacity. So yeah. I see Farmer saying welcome to Hannah. I didn't see. Oh, there you are. Hello Hannah. She says hello Mike and Tina. I don't know if you saw Tina. I did just show her some moments ago. I'll put her back on again because I know people like to see her. Hey, Breb. Hey. You're going to say hello to the peoples. Look at all the flies. I do have a few too many bins here that are like full. Like the bags just there. There's 3, are there? I think there's 3. And then I've got the ones at the far end from emptying shit out today. Well, not just today. Some of those are from other days. I'm behind because it's difficult to get away from Tina and carry 2, 3, 4 bin bags up to the top. I tend to batch them, go once and take 4 or 5 at once. But then because I've started a clear out and a reorganisation today, I don't want you to see inside the tent. It's kind of embarrassing. What can you do, folks? What can you do? Oh, I also in the storage room, in the spare bedroom, I've taken 2 boxes, 2 empty of these plastic totes out. One to replace the one that got smashed with my kitchen equipment, and one to store some food, like overspill, some extras that won't go in the drawers and things that I've got. Tina, stop it, darling. And when I took those out of the bedroom, all the things that were on top of them are now on the floor, and the floor does get wet occasionally in this end, because there's this big rip. If you've seen it before, oh, you won't have seen it. I think I showed it while it was a little rip. Well, we've had a week or more of of ridiculous winds, haven't we? You see that? You see that black there above? That's a big rip that went upwards. I put some tape at that end to stop it running any further, but I haven't sealed the whole thing yet. I needed the wind to stop so that I could work on it. It's only just stopped and I'm here now talking to you guys. We'll get to it. We'll get to it in the next couple of days. I have, to try and bridge the gap and make sure that my phone doesn't run out of power while I'm talking to you. Joby gave me this, what do you call them, power bank. Here's the thing, folks. When it's charging, it shows all 4 lights, yeah? As soon as I plug something in, it starts flashing one light. I don't know if I'll be able to show you. I can't even see. Okay, it's not doing. But is the phone charging? I didn't hear any plink. Oh, it is, yeah, okay. Make a liar of me. All 4 lights are on. Alright. Well, that must be weird. It's making a liar of me, folks. The last time it was earlier today. I plugged something in and straight away it was one light and it was flashing like you know, you're on your last legs about to go off. There was Hannah. Okay, it didn't jump. Here's Farmer. Oscar, I don't put sugar in my pancakes. You add syrup or Nutella or peanut butter or fruits like banana. You're weirdos. Lemon juice and sugar. What? Or maybe a strawberry jam. I lost my strawberry jam. I found it this morning, and I've just had to spend like 10 minutes. All right, I know there's lots of different recipes for things like American style pancakes. Whether you put the sugar in the mix or whether you add something. Tina, stop. I think she's saying I can taste those pancakes. Are they not made already? Sorry, folks. Let me put do not disturb on. I got a little bit of an issue. My mate Tom's trying to contact me, and his number wasn't stored in WhatsApp. Normally we would communicate via WhatsApp. Where's fucking do not disturb? Here in the settings, isn't it? Hold on. Sorry, Tom. In the middle of something, mate. I'm not in the middle, I'm right at the beginning, aren't I? We're half an hour, we're 5% there. Half an hour out of 10 hours. What have I got? I haven't got anything for mixing, have I? I'm just going to put the dry things into the bottles with a funnel, then add the wet. When I was at chef school, I never was, but you know, when I learnt to cook, they always said add the wet to the dry. So you get your dry stuff ready and then you add the wet. Somewhere around 5 years ago, all the chefs on YouTube and on the telly and what have you start doing it the other way around. They'll get their wet first and add the dry into it. It's probably all just chefy bollocks anyway. They talk a lot of crap about why you do what you do, and they're wrong on most of it when it gets analysed by people, you know, people who do science. But anyway, let me. She's saying I can taste those pancakes while they're not made. You got a storage room. Geez, Karen did well on choosing that tent. It's two double bedrooms, essentially. The one before was technically 4 bedrooms. Instead of being this one's three man at each end, in theory. The one before, you could put a partition in each end and have 2 double beds side by side. That would take all the floor space. You wouldn't have got. So if you're not, I've got chests of drawers and a bin, a dustbin, a trash receptacle, a full size one as my go bag. I have a go bin. The idea was it would sit on the trolley, which I thought I'd lost or I thought had been stolen, but I now have back. My bin is my go bag, my go bin. But so that I have room for like 1.5 double beds really in this one. The one before had room for 2 double beds, basically side by side, but with a divider in between. So it was an 8-man tent. This one's a 6-man. I think the next one's also technically a 6-man, but this is a little bit smaller again. I'm on a downward spiral in terms of the volume or the area, the footprint of the tent. But as I've said, I want to put off using the next one as long as I can. If I can wait until summer or the start of summer to put the next one up. I've got it already. It's the biggest item inside the tent, apart from like the bed. The bed's got the biggest footprint, but the bag with the other tent is probably the biggest volume. Not sure why it's so big. If the tent's footprint itself is that little bit, is that much smaller. We shall see, folks. Scrolling. Let's. Karen did well. She did really well on choosing this particular tent, mate, because it was discounted, and then this was the display model, so it got discounted again, and then it turns out they were having a closing down sale. So instead of something like 550 or 575 pounds, not euros, pounds, Great British pounds, we got it for something like 225 or 250. So basically less than half price. So yeah, Tina, don't chase them, darling. I know they're a bit annoying, but it'll get dark soon. Once it's dark, they go away. And then the other ones will start to come out and bite. We'll get the vampire flies. Do you have pants on? Yes, then you're presentable. Ah, and therein lies the fucking tail. I mean, I could show you, but I probably shouldn't. Trousers are on, but I have to keep the t-shirt pulled down at the front because the fly is wide open. I got my string belt. I've got my string pulled tight to try and hold them together, but the belly's a good 3 inches or more, you know, than the waistband of the trousers probably, which is why the zip bust and the button burst off and all of the rest. We shall see, folks. Farmer's going to jump onto another stream and mention the 10-hour marathon if he comes across another stream. Blue skies. Oh, are we that far back? It is blue. It is blue now. Earlier was a lot lighter, a lot whiter, with like a high cloud, not discernible cloud. Just the sky was. It had that thin white. I haven't got the vocabulary, veneer or sheen. So the sun was coming through moisture, vapor in the air, which again leaves me not sure how well my panels are holding up. Oh, you know, I couldn't find I can't find my wire cutters, my wire strippers and wire cutters. I found the bag that they should be in. Fucking not. I still haven't had a go at repairing the 2 smaller panels, or not really repair, but they need kind of rewiring. But I haven't had a go at that yet. Oh, here's what I didn't mention. I'm a bit embarrassed about this, but I thought that I've got peach jam, and I've got strawberry jam. Somehow, ignore all the dust on it. That's because I've had it a long time. I got squirty cream. It says it's UHT, so it should have lasted. When is it? Okay. All right. December 2024. Oh, no, hold on. Hold on. There's another date under it with BB, which might mean best before. That was July 2025. So it's only 6 months or so out of date for the squirty cream. Tina, shush. Tina! Shush, I said. You're a good girl for me. There's no point barking at a car. Sorry, folks, I'm shouting. Didn't mean to shout. I'm getting a bit grumpy with her. She's been a bit of a nuisance lately. But I love her. We all know that. It looks a good day there, Mike, says Anthony. It is, mate. You want to jump on a plane and get out here. If you do it quickly, you could get here before I finish this stream. That was at 20 past 4. That's ages ago, isn't it? I'm 20 minutes behind already. Every day is pancake day. You see this North American thing with every meal being a dessert. If you have cereals, it's 50% sugar. If you have pancakes, it's 50% sugar. If you have a proper meal with bread, it's 50% sugar. If you have a burger or hot dog, the bread is 50% sugar. It's very North American. I don't know. It's cake. Your bread is cake. I don't know so much about Canada. I don't know. I don't know the specifics. Tuesday's pleasingly plump, not necessarily fat. Blame the French. Yeah. Do you remember the days of the week in French? Lundi, mardi, mercredi, vendredi. Oh, have I missed one? Is there something before vendredi? Jeudi, vendredi. Sabbath. No, now I'm switching to Spanish with Sábado and Domingo. French for Saturday, Sunday. No, it's gone. I don't have them. But Tuesday is mardi. And gras is fat, as in grease. But yeah. Thanks for a live at this time, Mike, says Twerk Artist. Remind me, Twerk. Oh, Twerk Artist is YML. UML, YML, Gargamel in Bangladesh, if I remember correctly, my friend. Yeah, I'm doing 10 hours, so I was going to take half the day out one way or another, wasn't I? I figured on aiming to finish at 2 in the morning, so start at 4 to get the 10 hour. Yeah, God, I'm terrible when it comes to maths and times. 12 hours. I had a panic that was only 8 hours because I'm an idiot. So yeah, aim to finish after 10 hours. If I'm in the mood and if there are enough people around, I could always just carry on for an extra hour or so from 2 o'clock onwards, as I normally would finish, what, 3, 4, 5 in the morning. Can't go past 12 hours, otherwise the recording doesn't work, I think. I'm not sure whether YouTube will record and release that 12 hours, or whether they just don't release it at all if you hit that if you go over 12 hours. Not quite sure how it works. Oh, it should still produce, Mike. It's the thin layer of glass that's cracked. Yeah, the substrate should be fine, but once moisture gets in, yeah, and that's when you get shorts and stuff stops working as well. Which is why like a vinyl, a clear vinyl, like a car wrap, clear vinyl, but it's expensive, isn't it? So people have been suggesting various clear coats that you could kind of paint on or spray on. Can bring inside when it rains. Yeah, but you're still going to get condensation on a night if you hit the dew point, if it gets that cool, which it kind of often does, which is why I've got mould on the inside above the bedrooms, both sides, on the inside of the ceiling. Scroll, I'm going backwards still. Okay, now I'm coming forwards. Can bring inside when it rains. Tina, so ferocious looking, as the people suggested, chasing people up and down the road, wasn't she? According to the allegations. Yeah. Hold on, is that a hair on the... Oh, shit, that had me worried. There's a thin black line. I got to go. And I thought, is that a hair on the screen? It didn't move when I rubbed, so I thought, shit, is my screen cracked? It's the fucking power line. I don't know. Tina's definitely the boss, absolutely. A mighty wind, less beans, okay. It's not the Tweety bird people want to see. Whoa. That might have gone off, Mike, if it hasn't been refrigerated. We'll see. I've got so many different condiments and sauces and fucking things. I've got to start using stuff up or everything will be going off. I must have 15 different squirty bottles of mayonnaise, a couple of glass jars. I got a curry ketchup recently. Tina, shush. Tina, quiet. Tina, be quiet. Tina, quiet, quiet. Quiet, quiet. Most things, you'd be surprised how long everything lasts. Like none of my condiments get refrigerated. Ketchups, mayonnaises, mustards, brown sauce. I've got brown sauce. I've got Branston pickle at the minute. I've got piccalilli, folks. I've got fucking piccalilli. That'll be a first. I haven't had any of it yet, but that'll be a first while I've been in Spain. Fucking piccalilli. Any non-Brits want to look that up, feel free. It's spelt more or less as you'd expect. I'm not sure on the double. I think the L's in the middle are doubled, so it's Piccalli would be my guess. Piccalilli. It's fantastic. You've kind of got pickled everything, but there's pickled cauliflower. See, Americans, you say pickle, they automatically just assume gherkin, what we would call gherkin. They just call them pickles. But pickle is a process. Anything can be pickled. There's pickled. There's onion. There's definitely onion. There's mustard in there because to give it the yellowness. And definitely cauliflower. I'm not sure if there's bits of broccoli as well. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to read the ingredients. But it's probably my favourite pickle. We can argue about whether it should be Branston pickle or piccalilli. It's my favourite. I do love pickled onions as well, though. I like pickled eggs. Back in the day when you could get them in the fish and chip shop or in the pub. Have a couple of pickled eggs when you order your first pint, and before you've finished, your emissions, your noxious emissions, are offending everyone in the bar. Cheers, folks. Thank you for joining me this afternoon, my time. I'm guessing it's for YML somewhere night time by now, maybe. Certainly late evening. Those of you stateside, knock 6 hours off, so you're 10 or 11 in the morning now, aren't you? Come up for that would be East Coast. East Coast, man. West Coast, I'm not sure. Are you another 4 or 5 hours behind? I don't know how many time zones you've got on the geographic, the continental. What's the other word? Continental would include Alaska. Contiguous, the 48 that are joined together. I don't know how many. Is it 4 or 5 time zones on the contiguous US? Not an expert. Birds behind you perched on something. Is it the power line? We get parrots, fucking green parrots, just sat there, squawking away. And this year there's been a hell of a lot of pigeons, really fat pigeons and doves. Pigeons are wood. I'm not sure if they're doves or wood pigeons. I'm not sure. They're not the white ones, not the Paloma Blanca. I think there's been like a bumper harvest of snails. I haven't seen any slugs, but snail shells are everywhere. And the birds in the morning have been all over the field. Quite a racket. Just behind my head, on the ground. These bushes, have we still got any? Is there any fruit on them still? I don't think there is. They're like big blackberries, brambles. But each little black bauble is its own thing. When you pick them, they just separate. You're left with like a handful of separate black spheres. But Google says they're poisonous. Now, whether that just means they're poisonous to humans, I think that's what they meant. But I'm sure that the birds are all in and at them. But we had a harvest basically over Christmas, which feels bizarre. That feels like the seasons got all mixed up. Last spring they started to what's the word, pollinate and you know, start doing their thing with all the flowers and everything. It was very wet in spring, and then we had a very, very dry summer, and they never reached fruition. The fruit withered and died. Then in I guess September, October, it was wet again, and the trees, the bushes all resprouted and did their pollination thing again, and we had a harvest. We had a crop for the animals over winter. Never seen that before. I don't know whether that's normal for these kind of, in this environment, because you know Spain's a very different environment to the UK. Oh, is that Italian? Or are you just spelling the French stuff wrong? In Spanish, do I know them in Spanish? Lunes, martes, mercredi. No, is that? No, that is the Spanish. Mercredi, jeudi. Hold on, there's jeudi and there's verdi or vendredi. Oh, you see, I'm probably going French again. Then there's sábado, domingo. The Thursday and Friday always used to get me, and still do. Camping under canvas. Hello, look at the sunshine, how lovely. It has been a really nice day. The afternoon's slightly better than the morning. As I said, we had some thin, high, I can't even call it cloud, but vapor. The sky was kind of white rather than blue. Even now, it's not a deep blue. It is still kind of, it's a light, but it's a sky blue, I guess, rather than a fuck off blue that you sometimes get. But yeah, lovely day. Oh, I need to monitor. I've left the fridge running, I think, and it uses more power than I've got coming in on the broken solar panel. So I do need to just monitor that I don't let it run away with me and leave me with no power overnight. Come on, connect, you bugger. Otherwise I'll have to get off my ass and go and look. Yeah, look, I'm down at 88%. I'm gonna turn the freezer off. Am I? Yeah, it's connected. It says -11, but it won't be. Within 10 minutes that'll be back up to 0. Because I've had a few these windy days, and the panel getting smashed, but also it's been quite cloudy at times. I haven't had much in the way of power for the fridge. I had a couple of days where I couldn't run it at all. It just had to rely on the insulation that was there, you know, to keep and the fact that I've got bottles of water in the bottom of it just for thermal mass. So if you get it cold, it doesn't warm up as fast as it would otherwise, because it is actually now jam-packed full, but that's a different story. That's because I've finally sorted through some bags of food that people brought me and I've put stuff in. But it does, the sensor in there is just sensing, it must be very close to the cooling element inside, because it overstates how cold it is, and then when you do just turn it off, it quickly, so it's not sensing the temperature of any real mass, just of the air near the cooling element. So I'll have a check on that again I'll have a look at what time is now. Okay, just before 5. So somewhere around 5:15, or quarter past the hour, 15 minutes from now, remind me, and I'll have a quick look and we'll see, because what did it say it was? Was it minus 14? Did I just say? I don't know what I just said. Fuck. I don't know. The words go out my mouth and I don't listen to myself. Just give us a second. I can still get the temperature reading. Was it minus 9? Was it 9? No, minus. Okay, it's minus 10 now. It says. I think it was 14 or thereabouts. That will climb. That will end up on like minus 2 or minus 3 in a quarter of an hour. It's not a true reading. It's an exaggerated reading. What am I drinking? Coffee or beer? Two-fisted drinking, folks. That's my speciality. At the minute, it's coffee and beer. I still got wine from when it's from when Karen was last here, which is, I think that's 3 weeks ago now. The last brick, the last cardboard has been open for about 10 days, and I think there's about 2 glasses left in there, which I might have tonight towards the end of the evening, folks. That's my only non-beer alcohol at the minute. There's no other celebratory. I don't know whether this is a celebration, commiseration, or just a commemorative of the fact that it's 10 years today since I arrived. And I didn't know it at the time, but shortly thereafter, her ladyship was born. Some discussion early on about her age. When I got her in the December, they were unsure whether she was 8 months old or 10 months old. But that was the range given by the vets at the time. So she could have been born around the time that I arrived in the country. Or it might have been up to 2 months later. So, which is why her birthday, we use April the 1st. That's just my sick sense of humour. Calling my girl my April Fool. Hey, babe. I got you. Which way around your collar's still upside down, really, isn't it? Anthony put her name into the collar, into the leather. And I'm not sure whether, if you're stood looking at her head, should it read for you that way, or should you be looking from the back towards the front and have the name kind of embossed? Or embossed is not the right word. It'll do. Into the leather. Is it branded? Looks like it's done with heat, but I don't know. I'm not an expert on these things. Let's have a look. Brown sauce, it's hard to tell if it's gone off. It already looks off. I did see like I watched the guys from Fallow, the restaurant in London. I watched the guys from there make their own the other day with prunes and all the other, I can't even remember now what the ingredients were. Prunes was a big part of it. I think there was probably some Worcestershire sauce or fish sauce, something like that went in. Obviously lots of sugar and other things, but I do like my brown sauce. HP, Houses of Parliament sauce, or Daddy's. Those are the only 2 brands that you can accept if you're British. HP or Daddy's. I've got a foreign sauce that's very similar to brown sauce. It's got a lot of the flavours. I think it's tamarind. What's tamarind? I think that's one of the ingredients, and it's got that zing. It's a little bit thinner than brown sauce, but there's a definite tanginess that resembles brown sauce, but it's not even a British thing. It's foreign. Don't know. Move the camera around so we can see the scenery. Oh, you see, you should have been here early. We did it already, but I don't mind. We've got 9 hours to go. Oh, I'll have to unplug from the power bank. Let me show you where we're at. So I'll show you the field and everything if you haven't seen it before. I'll start with the embarrassing elements. Here's the cooking corner. the stove and the bucket and the gas bottle, and a pan that was waiting to be washed but didn't get washed in time. Here's my big pine table that my friend Tom that was trying to call earlier. This big pine table here is from him, but obviously it's a flat surface, so everything gets dumped onto a flat surface. When you're in a field and there's a flat surface, everything, I mean, look at this. Here's my little folding table. Where did this come from? I think I got this at the bins. I think I got this from next to the bins and carried it here while walking doggy one day. Well, carrying the doggy one day. For anyone that doesn't know, Tina's back legs don't work. I have a belt, which is, I think it's here. I have a belt which gets slung under Tina's waist, just in front of her back legs. And I pick the back end up and carry her around, and she walks on her front legs. Hey, babe. But trying to do that and carry a folding table back was a struggle. But yeah, there's that. But looking at up towards the main road at the top, so we have got, there's a Repsol garage that you can't really see. Let me come around, out the way, Tina. Good girl. So there's a Repsol garage or petrol station or gasolinarium or gas station, whatever you prefer to call it. Then next to it there's a big Chino Bazaar, Grand Bazaar El Zocco. Think Dollar Tree, Poundland, similar. Cheap. Bricks and mortar Temu. That's the nearest I can give you. Here's my tent. Here's Tina's doggy chariot after the winds have blown it and moved it around and what have you. But pretty good. Here's the field. I'll do the field. And you're facing east now. The sun comes up at the minute. The sun comes up just over there, centre of the screen there. It's getting towards that anyway. Down to the south you can just about see the sea if you try hard enough. Let me just step to the side a little bit. You can see the sea. But the sky, it's from there. It's been a clear blue sky this afternoon. Well, as in no clouds. I think you can see it's not blue. But yeah, there's not a single, I haven't seen an actual proper cloud all day. But here's my broken solar panel. Look at that one there, that one. I guess that's the main damage. The one top left as we look is also pretty bad. Not fun. I almost wept. Having power for it's the single biggest upgrade to my life. The solar panel and the EcoFlow River 2 down here. And after that, the fridge freezer, the camping fridge freezer. I thought that this cool box here behind the planks, I thought that was going to be the I thought that was going to change my life. That was a mistake. One of those electro heat fucking Farmer will be able to tell you what that is. It's not a thermocouple, that's for detecting heat, but one of those things that detects a difference in heat, a difference in temperature, and generates a current and then runs a device. Quite an inefficient way of cooling. My proper fridge freezer now, my camping fridge freezer now runs off a compressor, does the job properly. That thing could only ever get 10 or 14 degrees below ambient. The one I've got now will go, I think it pushes minus 20 and beyond, even on a warm day. Do you know, folks, I'm not sure I'm in the mood for these pancakes. I might not bother. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not feeling it at the minute. So that was for camping under canvas. You got a name there, mate? Do I? Maybe you've been before YouTube switched to the @ name rather than the channel name or username that it used before. It just jumped. How did the panel sustain that, said Tom. Have you not been here? I thought you'd been here, Tommy Tombstone. We've had gale force winds for the past week. 60, 70, 75 kilometres an hour gusts of wind. And it was sloping like it is there. So it was leaning that way. The wind was coming at it from the left. The wind was coming from here at it. But as the wind dropped, somehow it sprang back this way, landed on stones. You see the floor? You see the floor here is all fucking rocks. I've moved a lot out of the way here, but we're on a cliff top. There's solid bedrock just a couple of inches below the ground. As the water gets in and it breaks the rocks up, and they end up kind of popping out of the surface. There's big rocks and stones everywhere, like over there where my little panels are. So when it fell forwards, and it's fallen over many times. It's only a couple of weeks ago I described them as being built to be indestructible. I've been amazed at the battering it's taken in the 2 years almost that I've had it. But this one time it fell forwards and it just went crunch, and I knew instantly that it was bad. I just knew instantly. I still don't understand how the wind hitting it forwards and then dropping made it bounce. You know, so the wind was pushing it backwards effectively, meeting it head on, and then the wind dropped and the panel. I didn't have it at such an acute angle as it is at the minute. Well, it's either acute or obtuse depending on which way you're looking at it. But it didn't have quite that slope. But I didn't expect, when the wind dropped, I didn't expect it to fall forwards. But it did. It's done, and I've lost maybe 30% of what it would have generated, maybe up to 50%. I can't quite tell. On a good day, it could hit 100 watts, maybe 108. Now today was pretty good, but we didn't get above 55. But I don't know how much of that's the atmospherics, the sky, the water vapour or cloud, whatever you want to call it, that was there. Obviously it's going to have lost some functionality, some ability. I'm unable to quantify because we haven't had nice days. What I want is one of those days with a deep blue sky and no clouds, and then I'll be able to gauge. I'll assume that at peak it should have hit 100, and if it doesn't get anywhere near that, that's what's lost. Let me scroll, folks. Within minutes of starting this stream, chat was jumping around all over the place. Now it seems to have stabilised a little bit. So Fama, my mate Fabrizio there, did his thing. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick. Well, it faded. Click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And consider subscribing, folks. I am on 1690 something. I would like to hit 1700 by the time that we finish at 2 AM. Again, for anyone who doesn't know, I'm attempting to do a 10-hour live stream. 10 hours because 10 years in Spain. 10 years ago today I arrived. And the world has never been the same. Do you ever get issues with snakes and scorpions? No. I've never known there to be either here. Although there was a bloke, Pepe he was called, I couldn't remember his name the other day. There was a bloke called Pepe told me that he'd seen a snake the other side of these trees behind me. But he said it wasn't native. He said it must have been an escaped pet. There are mice and rats here, so potentially there's food for snakes. Just lately though, we've had a lot of cats milling about. Tina girl, shush. What's wrong? I don't see anybody. No. Hey. I've never seen scorpions in this particular part. Since I've been here in 10 years, I've never seen them. Geckos used to be in the urbanizations in the before times, before I became a homeless bum. Tina, quiet, darling. Let's have a cuddle. Let's have a cuddle. Yeah. So geckos and and cockroaches, las cucarachas. But no, mice and rats are the worst I've had in this field. My first shelter here, which was 6 broom handles and a tarpaulin just slung over the top, so anything could come under at any point. There was no these recent tents. The last 2 or 3 tents are proper tents with a floor built in. The wall and the floor are one solid kind of envelope. So I tend not to get mice or rats until the tent gets damaged, and then I might get them coming in either through the walls or under and up. I got traps nowadays. Last spring, it wasn't really winter, but last spring I was plagued by the little bastards, and I didn't have any way to deal with them. A couple called Adam and Mel came by a few times and brought me some bits and pieces of equipment and things. They did house clearances and looked after rental properties and things. They'd bring me things that when the owner says get rid of that or throw that out, we're selling the house, get rid of all the furniture or whatever. They'd bring me bits and pieces, but they also put in a Temu order and got some of these, have you seen them, the plastic mouse traps with the teeth, and those have been fantastic. Once I deployed those last it was almost summer, I think, by the time I got those. I'd been plagued by the little bastards for 3 or 4 months, and I mean plagued. So the first night we put the 4 traps out. Was it 6? I don't remember the numbers. 6 or 7 dead mice in one night, and obviously that was quite a severe cull. From then on, it was just 1 every now and again, maybe 2 one day. I think one day we got 1 in the morning and 1 at night, so technically 2 the same day, but that quickly died off. Within a week, that was it, done. No more until the tent got damaged about a month ago, maybe. The tent got damaged, and then the next day 2 dead mice. I get about one a fortnight since then. One certainly no more than 1 a week. I've only got 2 traps deployed properly. In fact, at the minute I've only got 1 deployed, because I've been moving stuff around. It was in an area. It was in an area where I would. In fact, I put my foot in it. Fortunately, I had shoes on. Otherwise, I probably would have lost a bloody toe. They're quite vicious. They are quite the thing. I'm impressed by them. Only 1, in all the time I've had it, only 1 has been caught and not killed outright. It's kind of caught by the top of the leg, by the thigh, back leg. So I just took it. I didn't. In the past, I would have finished it. I would have put it on the floor and stomped it. But I always felt bad. I always felt bad about myself when I did that. Taking a life is even when it's a mouse or a rat, it's still a thing. It gets you. So I took it over there and kind of did a throwing motion and released the trap at the same time, and it flew through the air and landed in the woodpile over there. Whether it survived, whether it got anywhere with a bad leg or potentially a broken leg, I assume it probably died of shock later that day, but I gave it a sporting chance. I didn't just stomp on it. There was one time, one of the previous tents, must have been the first proper tent. In daylight, one ran from the doorway towards my bedroom door, and instinctively I just stamped. And I've always seen them be so fast and so nimble, so agile. I did it thinking I've got no chance, and I was just in stocking feet. Squashed, splattered the little fucker. Guts hanging out of where the belly burst open. Not a pleasant thing, and this is what I say. It pains me to take a life, even when they've tortured me. But so yeah, mice and rats. No snakes and scorpions. No. Tom, hello Tom. Camping under canvas. Tom, are we saying yarrow or jarrow? Tommy Tombstone just arrived. Guess I was asking if it was debris or those stone throws. Okay, mate. No, not the stone throws. They were here a week or two ago. The kids throwing stones. It was just two really young uns, and their stone fell short. And surprisingly, they haven't been back since, which makes me think that they've gone home bragging to Dad. Hey, we threw stones at the vagabondo. I think vagabondo is the word for tramp. But it has a criminal connotation to it, the Spanish word. But they were shouting "vagabondo, vagabondo" as they pedalled off on their bikes. I think they've gone home saying, you know, we've been throwing stones at the tramp, and Dad's probably fucking whacked them and told them not to be silly. Because I am the kind of tramp that will throw fucking. If you're going to throw a potentially deadly weapon at me, I'm going to fucking throw one back at you. Man, woman, or fucking child, for what it is. Oops, I went to pick up my cup. I missed the handle. Fuck. I don't have proper binocular vision, folks. Depth perception is slightly lacking, and that maybe I just wasn't concentrating. But I reached out and closed my, grasped, and I was nowhere near the handle. My tash needs a trim, and the beard, and the hair. Karen's about 3 weeks away from coming back out and doing my hair for me. I've got to go back. Hold on. You did just tell me your name, and now I've forgotten. I don't like forgetting people's names. 3:51 p.m. then. No, it's a lot later than that. 5:20. Tina, can we give it a rest, darling? Hold on, I've gone past where I was looking for. What's your problem? There's nobody there, darling. Is it a bus or something? What are we growling at? Is it a bird? A rat? A mouse? What's the fucking problem? No. I said no. Is it the new Mike drill? Oh, here we go. Hold on, a visitor. It's Nicole. Hello. Oh, oh, look at that.
Hey. Sola aquí.
Sí.
Tranquilo.
Mucho so. Yeah. Very nice.
C'est beau, chérie.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, c'est Maya.
Tina? Tina? Merci beaucoup.
Oh.
No.
Oh là là.
Hey. Merci beaucoup.
Maya. Allez, adios.
Adios.
Au revoir, Tina. Au revoir, mon bébé.
Come back here, darling. You got treats. You got treats from Nicole. Yeah. That's a lady who, when I was first homeless and I was sitting on the benches on the top of the cliffs, 6, 7, 10 hours a day, she'd often be walking by. In fact, I think early on she was sat on the chairs herself for a few hours. I think she was in a lonely spot herself, and we kind of got talking, which is difficult. French-speaking Belgian, and we both had a smattering of Spanish. My French was never that good, but we could just about understand each other with some Franish, French and Spanish, with a bit of English thrown in. My English isn't that good, but yeah. Where are we, folks? I was just looking for. There's Tommy Tombstone. Camping Under Canvas just gave his name a couple of moments ago, and I forgot it straight away because I'm like that. Where do we? It's jumped right to the bottom again. Hold on, can I find the right part? Oh, you're another Tom, the Yarrow Jarrow bit. Tom. You're Tom just like Tommy Tombstone there. Except he's not really a Tom. But shush. Tommy Tombstone. Hello, hello, okay. Okay. Farmer was welcoming Tom, and maybe there was some confusion about which Tom. Okay. You're in a field, so always going to be field mice. Yeah, I think they're field mice. I'm no expert, but they are small. If you remember when they were plaguing me, I said I was going to eat the little bastards, didn't I? I watched videos where people have, in fact, it'd be that guy, oh, what's he called? His channel's named after his, not named after his kids, but it's him and his, it was meant to be him and his boys. What's he called? He retired, kind of, sort of, but he's now, one of his kids has taken up the outdoor kind of survivalist camping in the Antarctic, not Antarctica, but in the Arctic. And he now just helps his kid with his channel. Can't remember the guy's name, but I've watched him cook mice. Just hold them over the flame, burn the fur away, get them in the coals just for, I don't know, less than a minute really, and then eat it whole. Didn't even gut them. There's no point because everything's so small. Just get it kind of flash cooked. Burn the fur off. Hold it by the tail. Burn the fur off. Flash cook it and just chew it. Bones and all. Just. Well, best thing you can do is hold on. Have all your openings closed, tent openings, yeah, and your entrance 8 inches up. Yeah, well, there was a good sized skirt around the tent, but now that the walls are splitting, tearing, and even where they're not torn yet, you've got those stretch marks. Those when the plastic becomes frangible, good word. I do like that word. When the fabric becomes frangible and starts to get brittle, and you see the stress lines, and the whole thing's kind of easing apart and teasing apart. Where are we going, darling? Where are you trying to go? You know you can't go anywhere. Your legs don't work. Well, you found something on the ground. Is it a bone? That's a stone, isn't it? Put that down. Hold on. Let me have a look. That's a stone. Tina. Oh, is it a piece of veg? Is it a potato maybe from when I cooked last week? Maybe. Oh, yeah, this chat is jumping like crazy now, folks. I can't stabilize it. I'm scrolling back. I'm at the bottom. I'm scrolling back, but I think I've seen everybody. I don't think I've missed anything substantial in chat. So it is distracting. It is just bobbing about now. I'll go to no chat, then I'll go to top chat, see whether that's stable. Does look to be. No, jumped as soon as I moved it. It's more stable. And then I'll go live chat and we'll see how it behaves. No, jumped straight away. If I scroll back, I think that's more stable. It's not jump. When I'm right at the bottom, it's like a fucking kangaroo. Okay, folks. I don't know what I feel like doing. I don't know that I'm hungry. I was going to cook pancakes, I said, but not really in the mood, I don't think. It's a bit weird. Let me just check where the EcoFlow ended up. I think I turned the panels half in shade. It won't be getting any power now. I turned the fridge off, didn't I? So it's not sapping power from it. 3 degrees C, +3, look. It's a good fridge temp, but it's not the -13 or whatever it was claiming. EcoFlow is on. It's on device disconnected, of course it is. Oh, it flashed up I'm on 90%. It's a little less than I would like to be this time of day, with the sun getting low. The panel is in shade. Unless I chase the sun and put the panel right over the other end of the field. I don't think it's that urgent. 90's fine. I'd be risking the panel putting it over there. It could fall over and get... I'm conscious now that with the glass fragmented like that, one knock and the glass could all just start falling out. So we'll see how that goes. Okay, folks, what are we going to talk about? We got any other lurkers out there? Is there anybody out there who's not saying hello in chat? Please do. Please do. We don't bite, especially if you're a newbie. So, for anyone who doesn't know the story, I guess we can recap the history a little bit. So, a little over 10 years ago, maybe 12 or 13, I split from the wife and went to live in what had been my mum's old house. With my brother, it's me and my brother, and later on my nephew from my sister's side of the family. So I was living there a while, but I had a business, but I got bored and stressed. And I'd been to Torrevieja with my in-laws years before, 20 years earlier, in the 90s, 97 or thereabouts onwards. We'd been to Torrevieja, I always loved it, so I thought, let's run away to the seaside. Which is kind of funny because I lived in Morecambe, which is the seaside. But I ran away from the English seaside to the Spanish seaside. And yeah, I jumped on a plane one day, one suitcase and one hold-all. Inside the hold-all I had a folded up larger hold-all. Which is the bag that got stolen not long ago here. Anyway, years later, so I'm in Torrevieja. I said I landed that day, and there was a bit of confusion about kind of where I was going to stay. I had the name of a business, and I was expecting that to be the name of a block of like holiday apartments, and it wasn't. It was just the name that one person had called their little private, their little limited company. So I'm stood on this street corner looking for a building, and it's not there. And I'm asking people in my best Spanish, I'm showing them the name of the business and the address, and I'm asking, where is it? Donde está? And people, they're trying to help me, and they're looking around. No. And the guy who was supposed to meet me was about half an hour late, so I'm just stood there with my fucking suitcase and my hold-all, stood at this junction, at this, yeah. And as I said, 13 days I had in that apartment, then I had to find somewhere new. And the guy who came to meet me was like trying to be like a pretend estate agent for someone else. He was acting as an intermediary. And then, as I was about halfway through the 14 days, he told me that he'd got another apartment for me when I was finished with that 13 days. Okay, so I went and I lived there for 3 months, closer into the centre of town. In fact, when the big Friday market was on in the centre of town, and they blocked off like a couple of blocks, all the streets. If I put my head out of my living room and looked up, I could see the bottom right hand corner of the market. So it got very busy and noisy on a Friday morning. 3 months there, and then I had to find somewhere. So the centre of town didn't really agree with me. Very noisy, lots of police cars. All of the roads are one way, either up or down, and left or right. Everything's kind of a grid, bit American style, but tiny streets. You've got like a parking lane on either side of the road, but only one road for moving. But lots and lots of police sirens, lots of crap going on. Friday, Saturday and Sunday nights in particular, but any time. Even had a thing, walking home one night, these two ladies decided to try chatting me up. A couple of prozzies would not leave me. I'm walking along and my street's the next street. And I just walk past it and keep going, and I'm telling them no, 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 no. And yeah, no. And I turn up one of the other streets, like 3 or 4 streets along, and I'm hoping that they'll just take the hint, and no, they didn't. Then they started pushing me and shoving me. Then one of them pulls out a fucking screwdriver. So whether they were prostitutes actually, or whether they were just pretending to be prostitutes to try and rob me, I don't know. But I ended up taking the screwdriver off one of them and fucking belting her over the bonnet of a car. Yeah, that's the hood for anyone in Yankee land. No, I had to physically defend myself from these 2 women because screwdrivers, that's deadly shit. I technically still have that screwdriver, but it's at the house that I stayed in when I was first made homeless. Anyway, we move on. I ended up, when that 3 months in that area ended, I came up this end of Torrevieja, Aguas Nuevas, and just over the brow of the hill, which is 4 or 5 blocks from here to the top, and then down. When I've talked in the past about Tweeties, I was like, from here, 4/5 of the way to Tweeties. I was just further up the hill from Tweeties, a place called Royal Interpark Dos. And I'd asked for like an 11-month rental there. And when I went to get the paperwork, the end of May, so it arrived in the February, the end of May, the lease started June the 1st, I think. When I got the paperwork, it was only for 6 months. Not the 11. They won't do 12. If you stay somewhere for 12 months, you get extra rights, and they don't want to do that. So you're always classed as a holiday let. Anything up to 11 and a half months is a holiday let. You hit 12 months, that's a proper long-term rental with extra rights for the renter. But when that 6 months was up, coming towards Christmas, that's when I got her ladyship. And I went along and I got this time they gave me 9 months. Again, I was asking for 11. This time I got 9 months. When that was up, so I think that was November, the lease was supposed to change, beginning of November. So I was in that apartment there for, I think, 9 months. It was the end of August I had to move out. And this, where I was staying, was around the corner from this bar, this kiosk in the park. I'd been walking past it for 3-4 months before I knew it was even there. I heard people being merry. I heard people being, I could hear something going on in the field, but I was walking around the field and on the roads around, and sometimes I'd take a shortcut and miss that block entirely. I was going 20 minutes away to a bar called Medusa, run by 2 lasses from Hull, a mother and daughter. And then on the way back, I was staggering. I could hear something. I thought it was one of these botillons, which is where all the kids go to the off-license or the supermarket and buy bottles of cider or whatever. Botillon, it's based on the word for bottle. It's a bottle party, basically. That's what I thought was happening. I thought it was kids in the park, in the field. But no, there's a fucking kiosk there. I've been walking past it for 4 or 5 months when I discovered that. But I started talking to people there. I discovered it and I went there. Loved that little spot, Kino's bar. And I met a bloke there called Christian. And when my rental was finally up in the August, he had an apartment and no money. I had money, no apartment. I moved in and we shared the apartment for 3.5 years, something like that. I thought we were good friends as well. We certainly were to begin with. And there was never any big falling out. But COVID happened. That's when things started to go bad. COVID. My bank cards, I had 2 bank accounts in the UK. my daily bank account, and one that was a set aside. That was my rainy day fund. Well, both cards were kind of expiring within a month or two of each other during the beginnings of COVID. Could I get the banks to send me new bank cards? Could I bollocks? They weren't sending out replacement cards, especially internationally. And it took about 6 months maybe. In the run-up, knowing that these cards were expiring, I'd been going and taking out as much as I could from my bank. So I had money kind of piled up, notes. But it took about 6 months of me ringing and trying to do stuff. My wife, my ex, going in and trying to say, look, he's stuck in Spain and COVID, and you guys wouldn't answer the phone and you wouldn't send cards. And eventually I got one of the bank accounts, my normal bank account, current account we would say here in the UK, checking account if you're American. I got my normal bank account up and running. I got a card for it, and eventually I had to move out of this guy's apartment and get an apartment of my own, and that involves like a bond, a deposit, so you need a lump of cash. My bank account, I'd got a card for it, but it was running low by now. I just had enough to pay the deposit and the first couple of months rent, and moved into there. But my money was getting dangerously low, and after I think about 15 months I managed to hang on, and then I got noticed that I was behind. My bank account ran out. I was down to nothing in my main bank account. So this is when I wanted my emergency fund, the other bank account. And this is where I got the bad news. I passed all of the telephone security stuff, and I asked to do a bank transfer from that account to my daily driver, my normal bank account. And they said, sorry, we're not satisfied that you're you. I've just passed all your tests. Ordinarily you would have done that bank transfer. Oh yeah, but your account was declared dormant 6 months ago. You haven't been using it. No, of course I haven't. It's my rainy day fund. You don't use your rainy day fund on a daily basis, do you? It's a fucking rainy day fund. No, we've closed that account. We've declared it dormant. That money's gone into a centralised pot, and once you prove who you are to our satisfaction, we'll reinstate the account and you'll have access to your money. Okay, what do I need to do? Can I take a photo of my passport? Can I... No, you have to come into your branch in England. And by this time I'd got a little legal thing going on that wouldn't let me out of the country. I'm like, well, what if I get a policeman to say that I'm me? What if I get a lawyer? What if I get the judge? I've got this legal thing going on. What if I get the judge to tell you that No. So, well, I get a lawyer to confirm, or a notary public. We'll get it notarized. I'm me. Copy of my passport, signed as a true copy. No. Got to come into your branch in the UK. I can't come to the UK. There's a thing going on. And, no. So I managed to stay in that apartment for another, I think, 2 months beyond the notice that they'd given me. And then one day the owner turns up and starts drilling the lock. Kicks me out with, I can only take what I can carry. Make arrangements with the agency, come back and pick up your stuff another time. I'm like, I got nowhere to go. I was walking to the guy's house that I'd lived with previously, and I was fainting. I'd carrying too much. I'd not eaten properly in days, maybe weeks actually, and I was feeling faint. So I stopped off at another friend's on the way, and I kind of ended up staying there for about 4 months. In between, I did a week there, and then my friend Ismo from Finland, was over. He rented a place for a month, and I stayed with him. And we figured within a week or two I'd have this sorted, and I'd get access to my bank, and I'd pay my half of the rental. To this day I haven't paid that back because I haven't got access to my money. 3.5 years later nearly. before, from when I was first made homeless, is it? But like the February or the March. Stayed with, so he was only here for a month, and I went back to the friend that I'd stayed with for a week. I went back to her house, and she put up with me for about another 3 months. So it was like August the 14th. She finally said, no, look, you know, enough's enough. I got you in my house. I don't like having other people around. I'm allergic to dogs. You've got a fortnight, get it sorted, or you're going to have to make other arrangements. So on the 14th of August, would that be 2022, I walked down the steps from her house to be homeless. Nowhere else to go. All the other friends had heard rumours about me being, you know, lying about the second bank account. So then they started looking back over everything I'd ever said to them and decided everything I've ever said was a lie and that I'm an unscrupulous person. I'm an unscrupulous person. So my whole friend group was kind of poisoned against me. All these people that I'd sat with for years in the park at the kiosk, having a cold beer on a hot sunny afternoon, all turned their back on me. When I rang around and said, look, I'm having to move out of this, can you? No. Oh, okay. Sorry to have troubled you. Never seen any of them since. Except for the guy that I had stayed with, whose house I was trying to get to that time. But he did the dirty on me at this point. He'd offered to look after my stuff while I was homeless. And then about 2 days before, he sent me a message saying, no, this is all your own fault, it's all your own doing, and goodbye and good luck. Later on, I'm jumping ahead here, but years later, he turns up here in the field, wanting me to help him. He's on benefits, getting 8 or 9, it was 800 a month when he started 3 years ago. He was on 800 a month, but he comes to the guy that he did the dirty on, the guy that's got no money, and he wants me to help him. Anyway, that God, my voice is cracking, I'm getting emotional. But a couple of that, people asking me for help. Yeah, where did it all go wrong? Banks. The pisser is, see, I can't, the bank is Santander, the one that's got my money. But the UK and Spanish operations are entirely separate companies now, so they tell me. They do cooperate to some extent, but not in the circumstances that I'm in. And Santander are insisting I have to walk into my local branch back in the UK with my passport and 3 other forms of ID. Even if I could get back to the UK with a passport, what other ID am I going to have? I won't have a gas bill or an electric bill. Anyway, so here I am, stuck in a field. Tina, quiet. She's some nice people with a doggy. I can't see. Just nice people with a doggy. Tina, quiet. It's okay, babe. It's okay, babe. Yeah, I think I've decided, folks, no pancakes today. I might do some tomorrow. Not in the mood for it. But anyway, yeah, that's how I, so for the first 2 months after I was homeless, after I left the lady's house I was staying with, I lived in that park. So the park's in 3 fields. The top one's got the kiosk, the small bar, kind of chiringuito. I stayed in the middle one, the middle field, for 2 months. And I was clueless. I don't know how to be homeless. To this day, I still don't know how to be homeless. My mate Joby, an Englishman who arrived here a couple of years ago, nearly 3, is it? It's a good 2 years ago. He arrived here early February one year. He can just walk around, find somewhere, pitch a small tent, and get up and move on the next day. I couldn't find the land. I wouldn't know where to begin. And now disabled dog as well. But I decided to be visible. I decided I needed help. So once I was moved on from that park, and I just walked down the hill, found this spot and walked into it, about an hour and a half, 2 hours before the heavens opened and this field flooded. So I just put all my stuff down, went off for a walk, and then I came back. I'd found a big plastic bag. It looked something like you might get a fish freezer in. And I'd undone my bedroll, which was just from a, basically it's the mattress from a sun lounger. I had one of those and a pillow, a similar thing. I'd put those on the ground. I had 2 picnic blankets, so plastic down on the ground and plastic up above me. I had 4 towels, which I used as kind of blankets under the top picnic blanket, and that was it. And I put this big transparent plastic bag over me and the doggy, and we were lovely and toasty warm, and it was fun watching the lightning. And my doggy doesn't like thunder and lightning. She was shaking like a leaf. I'm laying on the bed and she's in between my legs facing the other way, and my back started to get cold, and I'm thinking, oh, it's getting a bit nippy, it's getting a bit cool. And then no, it's getting really cold. It's getting wet. And if you look at this field, I'll show you. I'll start at this end. You see this pathway here, out through there? It's not a path. That's a dry riverbed. And up there, past the solar panel, and around, up to up this side of that bush, over there, just before that. So the water comes in at the top and down and around this riverbed. It literally forms a stream, or used to form a stream. And before I knew it, I watched all these puddles join together, and it become and then there was a ripple came down the riverbed, and then suddenly I'm ankle deep in water, and all my belongings are on the floor. My bed's on the floor, me and the dog are on the floor. It's 9 o'clock at night, maybe, and everything's wet through and everything's ruined. Horrible, mucky, smelly runoff, floodwater. Floodwaters are horrible. Some drain somewhere or a storm drain, and maybe an actual, some things overflowed and spilled, and it's all nasty, nasty, nasty. You got all the dog shit from off the streets that's been there for months because it's been summer. All washes down, and suddenly we're ankle deep in water. We had nowhere to go, nothing to do, and we just hunkered. I stood up, I picked the wet mattress up, and I moved it from off this, what I thought was just a pathway. I thought it was animals and people walking and I threw my mattress onto the top of this tall grass, so I was an extra couple of inches off the ground. It was all wet through, and all I could do was just cuddle with the dog all night. Even when you're wet through, you can get warm. Especially I had this, like I said, I had this plastic bag over the top of this, and it was like it was a warm, kind of moist feeling, like being in a tent, but you got to be careful not to suffocate. But we waited for morning. We hung on, awake most of the night, a little nap here, a little nap there. Got up 7 o'clock the next morning, and I picked up a few, I took a shopping bag filled with wet clothes, took it towards the beach, rinsed it out, not washed, but rinsed it out, get rid of that smell. And then I sat on the benches on the top of the cliffs and spread all my clothes out on the benches. And me and the dog got dry. The clothes that I'd washed got dry. Tina, shush, shush. Shush, shush. Me and the dog got dry, the clothes got dry, and early afternoon we came back here and got the mattress set up to try and get that dry. We got one side of it dry that day. Who was your guest, Mike? Were you not here when I said? That's Nicole. I have to think Nicole and Papa, the Renault Clio car adverts. Nicole, Papa? That's Nicole, a Belgian lady, a francophone, and that we used to meet when we were on those cliff tops. It's getting a little chilly. Now the sun is just going down behind this bush. It's got a little way before it goes behind the buildings, but we're in shade now, or any moment about here. You can see it, can't you? I've got this much kind of sun on my body. Might have to get my jumper soon, get my sweatshirt. Tombstone, tell me Tombstone. Santander UK might not be around forever. Mergers, acquisitions, bankruptcy. Yeah, maybe. So you got a wet bush with rivers of moisture there. That's always something that's needed. Mike, you know what? That's not the bush you're talking about. Oh yeah. I'm guessing I need to scroll back a bit. I'm guessing I've rabbited on for a while. Thames Estuary apparently was going to Foulness Island along a walkway was sending him. What am I missing? Telegraph is the paper here I've linked. What are we? Absolutely true. I believe it was in the Sun, but I will look back again. All true, he was an enricher. Oh. Someone's driven into the ocean. Amazon diver, that must be driver, with Amazon truck that followed sat-nav into the sea. Just happened 2 or 3 days ago in the UK. Wow. You said the Thames? I knocked about London a little bit in my youth. You put Amazon diver, which, considering he's gone into the water, is appropriate. There are proprietary solar panels for EcoFlow that have sort of L-shaped stand. Yeah, the foldable. They charge quite the surplus for their own, quite the excess for their own branded panels. You don't need EcoFlow panels, but yeah, those foldable ones with the stands. Well, it jumped back to the bottom, but where was I? I'm here. Aren't all delivery drivers in the UK foreigners now? I was reading the other day. All taxi drivers, all delivery guys, all food delivery, anything to do with driving or delivery are all the invaders. A Quinn Martin production. Okay, that was the... Oh yeah, that's the mice, the field mice, so we're back there. Okay, I can pick up the story where I was then. Thumbs ups are always appreciated, folks. I am just a tramp in a field. I'm just recounting the tale of my last 10 years, I guess. Where did I get to? Arriving in this field and this field flooding that day. Took me a month to get all of my clothes dried out, taking one bag at a time. You're live. Apparently I disappeared. Took me a month, I was just saying, to get all of my belongings rinsed through, washed out and dried. Sitting day after day on the cliff tops, on the big concrete chairs there. And took me a month. And do you know what happened the next day after I got everything dried out? The fucking field flooded again. This time, not ankle deep. At this time, so let me spin around. Oh, remind me that I'm not plugged in for power. I should be. So you see the trees over there, and that power, the leftmost of the 2 poles, and that tree. Well, those trees were all a lot more upright at the time, and there was like a canopy under there. And I set up a line between that power pole and a tree. And I had a tarp by this point, after that month. I had a tarpaulin. So when you look at the land, it looks like it goes up slightly over there. You think you're going up, and you're not really. It's dropped down and then up. I thought it was like a little hill. I thought I could see that there was bad weather coming, and I set up my line. I'd been sleeping just on the floor here every night, but I had a little tarpaulin, 3 meters by 2. I put a line about 1 meter off the ground, a little bit less maybe, and just slung the tarpaulin lengthways to form just just over the one line. couldn't put tent pegs. I didn't have tent pegs, but I had nothing to get into the ground. But I tied it out with heavy stones, and formed the right shape. At one end, I managed to close one end of the tent. The other end was open, but I piled all my belongings there. And I was snug as a bug in a rug. We got to like 4 or 5 in the morning. The tent didn't reach the ground. I'd got the lines out to these heavy stones, so it came down and it stopped 6 inches, 9 inches above the ground. So I could look under it and see what's happening. And I was quite comfy. At this point, someone had given me some money, so I had I'd got a brick of wine, a 1 litre Tetra Pak, a cardboard O, and I'd had it, I don't know, 4 or 5 days, but I had 2 or 3 glasses left if I kept it short. Pour little wine, lots of cola, and I was fine. It was great. I was enjoying it. And then I looked out underneath about 5, maybe even as late as 5:30, 6 in the morning, and I saw all the puddles joined together again. And I thought, here we go. And I'm under the tent, but I'm on my feet. I'm squatting now, ready in case something happens. And I see a ripple. All these separate puddles have joined together. Then I see a ripple come down. And I think, here we go, ankle deep again. Fuck no. I was smacked on the back of the neck by a wave. Got to be at least 3/4 of a metre high. Smacked. My bags were behind me, and big heavy hold all my my belongings. I've got 2 or 3 bags by this point. I'd been around the bins collecting things, building resources, and I had things, and this bag that I could hardly carry moved. I'm not sure, 5, 7 metres that way once it got past me, but I was smacked on the back of the neck by a fucking wave. So what's happening? We're at the bottom of 2 hills, one to the north, one to the west, and I've said about the park being 3 fields, but it's all uphill all the way. And then you've got the big hill up to Torre del Morro. It's a big Moorish tower, a castle basically, a mini castle from back in the day. It's a replica. It's been rebuilt. But what you've got the water coming down from these 2 sides, and there's storm drains. And if the storm drain gets blocked, so storm drain is just like a ditch. It's not a covered drain, but it's a ditch. If it gets blocked, all the water backs up and backs up and backs up. And then there's some other water already here where it's not blocked. But then when it gets past, when it forces that blockage out of the way, and it all comes down as a torrent all at once, comes down the hill, the road sweeps around, but the water doesn't. And the water carries on into this field, meets up with some other water coming into this field, and bang, back of the neck, wet through. Fortunately, once you got the wave go past, it was kind of knee deep, just below knee deep. Poor doggy, only just got a fucking head. It's chest deep for her. She's only just got a head above water. Within 5 or 10 minutes, it's draining. It's starting to go down, starting to subside. Again, everything's wet, everything's ruined. Some friends had given me a little phone, a little flip phone. No, it wasn't a flip phone. It's a Nokia. What's the famous one? It's one of them. With Snake or whatever the game was. I got that, but that had been on the floor when the I got my glass of wine and cola, sat in a shoe for stability, and not the shoes that I'm wearing. I was fully dressed, but I'd picked up these other shoes for standing bottles of cola in and glasses in. But everything ruined again. Everything, clothes. Some of my electronics had survived the first flood. Cables, power banks. I had a little electric light bulb, USB powered thing, and I think my phone was hanging on. The screen was getting really dim from the first flood. That something was wrong, but at night I could set a playlist going for 24 hours worth of music or but in the day I couldn't see the screen. But this second inundation, this second flood, finished everything. Whatever I had left still working was now totally gone. So we waited about an hour for it to drain, and it gets down to ankle deep, and would you believe it? Fucking floods again, knee deep again. I'd had enough at this time. This place was unrecognisable. All these bushes and tufts of grass were submerged, or mainly submerged. You'd have like a little island that was just like the top of these bushes. It's unrecognisable. So we just stomped out of here and got up. When you go onto the road here, it's a little step up. We are in a bit of a depression, and we went up to the main road again, knee deep in water. Just pushed through it, me and the dog. We went up, partly up the hill here, one block back behind the Chino Bazaar and along a road, and it was almost knee deep. Even though we've gone up a hill, the road was like knee deep nearly, and the footpath was, and then somebody was opening their driveway. They'd opened their gates to try and get their car out. We had to step off the bloody footpath and down into the road. Well, I'm like mid-thigh with water at this point, because it was already knee deep up on the footpath, big curb, and into water. You want to see videos of Torrevieja when it floods? The town comes to a halt. Public transport stops because they can't get to the bus station. Bins float down the road. The big communal bins. Dumpsters, if you will. So this is the second flood in the first month. It's been a month and a day. October the 10th I arrived here, and it was November, it was the night of November the 10th into November the 11th that the second flood happened. So we went off, and I went to the friend that had given me the phone, Anita, lent me the Nokia phone, and we just went there, sat outside, got a little bit dry, had a couple of cups of coffee. I think she made me a sandwich or something, and we just relaxed. The sun came out at about 2 in the afternoon, and we came back here and started to recover, started to gather. My things were spread meters away, yards away. Started to gather things up, start to dry the bedding again on the mattress. A month later, so all of this, I'm still just living out in the field. There's no shelter, there's no nothing. I've got the two picnic blankets. So bottom one rubber side down or plastic side down, top one plastic side up with the felt, the blankety material in between. Me and the dog in there. She's tucked in between my legs, facing the opposite way from me, and we'd got the tarpaulin that we'd got just a couple of days before we made this makeshift tent under the trees, and we'd just wrap that around, over the top and under the picnic blankets to make a tight, compact bed and try and keep the cold out. I was wearing 5 or 6 layers. Let me think. Short sleeve t-shirt, long sleeve t-shirt, thin jumper, thick jumper, like a body warmer, I haven't got another word for it. Like Marty McFly's fucking life jacket. And then a big survival coat over the top that I'd picked up on my travels. Had that until recently. That's gone now. Got left outside when we moved back into the tent and got like bleached in the sun. Looked a bit silly. And I've got about 10 other coats now, 10 other jackets. Where am I? I've lost myself. Oh, talking about sleeping, the sleeping arrangement, the sleeping kit. Hold on. Clean up on aisle 2. Hey doggy. It's okay, babe. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. Give us a second, folks. Remind me where I am when I get back. The sleeping system. Oh, I'm going numb already from sitting there too long. And the flies winding up.
Oh, you're okay there. Is that it? Just that?
It wasn't worth the bother. It wasn't worth the bother. Why'd you do that?
Okay.
I'm still only on my first cup of coffee, folks, and I got nowhere with the beer, did I? I got about 80% of the first can of beer left. I'm at the bottom of the first cup of coffee. Okay, so I've got friends. I've got people that I can go to in an emergency that we're here in country. These two ladies that I've been talking to for a while, Tina and Anita, and yeah, they'd come and visit occasionally, or I'd bump into them at the cliff tops, and good friends. But this period, this was the most depressing 5 months from then on. All my devices totally gone now. Nothing. Didn't have a watch, didn't have a clock, didn't have a phone, didn't have a radio. Through the day I could scavenge in the bins and maybe find a newspaper, one of the free local newspapers with a puzzle page. I could sit on the cliff tops, I could do the Sudoku, the crossword, the little quizzes, the logic puzzles. I could occupy my mind with that. But it's winter. The days, what, it's like 8, half 8 when it gets light, and half 5, 6 o'clock it's getting dark. So you've got 8, maybe 9 hours of usable daylight, and then you've got 15, 16 hours of night, and no way of knowing what time of day it is. You fall asleep for an unknown amount of time, you wake up. Is it nearly morning already? Or have you only been asleep half an hour? You know those sleeps that you have where you wake up and you feel like you've been asleep all night, and it turns out it's still 8:30 at night or something. You've fallen asleep at 6:30, 7 o'clock. No way of knowing. Some nights I would do this 4 or 5 times, and it's just interminable. You're just waiting for tomorrow to begin. First sign that it's nearly tomorrow. 7 in the morning when the petrol station, it's got a canopy with lights underneath. And so for an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours in the morning, it's got the lights on, very bright. So suddenly these trees would suddenly be illuminated, and you know it's soon going to be morning. You can go off again. You can go for a walk with the dog and sit on the benches on the cliff tops. You can say hello to people as they come past. 1 or 2 people might give you a bit of money. Henning, the guy that stopped by last week one day, can't remember which day, they all merge into one. I'd have to look at my notes. Henning and his wife would come past, and if he had 2, 3, 5 euros in his pocket, change, he'd give me that. Some other people might chuck me a 5 or a 10. There's one old bloke like to say hello to Tina every morning, and then he was going home to Norway or Sweden. He gave me a tenner and said, look after yourself and treat the dog. Farmer says, can you pick up some bread, prosciutto and oranges? It might last much longer than things you have now. Just mention, because I believe you have a few things that have been a month. Yeah, I've got some things that are on that are starting. My fresh veg is I've got loads: cauliflower, broccoli, leeks. I got almost a whole bunch of celery. I've only used 1 stick of 6 or 7. Which is why I've been waiting for a day to cook. And we've been having this strong wind and shit every day. Today was the first day where I could have, but I was planning for this all day instead and trying to tidy and sort out the tent. Now I've got, like, the family sliced white lasts almost forever. Some of the finger buns, the hot dog buns I've got, are starting to get a little speck of blue on the outside. But it's I can just nip that off and still use. I'm going to use those in the next day or 2. I was planning on doing pancakes today, but I'm not hungry. I'm not in the mood right now. Maybe I'll do a separate video tomorrow. of the different attempts and the different styles of pancake that I might attempt. But yeah, I've got to do something. I've got to make a stew or a soup. I don't have any kind of, well, I've got a whisk, but I don't have a blender. I've got a potato masher though, that might do. So a soup or a stew, just without all that stuff thrown in. I've got sausages that need using, 3 different lots, from hot dog sausages to German kind of bratwurst or whatever they are, to proper normal sausages. Some of those need using. I've got cheeses that are starting to look less than perfect. Got lots, but yeah, I'll be good. I mean, I've got the fridge freezer thing there. The problem was I had so much, not everything fits in. But the stuff, I'm more organised now. I've got it sorted now. The stuff that's outside now is the treated meats, the what's the word they used? Processed, like mortadella or not pastrami, but something like that. You know. I've also got the stuff that I like. What's the Spanish sausage? Not fuet, the other one. The more spicy one. It's got chuz in it, hasn't it? Has it? No, maybe I'm just thinking salchicha, which is just Spanish for sausage. What do I mean? What's the one I like? What's the one, if you want a spicy sausage that's Spanish to cook with? I can't think of the fucking name. It comes in a horseshoe shape. Both ends tied together with a bit of red string. Why can I not get the name? Why does my brain not work anymore, folks? I don't know. If you will just excuse me, I'm going to go get my jumper. It's not cold, but I'm the wrong side of comfortable. I will, no, I can't leave you looking at Tina, I don't think. We shall have to forego that. Just give me a minute. I'm just going to run straight in and out, grab my jumper, maybe my snood as well. Oh! Oh, it's warm here. Oh, let me... Sorry about that, folks. Took a little longer than expected. I stopped on the way out to close a couple of the doors. Well, to close both doors. To try and trap some heat in the tent. There's no point having it get red hot through the day and then at night, as we get to this time of day, letting all the heat out through the open doors. Close the doors, trap the warm air inside. Let's have a look which way around are we. Hitting at you. Does anybody remember where I was with my tale so far? Oh yeah, I was talking about interminable nights and not having any timepiece, and yeah, and we came, so after a couple of months in this field, I got here October the 10th, so after 2 months we're into December and Christmas is coming and I'm still just sleeping out in the field. No real cover, no real shelter. But I start to build a bed. I've been chopping wood for firewood and getting into trouble with the police for having fires in the field every now and again. But fuck that. Survival. Got to cook. Got a bit of warmth around a campfire kind of thing, a mini campfire. make coffee. No, I didn't. Did I? No, not until much later. I couldn't afford, coffee's expensive. I know, I didn't have a cup of coffee from the start of being homeless. Oh, the only one I had was when I was at Anita's after the field flooded that time. But then we went 4 or 5 months with no coffee. This was where I was dreaming of maybe being able to buy a 12-pack of beer, a case of beer at Christmas for $2.65. Couldn't afford it, folks. Could not afford $2.65 at Christmas for a case of beer. So in the end I got a brick of wine, 1 litre Tetra Pak of wine, and 2 bottles of cola. But I had found a bottle of vodka in the meantime, about a month earlier. So that was my Christmas. But over Christmas I'd started, because I'd been chopping wood, pallets and some big pieces. I'd got these stakes, big pieces of wood that if it doesn't chop straight, if it goes off, you end up with a pointy bit of wood. And I would put two into the ground, kind of back to back, and then I'd found about 50 planks of wood, really quite thick, and I put those in between these stakes, put the stakes in the ground, and put these chunks of, they were almost square in profile, in cross section, and I'd stack 4 or 5 of those on top of each other with stakes either side, and then tie the stakes together at the top, well, just below the top, and then put a final stake, one of these cross section, one of these big pieces of wood, these I haven't got the word, these beams of wood, I guess you'd say. So I'd tie it a couple of inches below the bottom, then the top thing would be just another one of these beams across, and I did 3 of these. So you need 12 stakes in the ground and a load of these beams of wood, and then I had a load of planks that I kind of wove, and I made a platform. I built a bed about 3 foot off the ground in case it flooded again. And then when I was on that platform, that bed, if you will, I decided I was too exposed. I didn't like being so visible to people here and to people at the top, to people at the bus stop and people on the bus. Suddenly, instead of being down at ground level and kind of more or less invisible to everybody, suddenly, the grass here was a lot higher back then as well, but suddenly I'm up above. Suddenly people living here know I'm here. Maybe they've seen me once or twice and they've waved, but they might have thought I was just walking the dog or something. But suddenly I'm visible. But not just visible, I'm exposed to the wind. And the wind seemed to come straight from the kind of the north there, or the northwest. Seemed to just channel straight down my bed. And the opening where my head is, the wind would just whoosh right in. So I decided I needed a shelter. So every time I went out, I was looking for broom handles or big branches or something. But broom handles are kind of a standard size. So I was trying to push those down into the ground, and I got about 10 in the end, but some of them were shorter and some of them broke. I ended up with 6 broom handles in the ground, and that became the basis of my first shelter. 6 broom handles and a bloody big tarp that I found somewhere that had holes that you could walk through. I could stick my head out, and Tina walked out of one at one point. So I had to fold the plastic double, put it over, and that was my first shelter. That was just after Christmas, into the January. And this is where the rats and things, the mice and the rats could just, because it was just a tarp hung over some stinks, they could just walk in and walk under. That was hell. That wasn't good. And the friends bought me some mouse traps from the Chino Bazaar, Tina and Anita, and they fell apart. The first time they went off and there wasn't a mouse in them, the first misfire, I tested one. you know, the first time it snapped with nothing in, it pulled all the staples from that hold the spring and the mechanism and the trigger. Just exploded. So I think they got me 3 mouse-sized ones and a bigger one, supposedly a rat trap. One of them just fell apart instantly. Tina's husband fixed one. He was a carpenter, joiner, cabinet maker. I think cabinet maker. That's the top level, isn't it? But he took the parts of the mousetrap away and fixed it. But you have to be careful. That, like I said, it's a bricks and mortar Temu. So yeah, that was. But I built a shelter. Now it had a concave roof to begin with, because it was just slung over 6 broom handles, 6 mop handles, with stones on the plastic to hold it in place when the wind blew. But this was where I came up with the idea of hammering some stakes into the ground, and tying some tree branches upright, tie the bottom to the stake which is in the ground, because you can't hammer the thin end of the branch into the ground, but hammer stakes into the ground, tie the sticks, and then bend them over and form an arch. Tie the arch together at the top, and now suddenly you've got a convex roof instead of concave. And all was well for a couple of months, wasn't it, Tina? And then what happened? Tina a gentleman of a certain age has to get up a couple of times in the night, go out in the field and have a slash. And Tina didn't like me getting back into the bed. It was a single bed, it was narrow. So when I got on the bed, she was worried she was going to get pushed off the other side. And so she didn't let me we ended up fighting for space. And all of that movement over that couple of months, the bed eventually collapsed like lengthways. I'd built it to not move like side to side, but I wasn't expecting there to be a tussle and for it to be going that. It wasn't built to support that too much. I wasn't expecting that. So one morning I wake up and I'm looking up and so remember, I'm 3 foot off the ground, and then I'm on top of a mattress. That's another 6 or 9 inches, a proper single mattress. And so we're up in the archway. I've got the convex roof, but we're sleeping up in the. I reach up and touch the ceiling, you know. I wake up one morning and I'm looking. I'm thinking, fuck, the roof's a long way away. And then I realise that my feet are higher than my head. The whole thing's gone over kind of so slowly. It didn't go with a. It's just overnight. It's just gone like backwards, and my head's in the wall, in the fabric of the tent, in the plastic, and yeah, that was trying to get out of bed when your feet are about 18 inches higher than the rest of you. And you've got a dog complaining about it all as well. Hey, babe. Let's have a cuddle. Yeah. Let me see how hot my coffee is. It's not going to be very hot, is it? We're 2.5 hours in nearly. Okay. It's always a surprise. I always forget how good this cup is. Thank you, Karen. I don't know if she's here yet, no? Oh, is chat frozen or am I boring you? Is nobody talking to me? I'm going to go top chat, back to live chat, see where we are. Oh no, that was Farmer and his suggestion of, was it bread and oranges? I'm going to have to take this, the air's getting damp, I'm going to have to take the sugar, flour and milk, powdered milk in, and the other bits and pieces. Do that in a moment. So I had to rebuild and rebuild the bed, and I made a bigger one. I made a double bed platform But that meant I had to extend the shelter outwards. I had to take some of those, I had to move some of those mop handles, but I also needed 3 or 4 extra mop handles or to do something. But I'd found in the meantime, one night, I found 2 of these big solid wooden kind of farmhouse dining chairs. And I decided to use those as the base, as a much more solid base for the bed. So I had one facing in from the side of the bed and one facing in from the bottom. So that's the bottom end of the bed. And I'd got a load of bricks. So I made 2 piles of bricks. And this thing I'd done where I'd got these planks, I'd found some planks, and I'd used these flimsy planks with the first bed and woven them. But in the meantime, I'd found these proper planks that were about 3 inches deep. Solid. I had 4 really solid ones and one a bit thinner and more bendy. So I put that at Tina's side of the bed. Not right on the end, but one plank in. And really solid bed, folks. 2 piles of bricks and 2 dining chairs at the other end. And that was my bed. That was my double bed. I had a double mattress, and a little while later I met a bloke called Damien. The 2 blokes, Damien and Simon, and Damien brought me a second mattress, which this is why I've got 2 mattresses still, one on top of the other. So this is a few months later. This will be April or May when I met Simon and Damien. But still, months of no nighttime entertainment, no light, no nothing at night. Months. Then I found a clock in a bin, and there was a battery laying on the floor. Didn't have much charge, but I put it in. Nothing to begin with. I had to scrape away some corrosion. Put it in. Oh, the clock needed AA. I only had triple. The one I'd picked up was triple. But if you put 3 1-cent pieces behind it, extend it, and you can turn a AAA into a AA with 3 1-cent pieces, and it worked. Kind of a jigsaw puzzle shape, black with bits missing and an extra bit sticking out. Some of the numbers are kind of missing because of the cutouts for the jigsaw shape. But you could tell the time with it. So I set it going, I walk off, I go up the hill to the pharmacy. They've always got these signs outside that tell you the time and the temperature. I make a mental note of what time it is. I allow 10 minutes for getting back, and I set the clock. And we're great until the battery, the spring and the battery and the coins ping out, and then you got to look on the ground and find the battery. If it happens within 10 or 15 minutes of you last looking at the time, great. But if you wake up in the middle of the night and it's fallen out, you're fucked again for the night. That was an interesting period of time. But not long after, I'm looking through a bin in the dark one night, under a street light, or near a street light. I open it up, and there's 3 things shining in the bin. Little solar powered lights. And this was a revelation. It's going to sound silly if you've not been there, if you've not been in this desperate. Night times were so fucking long and lonely. Tina, leave the lady alone. Yes, it's a pretty lady from the end. No. Shush. Quiet. Tina. It's okay, friend. She's a friend. It's okay. Where was I? Oh, these lights in the bin. If I could perch them when I'm kind of propped up in bed, kind of semi-recumbent, half laying down, half sat up. But if I put 2 of them on my chest, and if I held one, I could read at night. I'd have to put them out. I'd have to remember first thing in the morning. So they were kind of again, it's that kind of A-frame shape, that slope. One side is the light, and one is a mini solar panel. and there's a battery inside, a little circuit board and battery inside, rechargeable battery. Man, revelation! I could sit and read a newspaper, just about read a book, almost do Sudoku or other puzzles at night. Oh man! Oh, the joy! I know I sound stupid saying it. I know I sound stupid. I'm smiling just thinking about it. Now I've got so much light available at night, you can't fucking believe it. I have to turn them down and turn them off because they're too much. I got a whole string of fairy lights that I've just never put a battery in, I've never opened. They're my fallback fairy lights. There aren't many places to hang things, but I've got my lantern that likes to attack me at night and knock my beer over or knock the phone over. And my fairy lights hanging off a coat hanger. But back then, the dimmest of light at night, they're just little night light things, and they've been thrown away by somebody because obviously they're not working as well as they would have originally. They've lost their brightness or whatever. Probably could have just swapped out for new rechargeable batteries. That would have probably done it, but I didn't have the technology, didn't have the screwdrivers, didn't have the money to be buying rechargeable batteries. But someone's thrown them out, and I've made use of them, and that was a big step up in my life, in my mental health. Something to do at night. If you wake up in the night, I'd put one of these lights under the clock. So I wake up in the night, and fuck, okay, it's 4 in the morning. I knew what time it was, as long as the battery in the clock didn't fall out with the coins. A little while later, I found another clock, the one I've still got. It's digital, with a thermometer and alarms and all the bells and whistles. But yeah, having that clock and then getting those lights and then having the night, not having to just go to sleep at 6 or 7 o'clock. My choice was to just get in bed and go to sleep, or to go off and walk around the bins and see what I could find next to or on top of or inside the bins. We walked miles and miles and miles some days. But on the upside, I would always have Mercadona shopping bags with me, carrier bags, the king of carrier bags. And I'd have one on my shoulder, and I'd have at least one in a pocket, or in the bottom of the original bag, the first bag. Some days I'd come back with three bags full, one on the shoulder, one on each hand, and I'm trying to walk a dog, back when she could walk. And when she could walk, she wouldn't fucking behave, would you, babe? But coming back with 3 bags full of either food or resources. A new frying pan. I had 4 frying pans at one point. One of them was one of those griddle ones, you know, with the ridges. Heavy cast iron thing. What happened to that? Oh, they got stolen when the police raided and took all my belongings. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. We're not far away from it, are we? So yeah. Revelation, having a bit of light, being able to read, and then meeting Damien and Simon. I mean, that's when things really picked up for me. Damien got me a camping stove and a couple of the dome canisters of screw top. So I could cook. I could make coffee without having to spend all day chopping wood first. Tina, stop it now. Stop. That's enough. Anita and Tina were going home around this time for like 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, however their things, you know, however that works. And they didn't want to lose contact with me, so they said they were going to get me a phone. And I thought, oh, that'd be nice, a second-hand phone from one of these repair shops or something, you know, 30, 40, 50 quid. Or maybe they were going to go to Carrefour and get one of those 65 quid. The cheapest smartphone you could get at the time was about 65, maybe 70 euros. And so I said that, and I said, well, do you want to walk all the way to Carrefour? Because I fucking don't. And so they walked me to this little commercial centre, this little Finnish commercial centre just down the way. And they said, well, they've got one with 64 gigabytes and one with 128 gigabytes of storage. What do you want? I'm like, are you sure? That's going to be expensive. And just which is the best? What do you want? I said, well, bigger is always better. So they just bought me a smartphone out of the blue, so I could stay in touch with them when they'd gone home, so they could know that I'm safe, that I'm not getting flooded out. Oh, I missed a bit. Talking about getting flooded out. So I told you that in the October and the November, this field flooded. So they were going home for Christmas, Tina and Anita. They went home for Christmas. This is not when they got them in the phone. That's April or May. But I wake up one morning and there's fucking heavy equipment going off, like really close by. Really close by. We got a fucking digger and a backhoe thing going off there, and then a bulldozer up and down the fucking road. And I'm like, I'm dead worried. There's literally fucking machinery in the field. And they're ploughing up and ploughing's not the right word, but they're levelling up and down. And I'm like, how far are they going? How large? How large an area? So I have to go up there in my best Spanglish and ask. There's a guy with a clipboard, and then there's the guys doing the work. You know how it is. I go at the guy the guy with the clipboard's leaning against the bus stop, while the guy with the backhoe's kind of digging a bit of a ditch and flattening land out and what have you. And I'm like, I'm trying to think of the right words, but so like Ketimano Elzona. Thona. Nah, you got to work out some areas they do the th and others they don't. But I'm asking, like, what size area are you going to be? What do you do? And he didn't really get what I was asking. And I'm like, me acampa, mi tienda. You know, I'm camping. It's my tent. Do I need to move? Are you going to just drive the bulldozer through my fucking belongings? What's going? And he's, oh no, come on, no, like relax, relate. No. And I'm like, oh, fuck. But yeah, for 2 days they're working in the field and also flattening this road. Because when the water runs down and wears it away, you get like a crown in the middle of the road. So the wheels are churning both sides, but leaving, and it hammers away at the bottom of people's cars. So the guy in the bulldozer's scooping that crown away, and the other guy's digging a ditch at the top of the field, and I've got no understanding why or how. And they work for a couple of days, and the guy who's here, he's in the end, the guy with the backhoe comes down here and starts fucking shoveling things off the road and into the, and I'm like, fuck mate, you're throwing shit at my tent. But they go, after a couple of days they're gone and it gets quiet. A couple of weeks later, like literally about a week before Christmas, when in that first year here, in that first few months in the field, like I said, I'd missed this, so I'll jump back. And a few days later, they start doing something similar. They start digging away at the top of the road, this little track at the top where it meets the main road. They block half of it off and start digging away and scratching away, and then they pour concrete. And then the other half, they wait for that to set, leave it a day or so people can go, and then they do the other half, dig it away, pour concrete. And I'm trying to work out what it is, and I work out it's a drainage ditch that's going to cross the road and go off into a gully and off to the sea. So no more flooding. They're not maintaining it, so a little bit of flooding recently, this year. Well, back end of last year technically. Anyway, where was I? Oh, Anita and Tina going home and they buy me a phone. So this is in the March or the April. And about the same time that I meet Damien and Simon. I've got the phone, and I've got this. I've been back when I was laying in the field, playing wish lists. If I had €5 now, what would I do? If I had €10, if I had €50, what would I do? What would I get? How would that change my life? So I was staring at the stars when we were laying out here, and now I've got a shelter. The shelter's starting to fall to pieces, and it's on its last legs. If you see my first ever video, this is where we're at. I got the phone from Anita and Tina. I've got half an idea of starting a YouTube channel, which people are telling me is preposterous. You've not got the charisma. You've not got the riz, they call it now, don't they? The young'uns. Charisma is too long a word. It's been shortened to riz. I don't have the riz or the voice, apparently. 1,690 something people will probably agree. But anyway, suddenly I'm in this shelter with the broom handle still and a broken tarpaulin. It's at the end of its life. It's been there for 4 or 5 months in the sun, and it's for every time the wind blows, there's more and more holes. You look up in daylight, and it's like a what do you call the astronomy places you go to and you see all the stars on the roof? Fuck, vocabulary, folks. No. Anyway, you know what I'm on about. It's like I'm looking at the night sky with stars, all the pinprick holes, and occasionally you get a big. So, I'm on the phone. I'm seeing that there's going to be 7 to 10 days of solid rain and thunderstorms, thunder, lightning, wind, and rain. And I'm in this broken down fucking. And I start talking with these two. Tina's barking at 2 blokes as they walk past, who I later find their names, Damien and Simon. We get talking. One's Irish, one's English, and this is when they come back that night and bring a bit of food and some things, and then Damien turns up one day with a camp stove, a pair of almost like training shoes, but in a walking boot style. I've literally only just thrown those away. In fact, I think they're just outside the tent waiting to be thrown away. The sole fell off entirely 3 years after I got them, more or less. But Damien comes out, the camping. There's a video. It's one of my first thank you videos, and a week or so later, Simon comes along with some bits and pieces, and then he says, "We're looking to get you a tent." And a week or so after that, they turned up with it, and that's 7th or 8th video on the channel where I take the shelter down. I think you can watch me deconstruct it and take the bed apart and everything. Take that apart and and move the shelter away and put a tent up. Oh, what a revelation. Only problem, and this is with hindsight, only problem is, again, the tent comes down to the floor and stops, and a separate ground sheet inside. Separate bedroom, and then a what was the word I was using at the time? Not a foyer, but God, I am bad with words. A vestibule. I don't know, what are you going to call it? There was the bedroom end, and then it sloped down, so there wasn't that much room. The volume was halved by the slope, and but I was grateful for anything that I got. But yeah, they could still come under. They didn't get into the bedroom much to begin with, until they tunneled in 7 or 8 months later. But yeah, what a revelation! Having a tent instead of the crappy shelter that I'd built. Don't get me wrong, I was proud of my shelter, because, like I said before, I don't know how to be homeless. I've got no fucking clue. I'd watched a few of these woodsman, survivalist, prepper type things. Got a bit of a prepper mentality, but I was totally unprepared for being homeless because of the way it happened, and being in a foreign country at the time, and not having access to any of my money because my bank have stolen my money. Technically not stolen, but declared my bank account dormant and closed it until such times I can prove my ID by walking into my specific branch in the UK. Anyway, I digress. These two guys, Damien and Simon, what a godsend. Over the course of 2, 3, 4 months, they were here bringing me bits and pieces. Ever so grateful for everything that they both did. Ever so grateful. But I had a tent, folks. I had a tent. I'd got a phone. I'd got a smartphone from Anita and Tina. They bought me the phone, a SIM card, paid for the first month's, whatever you want to call it, the first month's pay as you go, the first month's credit. And they gave me some money for the next 2 or 3 months so that I could stay in touch with them. And yeah. And then I think when Anita came back, she got me a little radio, or had she already got me that? Oh no, I think she'd already got me one earlier. No, it's a little early, but not too much earlier. And then Damien, he didn't know that I'd got a radio. He got me that one of those survival radios that you can crank. It's got a solar panel. It can be charged from USB. All of that stuff. It's around this time as well that my portable fold-up solar panel that I had, the surface was getting white and crusty, and I was struggling. And I'd started the YouTube channel when this thunderstorm thing was happening, and I was walking up to Torre del Moro to charge power banks and to charge the phone. I had a power bank. Must be Damien again. I can't quite remember all the specifics, folks. But the solar panel was failing. It was charging slower and slower because this white crusty build-up. So I published this fact, and 2 guys got in touch with me and said, we've got a little solar setup, and that's these. You can just see them. I don't know why it did that. I clicked flip to flip the camera, but it clicked the pinged message. Do you see those? You see the little solar panel over there? There's another one just behind it. It's obscuring the other one, but those 2 solar panels there. 2 guys, Mark and Jeff, contacted me when I'd posted that my panel was kind of failing, and those are 10 watts each, and well, it was one panel, a battery box, and a solar charge controller, and they got in touch with me and brought that, and not just that, but they brought me water purification tablets. I was struggling to get water. If I drank the water from the foot wash at the beach here, I would have bad gut. Not just me, but Tina as well. Now other people tell me they drink from the other ones and they're fine, but this particular one always gave me gut rot. Kind of a slow burn gut rot. You know, you could feel the pressure building, but it wasn't like get to the trees now. It was, you got an hour or 2, but then you'd go and it was explosive. But it got the dog as well. I thought she was more hardy and would cope, but no. But these guys, they were bringing me these water purification tablets and other bits and pieces. They brought me not a tarpaulin, but a ground sheet. Same difference. I don't know what technically I don't know what the difference is. Probably just the size. Maybe the tightness of the weave. I'm not sure. But anyway, yeah, Mark and Jeff were helping and doing stuff. I had Simon and Damien, but Simon and Damien, they were both mid-divorce and were going back to their various countries, Ireland for one and Britain the other, and yeah. Well, thank you. If any of you, Anita, Tina, if you see this, Simon, Damien, thank you so much. Mark and Jeff, I'm going to scroll back through chat, but yeah, I greatly appreciate all the help from anybody ever. But yeah, I was building the channel though, building the YouTube channel. When I got to 100 subscribers and I was allowed to start streaming, the rules have changed, so I think you need 50 nowadays to start. but I got to 100. Was it? Or was it 200? I got to 100 anyway, and someone came along and brought me another tent. Subscriber number 100 brought me a I can't remember, I think it's a 3-man tent, 2 or 3. And I've kept it because that's like my backup. That's my emergency tent for if, I don't know, if I have to get on the lam, if I have to run it, or if something goes catastrophically wrong, that would be my backup. So I've still got that. Appreciate that. I think I must know this person because they refuse to identify or name themselves. So it's someone known to me, I think. But anyway, on with the story. So I've got a phone, I've got light, I've got a radio, technically 2 radios at this point, but not for long, one of them packed in rather sharpish. I've got some new clothes, 6 or 12 packs of socks, pairs of socks. Also the gas stove, the little camp stove. I'm on the up, folks, at this point. I'm on the up. The channel's building. People are helping. I've got the little solar setup with this 12-volt battery. These one of these panels. Later on, I was given the second one as well. I was struggling through winter next time around. One panel wasn't enough with the short hours. 10 watts. But yeah, and I've built from there, folks. I've built from there. As the months go by, I got a lot, you'll have seen the videos, I got a lot of stick from the police, a lot of grief, a couple of arrests for missing a court date that I was never told about, one arrest for not showing ID, but I didn't have ID that they would find acceptable, so I couldn't show ID, but still guilty, according to them. And I got my dog kicked as well. Oh, and the time they came around, so I'm in that first tent, and I'd start live streaming. This is a turning point, folks. When I did live stream number 1, live stream 0, what was it called? TrampCast 001. Look it up if you haven't watched it. 2.5 hours of goodness. But that's when Delta Mike met Karen. Karen's husband was subscriber number 34 or 35. And when I started live streaming, she was over here on holiday with her mum. He was back looking after family and the dogs, and he said, "Hey, that guy, he's doing his live stream." And she came in. She'd never watched a live stream before. Didn't really know what a live stream was. She'd never used chat, obviously, and she said hello. And I'm talking about it now. My beard's down here. My hair. You got to remember, my hair was long. I had a ponytail at one time, and not just long. I'd had this elastic band thing. This, what do you call them, scrunchie, but it had kind of melted in the sun, and it had oozed into my hair. And over time, it was twisting and pulling tighter and tighter. It was like scalping me. And I'd grabbed that and taken scissors. This would have been before that first Christmas. I'd gone around it and just. It took me 2 weeks to ease the whole kind of bun up and off, and then just to go around. I thought it was going to be a Friar Tuck with like a bald patch, but no, it gave me an almost decent kind of crew cut at that point. But now we're 6 months later when I do my first live stream, and I'm complaining about the beard and the hair. And I haven't got scissors. I haven't got the tools. I don't have the skills. I haven't got the money to go to the barber, even though it was only 6 or 7 euros. But the barber I used is an hour's walk away now from here. Certainly 45, near Carrefour. 45 minutes from here. But I haven't got money for a haircut. I haven't got the tools here. I haven't been washing my hair. I've gone months and months without washing it. And Karen says, "Oh, hello. I'm a hairdresser. I'll come and cut your hair." And either the next day or the day after, we meet up in the park in that middle field. She brings a white plastic chair, and I sit in it. She puts a towel over around me and cuts my hair and trims my beard. All manual, just scissors in a field. Tina girl, it's okay. It's okay, sweetheart. We're going soon. It's getting a little bit nippy. It's going to be dark. I don't know, folks. Should I carry on sitting outside? I can bring a lamp out, or we can go in and adopt to the position on the bed. But I'm sore as hell from the last couple of nights, the last couple of live streams, Lino Ma'am, where we're coming for 3 hours in, only 7 more to go. So anyone who's dropped in and doesn't know what's going on, I have been in Spain. This is a story I've been telling. I've been in Spain 10 years today, for better or for worse, legal or not. I was legal when I arrived. Long story. I'm kind of telling it as we go. But so I'm doing a 10-hour stream to celebrate, commiserate, commemorate 10 years in Spain. 1 hour for each year. That's what we're doing. If you are totally new, I'll give you the initial spiel. It's been 3 hours since I've done it nearly. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike. That's me. Not my real name, but it's the one I go by online. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. Well, homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. We had one a few days ago, or maybe a week ago, who was of that kind of opinion. A bum, someone living rough, perhaps sleeping on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Initially, literally in a field, nowadays in a tent in a field. Intermediate steps, a bedroll in the field, a shelter made out of 6 broom handles and a tarpaulin, and then variously larger and larger tents, and now we're kind of getting smaller and smaller again. But that's, we'll get there. So yeah, where are we up to? Where are we up to with the story? The first tent, which lasted about 7 months, second hand. But this tent, one Friday morning, really windy day, and end to end, it's about 4 meters long, bedroom and then the vestibule. That's what I was looking for earlier. I don't know if I found it. Now I have. The entire length of the roof just split in one go. There were no seams or anything to stop it. There were 2 poles, 2 fiberglass poles that crossed to form like a dome, and then there was a separate piece at the front, a separate. It's like an igloo shape, really, but sloped in at the front. And so that cross, those 2 cross poles were on the outside of the bedroom, but on the inside of the tent. So the fabric of the tent, the skin of the tent, was stretched over these poles. So there were no seams for the, like no sleeves with the poles through, except right at the front here. So there was nothing to stop the fabric just splitting end to end. And it did. It didn't break a little bit and then a little bit more, and a week later a little, no, it just gone. On a day with storms predicted. Now fortunately the storms didn't happen, and a few days later a Russian guy that I talked to, Dima, Tina, shush, it's a friend, shush, you know him, hey, no, you don't like his dog, but you know him. Yeah, he split into him, but a few days later, a Russian guy, I think the next day or day after, a Russian guy that I speak with that stops by helped me put this ground sheet that I'd got laying around from Mark and Jeff. But he helped me fix it and tie the bits. One man, it's really difficult to put something like that up when the wind's blowing, and you gotta get in position and get tent pegs in and guy lines, or form your own cordage, or you know, tie everything down. Well, you need 2 people basically, and this guy helped me, so we managed. And I lived under that tent for at least another 6 months. And this is the one towards the end of that. That's where the mice are tunneling up into the bedroom. They're not coming in through the wall or under the walls or anything. they tunnelled, they bit the way up and through, and I had these drawers with some hardboard over the top of each one, so that I'm using them as boxes to store food. And when they get into my stored food, little bastards. But yeah, oh, memories, folks, memories. What's the next? I guess meeting Karen. We covered meeting Karen. She didn't just cut my hair that time. She's become a firm friend, and her family, firm friends. Hello, Christine, if you're out there. I doubt you're watching this, Les, but let's take a quick note of a timestamp. We're on the 3 hour mark, so 3 hours and 30 seconds on my clock here. I shall tell Karen if she's not around. I'm going to scroll back and see. There's Roger, DJ Son. Hold on. I love your personality. Thank you. Afternoon, Mike. Darren? Hello, mate. Let's go, Darren. Let's go, Tramp. Afternoon, Mike. How's things? And Tina girl. Yeah, we're all right, mate. She's down here. Oh, I never plugged this thing back in. I got to take a quick look at the. Fuck. It's a good job I took a quick look, folks. I'm on 6% on the phone. 6. I didn't notice any plinks or... Oh, I've got do not disturb mode on, haven't I? There were no plinks or beeps. Fuck. I'll have to watch that because I have to make sure there's enough power going in to keep it going. If it falls much further, it'll just turn off. We've had that before, haven't we? Well, I think when it gets to... I think if it gets to 4 or 5% and you're live streaming, it cuts off. That's no good. I only unplugged it so we could look at Tina before, and I was just about to do the same. She's just down here, folks, for anybody who's wondering. Can she hear all right? I'll put the light on. Just that's a little bit better. Hey, babe. Hey, babe. Say hello to the peoples. Friends out there. We've got friends. Tina's friends. Eh? Tina's friends. Yeah. Okay, folks. Let me turn that back to the guy who thinks he's the star of the show. I know I'm not, but it's starting to get that little bit dark, a little bit damp in the air. Oh, okay. I got the ingredients out. I was going to cook pancakes for anyone who's joined late, but I wasn't feeling it. I'm going to do some tomorrow maybe. But I've got my sugar and flour and stuff out in my. I had some yeast as well, just in case I decided to go that route. Let me take these in. The egg carton as well. It's a cardboard egg carton. Just bear with me, folks. I'll grab the lamp while I'm in there. The other stuff the jam and the 2 jams and the squirty cream, the Jif lemon and honey. Those are all right. I'll grab these, bring the lamp out, and then I'll run back inside with the egg carton. Just bear with me, and I'll pick up the story. I'll scroll back through chat, say hello to everybody. And then I'll continue the story of my 10 years, I guess. We've got to do something to fill the hours. We've got 7 hours to go. Okay. Oh, bad back, bad hips, bad thighs, bad body, old body. What did they say on Lethal Weapon? I'm too old for this shit. Danny Glover. Officer Murtaugh. Where are we? No. Tina. Couldn't you barking at, sweetie? There's nobody there. There's no problem. No hay problema para ti. It's no problem for Tina. Eggs back inside. 2 seconds, folks. I'll be right back with you. Sorry about that, folks. Had to juggle some stuff around so I could find somewhere secure for the eggs, because I've been moving things around. Everyone was on that chair. I've just put everything back. The stuff I've just taken in, I put back on the big chair. I spent all day trying to clear it off. Oh, sorry, babe. Is that your foot? I think I missed. Rah. Where was I? I was scrolling. Zami, hello. Farmer, for sure, Robert, no problem. Thanks, Farm. Darren, I see Farmer welcoming Roger. I haven't seen Roger yet, I don't think. A parlour rather than... Well, now I've got a living room. Now I could call the central section the parlour or the living room. But back then it was just... It was like... So from the bedroom to the ground, diagonal. So you couldn't really stand up. It wasn't big enough to do anything in there except just store. I had a little shelf, a little trolley. Yeah, and I had a box or two at this point, I think. These tote boxes. I don't really have the vocabulary to describe them. I'm getting a little bit dark, aren't I? Ooh, what setting is that on? Top. We usually go medium. Whoa, I've caught it again. Top, medium. Did that take? Top, medium, yeah. I thought it was too bright. Bloody hell, don't start struggling to talk already. We're only a third of the way there. We're not even a third of the way there. Another 12 minutes. Coffee's still, I wouldn't say it's warmer than tepid, but it's not quite warm. It's in between. Kids up on the top road. You have to keep an eye out. It's not that long ago that they came back throwing stones, is it? A week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, I'm not entirely sure. I was scrolling back, I saw people mentioning Roger. I haven't seen Roger yet. There he is. I just got in from the vet for Willow's first vaccine. Okay, mate. Is it Willow's one of the? Oh, you've only got one left, have you? Of the litter, I think. A parlour rather than vestibule, maybe. Smithy, what part of the UK was you from, Mike, and do you miss it? Originally, I'm from Barnsley, South Yorkshire. When I was 15, we hopped to the Pennines over to the Morecambe and Lancaster area. I kind of finished my growing up in Morecambe, but then I met a lass in Skirton on the edge of Lancaster, and we lived together for, well, we got married together, what, 20 years, married for 16 or so, I think, 16 or 17. Do I miss it? Lived in, so, and then when I split from her, I went back to Morecambe. So I loved the seaside, but I'm at the seaside here as well. I said earlier, I ran away from the seaside to go and ran away from the English seaside to go and live on the Spanish seaside. Oh, it jumped. How far back was that? Okay, that was Robert with loving my personality. Oh, okay, I'm back to Smithy there. Let's. All right, and that was where Farmer said about picking up prosciutto. I can't pronounce it. Okay, folks, I think I'm back up to date with everybody. Thank you for joining me here and helping me pass the time to keep nattering away and spending these hopefully 10 hours. If there's enough people here at the end, I may carry on to just before 12. Like 11 3/4 or something. I don't want to push my luck with the YouTube system. I'm not sure quite what happens when you hit 12, but I know that's the maximum that they will store from a live stream. Some people, when they do these 24-hour ones, they will do 3 lots of 8 hours or 2 lots of 11 hours 55 or something. I don't intend doing 24 hours. 10 hours will be my new record if we make it. 10 hours to celebrate, commiserate, commemorate 10 years. And yeah, we'll see. Maybe we'll do a bigger one another time. Where am I in my story, folks? I've got a tent. It's falling. So I've had my shelter. A quick summary. My bank's messing me about. I got kicked out of my apartment. I stayed with a friend for 3 or 4 months till she had enough. She kicked me out. I stayed in the park for 2 months. Didn't know my ass from my elbow. Don't know how to be homeless. Had no money. Did not have 1 penny to me. I guess I should have mentioned the 2 ladies who gave me money about on my 4th or 5th day. One gave me 15 euros, and this was a lady she was a friend of the person that I'd stayed with, and she gave me 15, and the other lady asked what was going on, and she told her, and the other lady just put a hand in her purse and pulled out 20 euros. So suddenly I had 35 euros. So that was back in the park. 2 months in the park before they came and chopped the trees down where my things were stored to make me move on. Came down here to this field, got flooded that night, flooded again a month later. Then they did some earthworks at the top so it doesn't flood here anymore, in theory. I built myself, I lived in the field for 2 months just on the ground, built a shelter, and a bed, and then a shelter around it. And then some people bought me a tent and some bits and pieces, lots of bits and pieces. A camp stove and gas, little, the not camping gas per se, but you know the kind of thing. Little camp stove and the bottles that powers it. Damien got me some clothes and some shoes, boots, a pair of trainers and a pair of something more like a walking boot. And Simon got me the tent. And we're just at the point where that tent, it split end to end after about 6 months. I put a tarp over it, and it's really falling apart at this point, about 7 months after it split end to end. So I've been in that tent about 13 or 14 months. And it's really, there's a video of the whole thing looks like a jellyfish. Possibly the strongest winds that I've been through while I've been here. And this is, I'm saying this a few days after we had 75km/h gusts. I would swear that the end of that first tent, that first proper tent, that the storm was much stronger. I almost got knocked out by a branch at the top of the road. Not a leaf, not a twig, a fucking branch. There's video of the whole tent jellyfishing. And this is just a few days before the tent was knackered. I'm trying to carry on all brave. It got a big slit down the back, like where my bedroom is. And this was where, it's about this time that Joby arrived in the field. English guy. I woke up one morning, I came out, just one more thing that Simon and Damien can go. I think it's Damien. Damien knew a bloke who had a barbecue, gas bottle barbecue, that he needed to get rid of, needed to just offload. And he had two gas bottles. One was on vapors and one was full. So if you remember the story, I had a gas barbecue here suddenly. I could cook properly, like two. It was 2 gas, like bigger than 2 gas rings. Tina, can we stop? I was cooking jacket potatoes in there. I was doing stews. I had a big pan. It was marvelous. Okay, I'm trying to make that first tent. I'm trying to eke it out. I'm trying to keep going and keep going. My friend Karen's telling me I need a new tent. We got to get a new tent. You can't keep going on. And one day, so we've come through all that jellyfishing, all of that blowing and that big gale, and then about a week or 2 later, the back wall just split, and I have a go at repairing it, duct tape and all that, but it's too big a rip. The roof's already gone. We've got a tarp over the top, or a ground sheet really over the top, and now the walls are peeling away and splitting. This was the one where Tina got excited when someone came in the field and she ran along, and I'd got her tied to a log, big spiky log, and she ran the length of the path, but she's dragging this, and it rips the entire bottom. This entire wall is ripped. it's blowing away and bits are tearing off, and now the back has just gone and it's at an end. I can't pretend any longer. And this was where you guys came to my rescue, because I'm doing the live streams, the TrampCast as was back then, the one where I do the 7 days in the life of, and people are donating money. I've got people saying I can get you a tent. I've got people saying here's €100, here's €50, and we get enough money for a proper brand new tent. And Karen's coming out in a few days, and she said I'll get you the tent this end, and we'll bring it out on the plane. Yeah, that was my big tent. That was the eight berth tent, the one where each end has a bedroom but can have a divider put in, and you can get a double bed in each part. You could literally get 4 double beds in there. And I had my living room, and Karen brought me the big chair, the big Queen Anne kind of style old lady chair. God, yeah. And of course, the police were on site. Was it the next day? Or was it that day? Both, maybe. I'd have to look back. I've had so many interactions. That was the one where, when it was up, within a day or two, the cops, that was the one where the Guardia Civil come along and say, get that fucking dog inside or I'm going to shoot it. First word out the bitch's mouth when they approached. Get that inside now or I'm going to shoot it. And that's where the guy starts, when I've decided I don't want to talk to him anymore, I'm just going to stay inside. I've taken the dog in and I'm like, well, I'm staying in, fuck you. That's when the petty little Guardia Civil little fucking puff starts picking the tent pegs up and shaking the tent. That's the one, guys, where I tell him, if you don't fucking stop, I'm going to come out there and fucking smack you. And it's all there. I think the video's still published. You can check it out. I recorded a video to begin with, and then they got nasty, and so I started to live stream because I was worried about what was going to happen. So you get the live stream first. So you get the later half of the interaction. It's about 2 hours in total. You get the later half first, and then I publish the video of the earlier part after. So they're in the wrong order, but you'll work it out if you go look. And this guy, he's totally taken aback. They don't expect this kind of language and this kind of threat. If you don't fucking stop, I'm going to smack you. You're going to smack a member of the Guardia Civil? Yes, I will defend my home to the fullest extent allowed by law. And you're not allowed to do that. Pull up tent pegs, shake tent. It's a new tent. I'd had it fucking days. I get angry now just talking about it. I can't. Is this the? It was the same. This is the same interaction where they call the bin men. I didn't realise who it was at the time. I thought it was the police. I thought they were taking it away. I thought they'd be documenting what they're taking, and I'd be able to appeal and get my shit back. And they're laughing at me while I'm saying this because it's just getting thrown in the back of a bin wagon. My barbecue, 2 gas balls, a plastic garden furniture table, 4 top quality garden furniture chairs, top quality, heavy metal with a plastic seat, plastic bucket that you sit in, but real solid, real top quality. They basically, everything that's outside of my tent, they take. Everything. Tables, and on what basis? Fire risk. Fire risk. They took bottles of water because fire risk, apparently. Oh, I was fucking fuming. I was angry. Fire risk my ass. I mean, they took my gas barbecue. It's arguable. I mean, it's gas. It's not like there's sparks going everywhere from it. It's not like it's charcoal and open. It's gas, and it's got a lid that you pull down with a temperature, with a thermometer in the top. God, I was fuming. But they took all my plates, knives, forks, everything that was out here that was cookery related. So you get literally plates, ladles, fish slice, fish, you know, all your spatulas, cups, plates, bowls, pans, pots and pans. I had nothing after these cunts had come and taken it all away. And I find out I'm on private land and they had no right to do any of it. No court order, no documentation, no receipt for what they took away, no appeals process. They just call in the bin man and just rob my shit from private land. Sorry folks, I get angry just talking about this one. But what started it off was that initial get that fucking dog. These are literal words. I'm not embellishing that. Get that fucking thing inside or I'm gonna shoot it. All through the interaction, the recording and the live stream, I'm reiterating that that's what she said, and her colleague agrees at one point. Her colleague says, yeah, she did. He confirmed it. That was the first words out of their mouth when they arrived. But they took all my stuff. Now, I released those videos and some lovely people contacted me. A lady and gent, I've got a feeling she was called Linda, but she contacted me and said, what's your priorities? What do you need? And cooking. Pots, pans, plates, knives, forks. Oh, a knife and fork. You know, a knife, a fork, a spoon. And they brought me a plastic tote with, I think there was 4 plates, a couple of cups, knives, forks, spoons, fish slice, sharp knives, all of that. But also, I've got to be careful that I don't mix up different people. I might be mixing 2 different groups here. Someone brought me the stove, the gas burner, and a gas bottle, and the hose, you know, the whole thing. And I think someone else brought the box with the plates, and a couple of pans and things. Other people contacted me and brought me things. I mean, it was tremendous. The support that I got and the number of people that were totally disgusted by the Guardia Civil's behaviour. I think this is what brought me to the attention of the mayor in the end, which caused me another set of trouble down the line. But I still get angry talking about it. Everything was these 2 small solar panels that I showed, those were outside. I had to this woman, this copper, she was begging me to step out of the tent. She was going to arrest, if I stepped out, she was going to arrest me. So she was saying, whatever you don't bring inside is going. I couldn't step outside. She made it quite clear she was going to arrest me. Watch that fucking video. I was very, very sweary. I was very, very threatening to them. But I think deservedly so. And once I found out that the entire thing's fucking illegal, on private land, it's not my private land, but that doesn't matter for the law. They don't know whether I've got the owner's permission to be here. Unless the owner indicates, unless the owner of this land, the registered owner, or someone who can prove they're acting on his behalf, until the owner or his agent, as it were, says, please get off this land, I can't be touched. I can't be touched. And I've been here that long now that he might not even be able to get rid of me straight away. He might have to do a legal process through the courts. So those police, and all the bother that I had from the police, was all entirely illegal. All of it. Oh, I get so fucking angry. Let me finish my coffee, folks. I've still not touched, or hardly touched, that first beer. I'm shaking. I'm just recounting and recalling that day. This was when I met Tom. Tom saw the I assume the live stream. He came down on his motorbike that night. Never met him before, but he'd seen it, and he comes down and says, are you all right? And we've been friends ever since. That's Tom, if you were here at the beginning when the phone rang and I had to just turn it off. Sorry, Tom, in the middle of something, mate. Oh, man. I am shaking just talking about it. Should never have happened. Pulling up the tent pegs, shaking the fucking tent, threatening to shoot the dog. Enticing me out, saying, let's go see a judge. What she meant was, let's arrest you. See, if it was, if the land was public, if it was owned by the town hall, they could move me on with a certain amount of notice. 3 days, 7 days, whatever, 10 days. They give me notice and I would have to move. But it's not. And I know it's not, because later on, we had the Policia Local out here. And I told them that the lady from the estate agents, the property seller at the top of the road, closed down now, but she had told me how lucky I was, that it's private. Because when I first moved here, some of the people in the houses there obviously didn't like me being here. And they went to her to kind of try and find out what they could do and try and trace the owners. And she found out that it was privately owned. And she told me this one day. She told me, oh, you're lucky, it's private. And that, from then on, whenever the police come, I'm just like, tierra privada, parcelo privado. Improving my Spanish. I'm actually matching my endings with the with the words. But I had 4 or 5 Policia Local here, and then they brought out El Jefe. Lots of gold braid, shoulders, cuffs, and the peak cap. Lots of scrambled egg, as they call it in some quarters. Mainly navy, I think. Call it scrambled egg, or maybe it's the other services talking about the navy. Anyway, this guy was here for 3 hours or so in the field. He didn't interact with me at all. Just scowled at me and walked around all around the field, trying everything he could to get me arrested, moved on, whatever. He got fucking nowhere. So after an hour and a half or whatever, I get bored and I just, right guys, I'm going in. Okay, I just went and sat inside, sat in my chair. Filmed a video while they were still here. Sat in my chair saying, can you hear the cunts? They're outside. I mean, even after they said, right, bye, we're off. Or one of them did, only one had English. But when he said that, they still lurked in the hedge here for 15, 20 minutes. I've said it before, I'll say it again. If I was a fucking taxpayer here, I'd be wanting to know what I'm getting for my money. What did they achieve? 5 or 6 police, including El Jefe, for 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever, and another half hour afterwards maybe, lingering in the bushes. What are you getting for your money, folks? Are you happy with that? Maybe you don't like tramps in fields and therefore you think it's good use of funds. If I was paying for that, I wouldn't be fucking happy. I'd be wanting to know, what are they achieving? Let's say they'd arrested me and taken me off. Then they'd have to take the dog to the dog pound. How much is that costing extra? A night's bed and board in the in Spain's best accommodation. What kind of threat is it? Hey, you that's got nowhere to live, let's come here. We've got walls and aircon and 3 square meals a day. No fucking toilet though. Squat and drop in a shower tray, more or less. Slightly bigger hole, but anyway, am I still up to date? Oh, hashtag, I'm seeing people welcome. Okay, hold on, let me just go back. When do you think you'll be able to return to Britannistan, asks Oscar. I've no idea, mate. I still haven't got a clear path forward. I'm just in a holding pattern. I'm surviving, that's all I'm doing. If I'm alive tomorrow, and in a week's time, and in a month's time, that's as best I can hope for. It's not just that I can't get back. I don't see a path to getting back. I don't know. Financial journalist. If a Martin Lewis or someone would write a story about me and how I'm trapped because of banks, has to be a financial journalist. I'm not just talking to any old journalist, because they're scum. They will build you up one day and then start digging around in your private life and come up with some fucking idea of a scandal or something the day after. I don't want that. A financial journalist saying, hey, banks are doing it wrong, look at this, it's a disgrace. And then the bank says, oh, sorry, yeah, let's fix that. You've seen it happen before. It's not easy, it doesn't happen often, but maybe. Let me just check on the battery level. Oh, it's a 66, that's not bad. I have lost a light from with 4 lights. We haven't got 4 lights, we've only got 3 lights. If you've been here long enough, you will remember those days. That's when I had the single panel and the charge controller and the 12-volt battery. That's going back a while now. When we were just talking about Simon and Damien and Mark and Jeff, who gave me the panels. That's how far back that is. That first tent. The first proper tent. Where did we get to with it? Let me just keep scrolling and just see whether it's getting chilly there, mate. It's a little bit cool, yeah. Everything feels cold to me though. As soon as it drops below 20 degrees, it feels cool. I'm acclimatized to Spain. So there was Zami arriving. Zami in, is it North London? I think you're in North London. I think I've seen the rest. Roger, Darren, Robert, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna carry on scrolling down. There's Michael arriving. All right, everyone, hope all is good. Yeah, it's good. We're coming, 3.5 hours into the 10 hours. We're over a third of the way there, folks. Voice is holding up okay so far. I'm on the what is now really tepid refreshments. My coffee is it's not just cool. It's unpleasantly cool. That might overstate it. It's in that unpleasant zone. Cool might not be the right word. It's just not as warm as it was. Clear sky, folks. That would normally mean cold, but cold night. But I think this is going to be a warm one again. Give me a second. I'll just type in my pin. Everything has a pin now, in case the cops get hold of shit. That's the eco flow. That's not what I came here for. So currently, really? That camera, yeah? No, that was 6 o'clock. It's not. Okay, 18 degrees currently. And it's, okay. No, that's interesting. That's changed. It was going to be, the low was going to be like 17 overnight. I guess the clear sky is messing with it. It's going to go as low as 12 that's at 8 in the morning. Most of the night's going to be 13, 14, 15. Currently 18 and dropping. Tomorrow's temperatures 21 through the day, 12 tomorrow night. Oh, all of the nighttime temperatures for the week have dropped. Oh, that's not what they were saying earlier. Everything was in the teens. And now we got some days with 8 and 9 degrees. Okay, that's not too cold. It's not too cold for a man of my ability. Have I finished this coffee yet? I have not. I still haven't. Okay, folks, where were we in the story? The first proper tent. We'd had the shelter, the shack that I built. broom handles and tarpaulin. We'd had that go. We'd had a tent. It split end to end. We'd had a tarp type thing over the top, but it was jellyfishing. It was falling apart. And Karen was telling me to get a new tent. People were donating money hand over fist to help me. Mac, was it McDonald? Mac. There's a Scottish guy and his wife sent me €100, I think. I haven't had. I don't get many in the Ton Up Club. Don't get many in the Ton Up Club. But we got so much money there, and then Karen offered to buy me the tent outright, the next tent outright, and I couldn't let her. I'd got all this money from everybody. I couldn't let her, but she was being quite forceful, and she's quite. You haven't met Karen, but she is quite. She's not here, is she? She's quite pushy. Now is like she's one of these. If it needs doing, it needs doing now. That's never really been my way. I'm the king of procrastination. I could compete in the Olympics on procrastinating. I was in the team one year, but I wanted to put it off for 4 years. King of procrastination. But so she's really pushy, and she wanted to buy this tent like outright, and then I could keep the money, but I wouldn't have felt right with that. So we agreed to split it kind of 50-50, and she picked the tent up, brought it out, like I said, I don't know, a few days later or a week later, however her holidays lined up. And yeah, again, I did a video taking the old one down, putting the new one up, and straight away cops again. Every time, folks, it's either that night or the one after. This is the one, when we put that one up, this is the one, we'd not even finished putting it up. So Joby was here in the field, helping me, Karen and her husband, put the tent up. I think we'd literally just put it up. We'd not got the bedrooms up inside. I took a shot. I went to take a shot inside the tent, like huge, without the bedroom. So you've just got the big shell, the big maximal space. It's fucking huge. It's like a football stadium in there till you put the bedrooms up and everything, and you start sectioning it off. A third here, a third there, and then your living room in the middle. And before I went inside, and I'm videoing. Watch the video when that tent goes up. I'm inside saying, "Hey everybody, look at this and look at that, and wow, it's massive, and wow, it's huge, isn't it fantastic?" And the cop comes down the fucking road. The cop comes down there. We'd not even finished putting it up. And I think Joby was sat like here, having a rest. You know, these guys have been helping me all day, kind of thing. And the cop comes down, pulls up there, goes, wags his finger to say, kind of, no, you can't camp here, and then reverses away. And then the next day or the day after that, they're back again, giving me grief. And I'm like, no, El Jefe's been here. I'm like, oh, Policía Local. I had to double check that it was Policía Local rather than Guardia Civil. But oh, you're Policía Local. Oh, su jefe, aquí. Ah, su jefe. No hay problema. There's no problem. He can't do anything. It's fucking, you know, parcelo privado or tierra privada, whichever way you want to go. And she takes a photograph and fucks off. Off to consult with El Jefe. I could be mixing up different tents and different views, but whenever a tent goes up, they're here. Put a shiny new tarp over the top, they're here. That's why when we put this one up, I'm jumping way forward because we've just put one new tent up. This is the next new tent. This is way later. But when we put this one up, we took the tarp off the previous, or tarps it was, wasn't it, to begin with, for the first month or two. We had the disguise, if you like. We took tent down, put new tent up in an hour and a half, and then put the old tarps back over the top to make it look exactly the same from the little track here and from the main road. You couldn't tell it was a new tent. And then after a month or two, those tarps fell apart, and that's when I put the really big one over. But let's step back to that second proper tent, and Karen and family helping. But this meant this was the time, folks, because everyone had been so generous, giving me all this money, and then Karen had been really generous, offering to pay for half the tent and bringing it out on the plane from the UK. Because they've got their stuff here already. They don't normally have hand luggage. They don't normally have checked-in luggage, but this time they had a tent, so they had to hang around the airport and do all that. But it's not getting in the way of their normal luggage, because they don't bring any proper luggage. Where am I going with this? They bought the tent. Oh, because Karen's paid half. Karen and her family have paid half. I've got all this money left over, but I'm feeling guilty. Have I obtained money under false pretenses, telling people how I've almost, I'm saving for the next new tent, and people could see it falling apart, all the damage, all the duct tape, and all of the bits that were, and I'd seen jellyfishing, and they'd seen the big rip down the back of the previous tent. So we got the new tent, but I've got this money left over, and I'm feeling guilty. But at the same time, I'm asking myself, well, if I'm up front and I tell everybody who's donated, hey, if anybody feels this is wrong, me taking money from you for a tent and then kind of getting the tent by only paying a fraction of the cost, if anybody objects and wants their money back, I'll refund. I'll refund anybody who feels hard done by, or who feels that I've taken the piss. But you'd have to be one of the people who donated. I don't just want any old fucker just shouting at me saying how wrong I am. But nobody objected. In fact, I got messages back from people saying, hey mate, good on Karen, and well done you, and have at it, have the money, make your life better with that money. And this, folks, this is when life took a serious step up. Not only was I in a kind of a mansion of a brand new tent, money in the PayPal account, enough money to buy the EcoFlow. The EcoFlow River 2. For anyone who doesn't know what that is, imagine a big gold car battery that also can give you the 12 volt out, so you get the cigarette socket, but also USB sockets, and key a proper 220 volt AC, a normal plug socket, which in theory you could run an extension lead and have multiple things powered at once, as long as they're not high drain, high current. The biggest step change in my homeless adventures, my homeless time. Power, plentiful power potentially. Still only had the two small solar panels, 20 watts power. But I put a female plug socket, the female cigarette lighter there, and the EcoFlow comes with the male cigarette lighter adapter that plugs in the back in the DC port, in the solar port in the back. So I could charge it in a day at 20 watts at a time. But Karen said, hey, here we go. So I've used all my money, most of my spare money, to buy the EcoFlow and get that delivered. But Karen says, well, what would you really need to make proper use of it? I said, well, a solar panel. And then she said, okay, how much are they? And we looked it up, and I thought they were going to be like 120 or 130. We found one at 85 apparently. She said the other day. And then she said, okay, you've got your EcoFlow for storing the power, you've got your solar panel for getting the power. What are you going to do with the power? What would make life really useful? So, well, some kind of refrigeration, some kind of cool box or fridge or something. And that's where this was the mistake I made, despite some people's warnings. We got an electric cool box, like a picnic box, a cooler, and we got the wrong type. It wasn't a compressor for proper refrigeration. It's a a silly, it's not a thermocouple, it's a thermoelectric device thing. Sensors, there's a hot side and a cold side. The temperature differential creates a small current. No, well, you run it the other way. You put a current in. You can, the same device that can generate a current, but you, like with a motor, you can plug power in and create the temperature differential and exhaust the warm side for cooling. But it's very inefficient, use a lot of power, never really got cool. It was okay for it was okay through that first kind of summer and autumn, but then it got worse because it got infested over winter, and then it never worked properly again. It was never great, but after winter it just didn't work half as good as it had previously. But what I was saying was, I'd used my money buying the EcoFlow. Karen loaned me the money for the other 2 items to help me get them, to get the solar panel and then the cool box, and I paid her back as soon as I was able, which she argued with because that's Karen. Too generous to a fault, and I'm the biggest fault you can meet. But yeah, I paid her back, she helped, but I had cooling then, I had power. I found a fan. This was when I found the columnar kind of fan, a column where the entire inside kind of rotates. It's kind of a corkscrew blade inside. The whole thing spins inside. That was that summer. That tent and that summer. So I was able to stay cool inside the tent. My tent wasn't hitting 50 degrees Celsius. We were able to open the doors and set the fan going and direct some cooler air into the bedroom. You've got these 2 doors kind of almost opposite but offset from each other. Open them up, you've got a through draft, but your bedrooms are still, they're not getting that air circulating. But a fan makes that happen, stirs the air around. And I had AC power, I could make that work. Also, this was where, when I got the EcoFlow, actually, I'd ordered the EcoFlow and it hadn't arrived. Me and Joby went to the supermarket one evening, walking the dog and going to get some shopping. And as we're walking up, we see something next to the bin. And we're like, it can't be. It's like covered in bubble wrap, but it's kind of a flat panel shape. Fucking television. Inside the bubble wrap kind of bag, with the base visible, shiny base. I think it's a Samsung 32 inch. And the remote control sat, was it perched on top of the screen, or it might have been on top of the base? We're looking at it going, it can't be. But we're going to the shop. Well, it'll be gone by the time we get back. Well, do we want to get it now and walk back? Nah. And we're like, it probably won't work. But we went and did the shopping, and then it was still there on the way back. So we picked it up and brought it back and waited a week for the EcoFlow to be delivered. And we plugged it in. It only went and fucking worked. There's a bit of a, on loud noises, when there's an explosion, you're watching a bit of sci-fi or something, and there's an explosion, there's a bit of crackling on the top end, on the base really, it's the base. Those explosions rumble, and one of the speakers is a little bit, probably why they got rid of it. But it's not bad enough to ruin anything. For a tramp in a field, I thought it was marvellous. But that's been more of a joke than anything else. I've only ever watched, I spent one evening watching, downloading stuff onto the phone, using an on-the-go, either an on-the-go cable or an on-the-go adapter, putting it to a pen drive, thumb drive, and then plugging the thumb drive in the back of the telly, and watching, I don't know, a bit of Star Trek or something. I've spent an evening watching whatever I'd moved onto the pen drive, and I've never plugged it back in since, I don't think. If I plug that in, it draws about 50 watts with the screen on, which means a full EcoFlow, 100% charged, would get 4.5 hours of TV viewing out of it before it was fully discharged. Obviously I don't want it fully discharged, I've got to charge phones and tablets and things, but I could easily in summer especially, I could easily watch an hour or two at night of TV. I haven't got an antenna, although I could buy one. But I could watch an hour or two, and I could have it on all day long through the day in summer. I wouldn't be able to see the screen probably in the brightness, but put a tarp over me and the telly so that I could see it. You know, like when you put your phone under your jumper so that you can see it in daylight. But I have that possibility. So this all happened. Suddenly I've got electric. I can charge like this lantern. You know, I can, because of the USB. Not this lantern. I had one of those, and when the police took everything away, I forgot I'd got one of those out on the clothes area, on the clothes dryer, like charging, because the top end is a solar panel, so it charges from USB, but also it'll do solar. I had it outside to get charged for free from the sun, and the police came and took the two clothes dryers and also the lamp. Fucking, I'd had it about I don't know, a couple of weeks, maybe a month. Bastards. Fire risk, folks. Fire risk. That is a fire risk. Bottles of water, fire risk. Table and chairs, fucking fire risk, obviously. Gas bottle, fire risk. But only if your house is on fire and your gas bottle's inside and the temperature gets up around 450 degrees Celsius. 900 or so Fahrenheit. 850, 800, whatever. Fire risk. Still getting angry, folks. I gotta move on. I gotta let it go. Let it go. It's been years now. Good couple of years, maybe. Shortly after we put the tent up that we're talking about, the one, would be my second tent, would it? And then the shelter prior to that. Shortly after that went up, that's when Joby went missing. He went off for a walk one day and didn't come back. He kind of disappeared. He left his tent here. He'd emptied most of his stuff out. But he'd gone off to investigate another area looking for a place, but while he was out, he hurt himself. He fell and was immobile for a few weeks. And he eventually contacts me, I don't know, a month, maybe 6 weeks later. So he'd been here in the field about 3 months. But so he was here when we put the tent up. He helped me put the tent up. He helped me bring the TV back. But shortly thereafter, he disappeared on me. We're in touch again now, though. We're all good. He's been back in the field. He was here a little while ago for a few weeks. And he's moved on again now. But I think he's struggling for cash. He plays the guitar and kind of busks. Doesn't sing, but plays. But he's not. After Christmas, money gets tight for people. January, February. Nobody donates anything. So he's struggling a little bit. Anyway, let's move on. Let me check chat. UK Richie, hello. I didn't see you, but Oscar says all cops are bastards. I kind of agree on the whole, more or less all. They talk about the odd, what's the phrase? The bad apple in the barrel. It's a bad barrel. It's a barrel full with the occasional good apple. How often do you hear about them grassing each other up when they've done something wrong? They back each other up. Oscar's off to grab a bite. Back in 15. How long ago was that? That was at 51. It is currently 58. So not long ago. I'm more or less up to date with you all. Oh yeah, I'll pick up the story then. So here I am in my tent. I've got electric. I've got a big solar panel. We're in what is my third shelter. I had a shelter, then a first tent, and then we've put the second one up. And we've had the grief from the police. We've had all that. We've had them steal all my belongings. We've had nice people turn up to help me out. And we move on. I've got electric. I've got a fan. I've got a TV if I want it, but I generally don't. I've got a smartphone. I had a radio, but that packed in. what comes next? This is probably around the time that I meet Anthony and his family. Anthony, Linda, and Ronan, his son. And they come over for a little while and come back. I met them. They came around the first time. They were just walking, trying to find me, trying to find the place, and they found me. And they came and said hello. But I was about to do a TrampCast Sunday afternoon, proper the daylight, you know, the daytime TrampCast, which has fallen into kind of disrepair or disrepute or just, it's not the right word. It's fallen by the wayside, hasn't it? But anyway, they came around and I was just about to do that. But before they went home, Ronan came back again, brought a few beers, we sat and chatted, but he brought me a bag of goodies, and amongst which was one of those barrel speakers, those Bluetooth speakers, but it's also an FM radio. The Bluetooth seems to have stopped working. I've only tested it with a tablet. The tablet won't connect to it. I will try the phone sometime soon. But the radio works. I said the other day on the, I think it's Sunday night, I spent the day, I plugged a USB cable in and that works as the antenna. And I was getting good reception on a lot of channels, but not English speaking ones, and I was searching through them. But anyway, back to the story. Brings me, I don't know, duct tape, I think a pair of scissors, some cable ties, the speakers. We sit here and we have a few beers. He brought beer nominally for me, but we sat and he spent a few hours here that evening. His dad kept ringing, saying, "When are you coming home? When are you coming home? Your food's ready." And he stayed here and we had a chat and drank beer. Only a young lad. I don't know why a 20-odd-year-old young lad wants to sit around with a 50-odd-year-old old fart like me. But we had a good evening. And he scooted away on his electric scooter thing. Shh, don't tell anybody. So yeah, I don't know, where's the next stage? What are the main events after that? I mean, that tent lasted quite a while. Again, 6, 7, 8 months without any serious damage. Now this one had the sleeves for so it's like a tunnel, it's like a polytunnel, and there are sleeves that the poles are not crossing for a dome. It's just five poles slid through a sleeve and then bent and then held. Now what happened here was, I think the sun and the wind got to the roof, and one really windy day we get a split, not the length of the tent, because the ridges, the sleeves, the seams stop at any rip from running the length of the tent, but it's got these like 4 roof panels, five sets of poles, but 4 roof panels, and a seam at the side of each one. So the roof, if we get a slit in the roof, it can't run into the wall. Big seams, big protection against that. But 3 of the 4 panels ripped in one day, and once the wind's in and getting under, it just tears those entire panels off. In one day, 3/4 of my roof is just blowing around the field. It's gone. Big tarp over the top, and or a couple, I can't quite remember. Might have been a couple of smaller tarps, you know. Yeah, we ended up with a real patchwork in the end. Multiple tarps on the roof, and I think I'm right in saying it was Karen's husband came round and helped me. He got these. He used to work on market stalls, and he knew about these big grips, these you know, like a clothes peg, but these are big well, he got some plastic ones to begin with, and we put them on, and they carried on being all windy, and the tarps would flail around in the wind, and those pegs would kind of ping off, and I'd find them 3, 4, 5 meters away from the tent the next day. We put 25 or 30 on, holding all these, and the next morning, I don't think it was the next morning, but a couple of days later we had a bad storm again, bad wind, and we'd lost 1/3 of them. I was in and out all night, like adjusting them and putting them back on. They'd ping off, and you could hear them ping off, and land. Couldn't find half of them. We went from 25 or whatever down to 13. That can't have been 25. Let's say we went from 20 down to 13. I remember 13. Yeah. So again, a tent that lasts 6, 7, 8 months, more or less intact, and then roof gone, 3/4 of it. And then over the next, I carry on living it again for another 6, 7, 8 months. I can't remember the exact. I'll look this up one day and make notes. But I'm just going from memory here, folks. But lived in that tent for over a year, well over a year. And if you look back, so that's the last tent before this one. It was a real palace when it first started, and it was a real shithole by the time I'd finished in it. If you see the video where we take, it had a real patchwork. The walls were missing as well. In the end, the roof had gone, the walls were missing. We basically just had the frame, the poles, and the seam of the tent from one end to the other. So from one pole to the next pole, next pole. There's just a seam. The roof was gone, the wall was gone. All that was holding those poles together was the seams either side. They were like indestructible, but the walls had fucked off and gone. When we took all of the tarps away, the patchwork of tarps, all that was left was the bones, the ribs, the poles. It's all that was there. It's all that was there. I was shocked at what a shithole, because I've had the tarps over the top so long, overlapping tarps, and when we took everything off, and I was just looking at what I've been living in, with mice again by the end. Was it? I had mice. I think Adam and Mel had brought those traps by the end of that tent. Oh, I'm not sure. I might be mixing things up, but it was shocking. It was a real shock to just see these. They're attached at the floor, and they're up, and there's a sleeve of material around the poles, but that's the only material there. The floor. A little bit of the skirt around the tent, but the walls were missing, the roof was missing. I'd been living for 6, 7, maybe 8 months under tarps, just bent over the frame of the previous tent. Down to two lights on this power bank. But it's okay, the EcoFlow's just over there. I'm on 92% as well, which means I can go 4, 5, 6 hours maybe. At least 6 or 7 hours in normal use, but because I'm doing the YouTube thing, not as much. But yeah, that taking that tent down, that's the one where it took me 3 days to empty it and put everything out, and it's taken me 10 months to put stuff back in. Some of it's still in the fucking field. Did I mention being a king of procrastination? I think I might. Let's see whether there's anybody. No, the last message. I'm just going to check whether that's. Oh, I'm not even on live chat. I was on. I'd switched to top chat momentarily. Okay, Zami asks, where would you like to visit? Within Spain or anywhere? I haven't really got. I'm not really a wanderer. I'm not really a traveler like that. I'm not really a touristy kind of guy. Not really. I mean, I'd love to visit somewhere like Australia, or I'd love to visit some of the Scandinavian countries in winter. I want to know what that -30 or -40 degrees actually feels like. I don't want to get caught stuck outside. I don't want to walk outside and have the door slammed behind me and wake up as an icicle in the morning. Wake up dead. I don't want any of that. But I want to know, what does it actually feel like to walk outside when it's -30? Does it feel cold? Or has all the moisture gone out of the air and fallen to the ground? Do you not realise how cold it is because it's dry? I don't know. Are there any places in Spain? I'd like to see Valencia before I leave. Apparently it's quite beautiful. Maybe a Madrid or a Barcelona, although Barcelona's gone a little bit anti-touristy at the minute. Just give us a second. Is that you again? What's that smell? I don't think so. I can't see anything. Oh, I've got moths flying around the lamp. Yeah, where would I like to visit in Spain? I don't know. I'd like to visit England one day. I don't fucking know. I'd like to visit my bank. All this insisting I have to go to my branch. My branch isn't there anymore. My branch was in Morecambe. I would have to go to Lancaster if it's still there. And if it's not, it might be as far away as fucking Preston. I might have to get a train to visit my branch. Planes, trains and fucking automobiles just to visit my branch. Because banks are closing everywhere, aren't they? Everything's fucking tippy-tappy cards. Nobody does money anymore. Do they still do cashback in supermarkets? They don't do that here. I've never seen. You can't spend a fiver and ask for 15 quid cashback or whatever. Turn your card into cash. That doesn't exist. As far as I can tell, it's never existed here. This place up the road, the little kiosk that I've only ever been to once, maybe. Went with Anthony and his family. Oh, twice. I was saying earlier about people wanting me to help with money. This guy came here, he'd been locked out of his own apartment by some people that he'd invited in, Albanians or something, and he said, oh, I'll take you for a beer. And we went there, we ordered it, it's just a can each, about $1.50 per can, and then he gets his card out to do tippy-tappy at a little wooden shack next to the road. No fucking chance. Cash only still, some of these places. It's not cash or card, it's cash. He's ordered it and he's got no fucking money. Fortunately, I'd been to the shop, I think I'd been to the supermarket for some shopping earlier that day, and I just happened to have, I think I had €4 in my pocket, and it was 3 or 3 something for these 2 cans of beer. Muggins paid. Guy comes along, he wants to sleep in my tent overnight because he's locked out of his place. And he says he'll treat me to a beer, and I end up treating him. And he's full of, I'll come back tomorrow, I'll bring a couple of cases and €20. But never seen him since. I don't know. Where am I? So no, I've no idea where I would like to visit. No. Are you doing the biting or getting bitten? No, nothing so far. Moths are okay. Haven't had any of the vampire flies yet, or mosquitoes. There was something buzzing around in the tent last night. Last few days has been a little bit too much. I think something has gone off somewhere. And today, I started the process of tidying up and reorganising. Picked a load of like old newspapers off the floor, and some of them are wet, they're damp from when we had the rain and water got in through the floor, which is a common occurrence. Once you've been in a tent for kind of 6 months or more, all of the friction from you moving around on the floor, when you're in a place like this, it's all stones on the floor, it's all rocky. You eventually puncture holes in the floor. The rain comes in, washes around and comes under. It might not just be washing under, I did make a mistake this last time when we put this particular tent up. We haven't got there in the story yet, but when we did put this one up, I guess we are there, I was talking about how there was only the ribs of the old one left. So that's 3 days to empty, a lot more than 3 days to put it all back and try and keep it organised. But where was I going with that? No? Shush. Oh, the mistake I made putting the new one up. So each tent I've had, I've left the floor in place, and maybe the carpet from the previous tent usually had a carpet or a rug, and I'll turn that fluffy side down and then we've got a base to put a new tent on. But we've been going backwards with sizes. We've been. I said we had the big eight-man one. That was the biggest. This one's a 6-man one. Consequently, it's smaller. Tina, shush, girl, quiet. Consequently, it's smaller. Well, I left the floor in place and the carpet, but the floor is wider. The old is wider than this tent. So when the rain runs down the tent, it's not landing on the ground. It's landing on a plastic sheet and is washing around under the tent, and then obviously these little holes, perforations, you get water coming in through the floor. I think that's what's happening. So when I put the next one up, I'll be sure to fold in. If we leave plastic under, I'll be sure to fold it in and under, so that any water running off the tent is hitting ground and not hitting plastic and running underneath. That was a little mistake, but I can't do anything about it right now because of the way the tent is and the tent pegs and things. Unless I take all the tent pegs out and do a, you know, when you pull the tablecloth out from under things and leave the tent stood up. I'm kidding. But we're a long way away from the next tent still. I mean, I've got the next tent, it's here, but I'm very happy with how this one's holding up. We haven't got a tarp over the top at the minute because of the storms ripping the old tarp apart. I do have 3 tarps inside, I think. 2 ground sheets and 1 tarp. Not sure of their sizes. I've got enough to cover the roof, which I probably should do if we're going to have these warm sunny days, to protect the roof. And at the minute, because the guy lines aren't there and the tent is kind of concertinaed in, each segment is a concave roof, and when it rained, the water sat in those concave areas, and right above my head in the bed leaked in. Very little, only for a short time. It was very heavy rain, but I'd be better putting a tarp back over that section, maybe getting some guy lines or rope and pulling it out so it's not concertinaed in. But I'm a little bit aware of how brittle the fabric is, and it might, the pressure of putting it out and then being hit by winds might make it more likely to split. Rather than little perforations, we might get an actual tear. I don't know. I have to work all that out. So where were we? We're at the point, I'll just check if I'm up to date. Have you been to America, Zami asks. Yes, I went to Vermont and the one next to it. Oh, fuck, we have this, Vermont and... So we landed in Boston and we went north through Manchester. There's a big college somewhere just a little bit further north up there. One of the biggest, one of the Ivy Leagues. Vermont and whatever the one next to it is called. I can never get this. I fail every time. Let me find out. It was a business thing. I didn't get much time to look around. We had a couple of walks through some forest. It was kind of spring. The snow was just melting. A few days earlier they'd had drifts about 10 foot deep in places. Let me just ask Google. I could just look at a map, but US state, whoop, that's not how you spell state. US state next to Vermont. I'm not sure which way around they are. Is Vermont on the east? The one in, there's 2 next to each other. Tina girl. New Hampshire. Okay, so Vermont is on the inside, New Hampshire on the coast. Yeah, and Massachusetts, obviously, because we landed at Boston. And of course, you get, there's there's a bus from the airport into the centre of town. We had to go get a coach for the journey. So we're on a bus, and I'm in bloody Boston bus station, coach station, whatever. And me, I had to say thank you to someone. I say cheers, don't I? In Boston, where cheers is set, and the puzzled looks of the people around me, the staff at the bus station, bus stop, ticket office, whatever you want to call it, they're looking around like I'm taking the piss, and I'm just saying thank you. Cheers, mate. It's what I say. I say cheers. I do this as well. I mean, I toast. Cheers to all of you that are here. However few that is. I think I'm seeing 11. I think I see 17 thumbs ups, maybe. Can we get that above 20, folks, do you think? We're just over, what, we're 4¼ hours in. We're almost halfway, aren't we? We're almost halfway there. I didn't get a good nap this at noon and early afternoon. I did not get a nap today. Little one, quarter of an hour, 20 minutes maybe. So I might get tired later on. Let's see whether we can do this 10-hour thing though. No idea what we're going to talk about. But I'll finish the story of the last 10 years though. So the one tent came down. The next one goes up with help of, again, Karen and family. And was Joby here for that? I don't think he was this time. Or was he? But again, cops. I don't remember whether it was on the day. I think it was the day after this time. Tina, I can smell shit. What have you done? Are you still there? Give me a second, folks. We might have some more clean up on aisle 2. Or she might just be farting badly. I will have to take the lamp with me, sorry. But I'm not going anywhere. She's just at my feet. I don't want to stand on her, that's the thing. But I need to... Oh, God, I'm in pain, folks. I'm in pain. Have you... Oh, no. It went dark. Have you? You've not? Well, one of us has got a bad ass. I thought it was you. Oh, fuck. Oh, I hope you couldn't see the fly there. No. Okay. Where's the button? Is that bright enough there, yeah? You alright with that? I'm going to go inside soon, folks. Maybe... Well, I got 40 minutes roughly until the 5-hour mark. Maybe we'll go inside on the 5-hour mark. I won't be sitting in my big chair that I was trying to clear today because I've just put a load of stuff back on top of it. So it will be straight to the bed if I can arrange. I might have to turn the camera off as we go in. I don't want you seeing the state of the main part of the tent. I got to shuttle my girl in as well. I'm going to do that. I'll have to take the light with me, I guess. Get inside, get her inside, get her onto the bed, and I need to give her a quick walk at some point. It's been 4 hours, yeah. All right. I mean, she's done stuff here, but she'll need a quick walkies at some point, won't she? Oh. So what time-wise, it's 20 past 8 my time, yeah? 22, yeah. Okay. Where are we? Farmer, it's frigging cold, but I know what you mean. Oh, when I said I want to go outside and experience like -30 or -40. Farmers in Canada, so it does get cold. Have the heat on in my car and the windows open for the cold air. Interesting. Let me just, am I where? Okay, that was where Zami asked about America. I was only there on business though. I went over for, I can't remember if it was a week or 10 days with an outfit called Joomla Shack. MLA, and shack as in hut or shed. Joomla Shack. We made templates for a content management system called Joomla, surprisingly enough, which was at the time, and I think still is, second place in the market to WordPress. Whereas WordPress is owned by a company, Joomla is an open source project. I was really keen. I am really keen on open source software. This was at the time when Microsoft said open source is cancer. Yeah. And then shortly thereafter, I visited London to an open source conference held in Microsoft's headquarters, Microsoft UK headquarters. That's a little while later, when they were trying to patch things up with the open source community. This time I clocked on. Tommy Tombstone is back. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And subscribe, perhaps. Could you get a beehive, make honey and barter it for stuff you want, stroke need? I'm not sure. I wouldn't know. I know nothing about beekeeping. I don't even know how you get the honey out of the comb or out of the hive or whatever. Also, if I start trading, I'm then breaking the tax laws, which I'm very, very aware, because I haven't done my what was called NIE at the time, and now is a TIE for Brits. Because I haven't got that, you see, they look for any opportunity to get me on stuff. Like I said, when the head of the Policia Local was here, and he spent 2 or 3 hours walking around the field, contacting different people, the land registry, immigration. He was looking for anything to get me arrested and out of the country. Anything he could get me on. So if suddenly I start like working, bar work, or I mean, I've got Tina, so it's not easy to go off and do something like that. But if I start doing any kind of trading, I imagine they'd be all over me. They're still watching me. I told you, was it last weekend? Not the one just got, not like yesterday. Was it last week that a police car was parked halfway down the road here? And as I was walking Tina, they put the full beam on and had me in the headlights. And there was a time after that stand-up knockdown fist fight with that idiot for 2 hours, and I dialed 112, the emergency number, twice. Wasn't it the day after or 2 days later there was suddenly a cop car parked outside my door? But they didn't come and say anything. As soon as I stepped outside, they reversed up the road and fucked off. What was that about? Why do you drive down this road, park outside my tent, and then when you see me, fuck off? A day or two after I've dialed basically the equivalent of 999 or 911, the European equivalent 112. Why? Why would you do that? Why would you be parked there, see me, and then fuck off? That's weird. And then park up the road, put headlights on me, hang about for half an hour, and then fuck off. Maybe it's nothing to do with me. Maybe this is just an area where cops come just to waste time. Again, if you're the one paying taxes here, what are you getting for your money when they just park up? You see them on the cliff top the other side of this bay. You'll see them on the cliff top, just pulled up, just parked up. Here, they drive to the bottom and turn right and overlook the bay from this side and just park up. What are they doing and why? What possible use are they to the public when they're just doing that? Weird. Let me get my beer drunk, folks. I'm still on my first can. Still on my first can. Can you believe it? Make sure you have a strong chain when taking Tina for walkies. Don't want any neighbours to be mauled, do we? Yeah, okay, it's a throwback to the thing the other day where we were talking about the guy who said that my dog was chasing his friends up and down this road some little old ladies that he knew walked down here, and Tina was chasing them and trying to bite them. It's a nice trick considering she can't even walk, never mind run. She can't stand up, she can't even bum shuffle now. She hasn't moved from this spot. When Nicole came, she managed to pull forward maybe a metre. That's all she's capable of now. It used to be when Tom came, Anthony came, or Karen and family came, Tina would and we're not that many months ago, they'd park down the bottom of the road, and Tina would go to them, pulling bum shuffle. She's just dragging her back end, but her front end was dragging her there. She can't do that now. She can't do that now. The deterioration is clearly continuing, and the front is losing strength. And other things are going, and she hasn't got control of body parts that she used to have control of. Hey babe, Daddy does his best to understand and to help. Still get grumpy sometimes. Still get grumpy sometimes. Okay, fuck, where was I with the story? So we were taking down the tent before this, and we were putting this one up, and the cops were coming. What have we had happen since? We did have, there was one weekend, wasn't there, where I had 3 visits from the police in quick succession. Newbies, they were clearly, I don't know if they were fresh out of the academy, they rotate them from different areas. You don't, especially Guardia Civil, you don't get to be Guardia Civil in your own town. Certainly not until you're much more experienced, and maybe never. I don't know how much of a rule that is. But these were brand new uniform, shiny brand new boots, and everyone had, suddenly all the cop cars were all brand new. Suddenly everyone had new, it's like a pickup truck with the shell on the back. I don't know what it's called. I'll say shell. But that's what the new cop cars, a lot of them are. So I had these fresh out of the academy baby police officers coming here and demanding my ID and stuff again. And I said no. Can you do that on private property? Isn't that only in public that you can demand that? Unless you suspect me of committing a crime. What crime do you think I've committed? And I reiterated private land, you know, I've learnt certain stock phrases, and but when the guy was like, you must get new ID, you can't be forever without ID, and I'm like, well, I've managed 3 fucking years. I don't know. I mean, I will eventually, to leave the country I'll need ID, but I'm not getting it for them. What we're looking at, nearly 150 quid for the passport and the postage and the photographs and all the shit that goes with it. Especially if I'm going to the card shop in Casada, which is the only place I know that will take care of the whole bundle, the whole process. They'll send off your old documents or whatever you've got. They'll do the photographs. They'll post it off with like they have an express system, and then they get the stuff back usually within 2 weeks, sometimes less. And of course I avoid the address issue by not doing it myself, by having it done via a shop. But it costs extra. It costs extra. So I'm not in any rush really for ID. They know who I am, they know where I am, they know where to find me if they fucking want to. They just don't want to. Until suddenly they do, and then they come and arrest me, and I get a night in the cells. And then just get released. With no extra charges, no punishment, because they haven't told me about court dates and shit. Anyway, yeah, let's carry on. So, old tent down, new tent up, cops on site, doing their usual demanding. When did we put this one up? February, March, something like that. We had that little burst. We tried to avoid it. It can't have been straight away, can it? Because we put all the old tarps back over this, so we didn't get any attention from them for a month. But then the old tarps were kind of falling apart and stuff. And I think it's when we put the big, shiny new tarp on top big bright blue, covering the entire tent. It would have covered it from ground to ground on all four sides if I'd put it the right way round. When you take a tarp out of the packet, it's all folded up, and you open it and you get a length. You don't know whether you're looking at the length or the width. So I had this thing on fucking sideways. I had so much spare that I bent it, I wrapped it under. You don't want to do it over, because then you've got the water runs down and hits like it, you know, the seam, the fold, and water would gather, and all that extra weight would cause damage. So I folded it under, got it all secured with these big grips, but of course brand new fuck off bright blue tarp. And yeah, I think within days, not of the tent going up, but of the new tarp going on, I managed that on my own, folks. That tarp was, I think it was 10 meters by 8 meters. If I'd put it on the right way around, it would literally, if you think 2 meters up, it's 6 meters length and 2 meters down. That's 10 meters. And widthways, 2 meters up, I think it's 3 across and 2 meters down. So there'd be a little bit to spare widthways, but I had this thing on sideways, it all went wrong. Oscar's retracted one, okay. Hey, shush. Where are we for time? I'm getting cold. I don't know if I can sit here another half an hour. And you're annoying me, Tina. Oi! Stop it now! I don't see any need for it. What are you barking at? There's no bugger there. Stop. Stop it. What I'll do, folks, when I take her in, I'll take her for a quick 3 or 4 minute walkies first. And then I'll drop her off inside the door, and then I'll come back out here for you guys. Take the lamp and the phone. Oh, I'll need to bring the EcoFlow in as well, won't I? I don't think I can wait another half hour though. I am the wrong side of comfortable. Not cold. My neck is a little bit. Oh, my hands are. So we're gonna do that shortly, I guess, in the next 5 or 10 minutes. Maybe I'll wait till 4 hours 45 on the thing, and we'll have almost a little break. I mean, I'd like you to stick with me. I'd like you to hit that thumbs up if you haven't. But in 5 or 10 minutes, I'm going to take Tina for a 5 minute, less than 5 minutes, just quick, just to the road. I don't know which way we'll go, but let her do any ablutions she needs to do. Then I'll put her inside that side of the tent. We'll go in this side, and yeah, when I drop her off, I'll put the lights on inside, the fairy lights, and I'll come back out this side, get the stuff that I need. Most of the stuff that I brought out can stay. The jam, the honey, there's nothing. They're all in jars or cans or whatever. There's nothing going to go bad. I've got to remember to take the tablet with me. But yeah, we shall see, folks. We shall see. Let me get this. I am annoyed that I'm still on my first can of beer. It has only been 4.5 hours. One can of beer. So is there any more to this story? Old tent went down, this one went up. Harassment from the police. I have, during the life of this tent, I seem to get on a lot better with the locals. Some of the people who used to, like the people in those apartments just up there on the main road, they come to me now when they're leaving the country, and they bring me things. The 2 ladies the other day, Pat and Sue. Is it a week ago now? Is it 2 weeks? Whatever it is. I think it was the Friday, but not the Friday ago. I think it was the one before. So 10 or so days ago. 11. They brought, I think it was 4 bags. Got 4 bags of stuff. Now at least 1 bag of it was condiments, ketchup, mayo. There's a curry flavoured ketchup. But there's a lot of other cheese and bread and biscuits and crackers. I've got Jacob's cream crackers. I've got salad cream. So yeah, there's real food in there. It's not all condiments, but I do have too many condiments. No more condiments, folks, for a while. Actually, Karen's bringing me some when she does come out. Stuff that you don't really get out here. Bring out the Branston. Where was I? Yeah, no, that has been a marked kind of uptick in interaction with people close by during the lifespan of this particular tent. I don't think I've got much more to say. Things have been relatively quiet during the period of this. I haven't had tons and tons of interaction with Guardia Civil. They haven't been here trying to beat me up, trying to arrest me. They haven't been here demanding ID, telling me I can't be here and I must move on. They haven't been here unplugging tent pegs, mainly because you can't find them. No, they haven't been here doing all that or stealing all of my belongings from out of the field. It's gone quiet on that front. The police, I've jinxed it now, haven't I? I've fucking jinxed it now. But the lifespan of this tent, the 9, 10, 11 months, wherever we're at with it, it's not 11, 9 or 10 months, life's been relatively quiet. No drama. Now, Tina can't get around like she used to. I haven't used the trolley, the chariot for a few weeks. It's at least 2. Well, the wind and the weather and all the other. We had rain and then we had wind. Not personally, but the weather. But her front legs are losing. When I'm holding her up and she's walking now, sometimes there's a misstep. One of her legs will give. So I don't know whether she can still do the chariot thing. Like I said, things are deteriorating. I don't think there's much longer left. She won't be here next Christmas. And whether she makes it through summer, I don't know. Whether she makes it to summer. I'm not going to go into details about what's deteriorating, but you get the idea. She's not in control of her body in the way that she would want to be. No signs of any pain. No, absolutely no sign of pain. Even when I'm picking her up and putting her on the bed, when I've got my arm under her bed and I'm hoiking her about, if I'm on the bed, I have to grab her collar and yank. She used to do half the work herself, and I was assisting. I'm dragging her around by the neck now when she wants to get on the bed. She can't even get her paws up on the front paws up on the bed. She gets up on the floor. She gets her front up. She can't get paws on the. I have to do that. But there's no sign of pain. Obviously it's a little uncomfortable. It's a little. I feel terrible just dragging her around by the neck. But what else are you going to do? It's a good, strong, sturdy collar. So thank you, Uncle Anthony. Hey, Uncle Anthony. He was here earlier at the beginning. I don't think he's here now. But I'm having to do more and more for her. And more tidying up after her. That's all I'm going to say, I think. I don't know how much longer we've got. I don't know how it works when that final visit to the vet happens. You have to pay there and then. Will they invoice me and I've got a few days to pay it? I don't know how that works, folks. I don't know how much it is. There's the injections that finish it, but then there's disposal of body, maybe payments for updating records, or I don't fucking know. I've got no clue how any of that works. Will they demand the money up front? Will I have to pay on that day? Will they invoice me? I assume I'd have to make the appointment in advance. I assume you don't just walk in with your dog and walk out without arranging first that that's what's happening. I don't know how any of it works. Not sure what happened there, said Oscar. Was that your retracted message? Sticking with you. Cheers. I am moving inside shortly in about 3 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes. Like I said, I'm going to take Tina for a 2 or 3 minute walk. I'm going to put her inside. I'll put the lights on inside, and then I'll come back out the other door and grab what I need to grab to make things work. So there'll be kind of a 5 minute, maybe 5 or 10 minutes disruption. I'm still here technically. I'm not abandoning you. Please don't leave me when it does happen. Thumbs up if you haven't, but let me just work through. You're illegal in their system, so can't get ID. There's some kind of thing going on at the minute where people that are illegal can normalise their situation. It was aimed at Abdul. It's quite divisive here in Spain at the minute, because it's, again, the ruling party is a left party, I believe, Party Popular. I think they're the lefties, and they're wanting to legalise all the illegals so that they can charge them tax on their earnings, because at the minute they're all working on the never never. They're all working in the black. Racism unintended but acknowledged. They're working in the black economy. Unfortunate naming, I guess, under the circumstances. But they want to make them all legal, so then they can tax their earnings, and all the workers will then be able to get full wage because they'll be on the books, they'll be in the system. They won't be accepting half wage because it's on the never never. So they'll get a full wage. This is the theory. They'll get a full wage and pay half of the extra in tax, but be better off overall. The country will be better off. The economy will grow because suddenly everyone's getting paid twice as much. All of them. Top line. It won't work that way, obviously. That's not how it'll work. But it's been aimed at those. But there's nothing to stop someone like me who happens to be here illegal from applying. Apart from the rules for applying. You have to prove that you're capable of supporting yourself here, which normally you would do by telling them where you're working. I'm working here already, so obviously I can support myself. Well, I'm not, am I? And I've got a disabled dog that I can't leave. So my only way of supporting myself would be getting back on board with the web design or computer side of things, working remotely or whatever. But I don't think that's what they mean when they say you have to prove that you can support yourself. I think you have to prove that you're working. So I don't know. We know someone who's going through the system or trying, and we'll see how that works, and we'll see where that leaves me. Don't know, folks. When I'm talking about getting ID, normally I'm talking about getting a new passport from the UK or whatever. But so you're illegal in their system, so can't get ID. There is a way. If I wanted Spanish status or whatever, it is what you're called, known as. Without name, they can't process you in their courts. No invitation law. We got our resident. Sovereign citizen or free man of the land. I don't know which you prefer. You probably deny both. Have you thought of putting blades on Tina's chariot with a number plate saying Tyson? That would really piss the neighbours off. Do the Ben Hur thing with the blades on the side. I don't think that was him, was it? That was someone he was racing against. Ben Hur's first name. It's not Ben. Judah Ben-Hur. Tom's off to hit the shops before closing time, or maybe you mean later. I don't know when the shops close. Sized doggy chariot, that'd do it. Let's have a look. Closing time, last call for alcohol. You see right through me, says Tommy Tombstone. It's a song, okay. And tonight, apt, okay. And then there's, okay, Farmer posted a link to the song. I can't click it, I'm afraid, but others can. Don't say Tina's a disabled dog, say she's a disabling dog. Cheers. We're still stuck on 17 likes, folks. There must be somebody out there that hasn't hit the button. Maybe I'm not entertaining you enough. We are past the time when I said I was going to take Tina for a walkies. So I'm going to go and do that, folks. Hang with me, don't leave. I haven't, well, I'm saying I haven't gone anywhere. 2-minute walk, maybe 3 minutes. Put her inside, turn the lights on, and then I'll come back out of this door. I'll grab the EcoFlow first. Maybe the EcoFlow on the tablet. And then I'll come and grab the light, the power bank and the phone. Oh, and the stand. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I think I'll have to take the power bank with me. Otherwise I won't have enough hands next time for the second trip. If I can take enough now, I can do it all in two trips. If not, I'll have to come out for a third. I'm about to sneeze. I want to finish this. I've only got a... Actually, there's more in this can than I thought. I need to finish this. I don't want to be walking with this and walking her. I need to... I'll finish that when I come back. Now, I do apologise, but the light's with me. So you're going to be in the dark for 4 or 5 minutes. Oh, fuck. My hips, my back, everything's fucked, folks. That pocket there working? It won't do if I do it right. Get in there, you bugger. No? Come on. There's plenty of room in there. Okay. I got the power bank and the cable. I'll take the tablet now. Will I? I'll walk the doggy. I will be back with you guys in about 3 minutes, maybe. Bear with me. Alright, the light's coming with me, I said, didn't I? Sorry, folks. You are... maybe I can turn you around and you can look at the... Can you see the street up the... Can you see the lights up the road? Maybe not. Not really. Oh well, that's the best I can do, folks. Let me get my girl. Where's your belt, Tina? Hey, babe. Gonna go inside. Gonna take you inside. Put that there for a second, so that I can see what I'm doing. Put that there. Come on, babe. Quick walkies with Daddy, and then I'll go take you home. Come on in. Come on. Get up. Here we go. Here we go. Get up, kid. Let's go. What are we doing? You're somehow stopping me from doing what I'm trying to do. Come on, get up. Come on. Work with me, not against me, darling. Come on. This way. This way. Oh, have you just... Tina. Crystal, why do you do that? I'm just going to take you for a bloody walk. Come on. Oh, 2 minutes. Oh, I haven't got the light. Fuck. Wait. Wasn't I going to take the tablet as well? I can't. I haven't got any pants. Come on, bud. Here we go. Quick walk. No. That's like this. later. Okay? I'm going to go in with you. And I'm going to turn the lights on. Okay? Okay. Well, okay, that's annoying. Right, babe? And that one. Over. Gotta get in. Over. Easy. Okay. You sit there. Come on. I got that. Okay. I need you to move a little bit. Tina, I need you to move. Move to daddy. Come on. Don't have to kick in your thumb when you get it. Okay? Again. Quick review. And we're going to go out and we'll bring the people in with us. Okay? Oh. I'm going to go get the people, Tina. I'm going to go and get the people. Here we go to get the people. Oh. Can we do it? Maybe not. Maybe not. Hold on. Tangle. I'm going to go get them. Oh. Okay. Here we go. Second time works a charm. Let's see what was it? Oh, isn't it? Okay. Eco flow. Unplugged from the solar cable under the panel. What's that? Oh, bricks. There we go. Tina? Stop it. They unplug that, don't they? Unplug the fridge, because this is going in the bed. Okay. What do we got here? Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm told with the fucker. Hold on. Wait a minute now. didn't go smoothly at all, did it? Oh, okay folks, sorry. I hope everyone's still with me. That was not at all as straightforward as I thought it was going to be. Let me finish this can and put it in the bin. Whoa! Tablet, phone and stand. Was there any more? I don't believe so. Okay. I don't know if you're with me still, folks. Is anybody still there? Put my glasses on, maybe. Oh, I've lost half the audience. Okay, we're doing well. Oh, maybe people will come back. Maybe yes, maybe no. I feel like I've forgotten something. If I have, it will become apparent rather rapidly. Oh, okay folks, we're almost there. I'm going to put you down next to the bed. Then I'm going to bring the EcoFlow over, and then I need my tripod and a drink for myself. Hold on, hold everything. Power bank and cable. That's one thing. EcoFlow. Tell you what I forgot, the doggy. You're on the floor down there. Are you good? Shut. Oh yeah. EcoFlow on the floor. Where are we? Last year from that back, is it? Nope. Not two there. Let's get two from there. Put the butter back down. No, butter. Margarine. Oh, can I carry all of that and the light? I can. What a fucking Mega Man. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute now. Oh, fuck. Nearly. It nearly went smoothly, folks. Nearly. Just not quite. Oh, what's that? Big speaker. EcoFlow in place. Oh, 3 cans. Let's move that. Oh, I thought that was empty. Where's the bin? Yeah, in. All right, folks. I am here. We're about to resume. That took a lot longer than I thought. Way over 10 minutes, yeah? I missed the 5-hour mark, the halfway point. Just give me a second. That almost just kind of sort of fits. That goes up there. And this cable goes from the EcoFlow to, I think the phone's fully charged, 94%, that's near enough. I will charge the tablet with that one. And this other one is needed because the lamp has been running for a while without power. No, full, medium, charging socket into there. There's only one thing missing, folks. It's a doggy. Give me a second. There's my drink. Give me 2 seconds. She is just at the bottom of the bed. I'm just going to help her up. Oh, fuck. Bad back, bad back. Kind of got to get under. Got to get under the covers myself. Hey, babe. Come on, then. Hey. Are you ready? Come on, Tina. Where are you? What are you messing at? Come here. Come here. No? You staying there? Can you get to your water? Hold on, let me make sure you've got water. I think you want water, don't you? You can't get to it. There you go, babe. You should have asked. You've got a daddy who could have helped you there. Alright, yeah. Okay, folks, sorry, it's taking a little bit longer than I thought because she's been awkward wanting a drink of water. I forgot, I didn't take your water out, did I? Shit, sorry, darling. You've gone 5 hours without a drink. Oops, bad daddy, bad daddy. I'll be getting done for neglect. Shall I just leave you doing that? I'll leave you with that. You let me know when you're ready. Okay? You let me know when you're ready. I need to talk to the peoples. What am I sitting on? There's a lump under my ass. Oh, it's a jumper. Okay, okay. Ouch. Glasses are going on. I'm in chat. And I'm scrolling. Don't say Tina's disabled. That's about where we were. So does that mean Mike would be Kirk Douglas? Either me or Tina would be the horsey, wouldn't she? Yeah, I guess that would make me Kirk Douglas. I haven't got the dimple in the chin. 18 likes. I'm still seeing 17. We can argue about it. Does anybody remember that time that we'd hit the record, which was something like 30 something or 40 something? We equalled the record. We'd gone one past it, and then when the stream ended, somebody knocked their like off, and we ended up. I think we ended up equaling the record, not breaking the record. That was the stealth sneeze. You got to be. It's a terrible habit I've got of suppressing a sneeze like that. You can cause an aortic aneurysm, or leaks in the brain, strokes and things by suppressing sneezes can be bad for you. Lung embolisms and stuff. I don't know. But I've always it's a thing that my dad did, and then I tried it, and I've kind of always done it ever since. Welcome to getting older. That took 20 minutes in total, folks. Walking the dog, getting her in, getting the light on, getting the eco flow in, all of the rigmarole. Far long. I thought she'd just do a short walk. She wanted to go right up to the top road. Bloody thing. Point it at the road, Mike. Oh, the camera. Yeah. Farmers in Canada. Yeah. Put a hot water bottle on your pains. It works for me. I do have a hot water bottle. I don't like to stand around at night boiling the water though. A canoodling canook. Anyone up a game of Simple Simon while he's okay? This is all while I was away. How much have I got to get back through? I'll do it as quick as I can. Tina, are you going to hop up for me, babe? Are you going to hop up? I think you're waiting for me. 2 seconds. I think she's waiting for me. Are you waiting? You want to hop up? Come on then. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Come on. I'll help. Come on, I'm here. Oh. No? Is that you laying down? You're not even going to help? Are you rejecting me? You don't want to hop up. Come on, hop up. Come on. You've been a fucking awkward bugger now, aren't you? Come on. We're talking to the peoples. We can't be messing about like this. No, she says, you didn't give me a drink of water for 5 hours, so fuck you. I'm sorry, babe, I didn't think. I was silly. What on my mind? What going on? I am now an animal abuser. Right now it's warm for Canada, +6. Warmer than Nottinghamshire, where Oscar is. Simon says I can't give a thing. I got a gas bill this morning. This is Robert. Hello, Robert. I don't think were you there when I left, or have you just arrived? I'm not sure. I got a gas bill this morning. Thought they were making me an offer for my flat. Yeah. When I was in the UK. Well, I'll tell you about when I was with my missus. Our like gas and electric bills this was the order of magnitude we were dealing with. Between 30 and 50 quid a month. You know, each bill. Gas, electric. Water was negligible. 100 or 2 a year, I don't know. I'm guessing that it wouldn't be that anymore. You're not supposed to be making noises. Was that you? This one's on Do Not Disturb, no? Do Not Disturb is on until you turn it off. And Barnsley are losing. That's no good. Oh, sorry, someone was trying to talk to me on WhatsApp. She knows. Come on, Tina, get on the fucking bed. Come on. Stop messing about. It must have been this device that made the noise. Oh, it will have been the football. Right, I'm gonna get the dog. One way or another. I'm gonna get you. One way or another. Come on. Here we go. Oh, I got you. I know, it's a little bit awkward, isn't it? It's not a nice way to get you onto the bed, but what else can I do, sweets? I can't like climb out of bed and get a wheelbarrow. Hey? Daddy loves his girl. I know you know that. You know that I love my girl. I stole a kiss. Cuddle rape. Oh, let's have a look. Now, stop it. Now I've got to get under all the different covers properly. You're off the side of the bed already, darling. Come on the bed. Tina. Really, I have to drag you by the fucking feet. Come on, get on the bed properly. Don't be a nuisance. Come on. Oh. Right. First blanket. It's on. Oh, too far. I need some of it. First blanket down. No, hey, where are you going? Stay here. We need to talk to the peoples. We're not going to get their pennies if you don't entertain them, Tina. Come on. Get your grift on. Which way round's this? That's there. Okay. It's kind of gone diagonal. That's breaking. Second quilt. Okay. And it's all off the bottom of the bed for some reason. And the second blanket. The pretty one. So that you can look like the bed's not a shithole. Okay, folks, I will be right. And then because it's hanging off the bottom of the bed by a foot, I can pull it all up this way. Right. Eventually, folks, I will get sat up properly and comfortable. Oh, do you know what? Where's my pharmacy bag? I am going to break a rule of a fucking lifetime. Parrots. I've got ibuprofen. You're not supposed to mix alcohol and ibuprofen. But I figure you're not really mixing it if you've had one can of beer in 5 hours. Oh, that's parrots as well. There is ibuprofen here, though, yeah? That must be. What's that? That's more parrots. So I only got parrots. Nope, that's ibuprofen. I'll take one of each. One of them's better at the muscle relaxant thing, which is what I think my back is. I think it's just muscles. One of them's more direct. One's like a muscle relaxant and swelling. One's more just pain. And I will put them under the tongue for direct. That's what I'm looking for. Bypass the stomach. Main line for a quicker reaction. Got to keep it there a little while because they've got a coating of shell. I'll open that. I won't drink it straight away. Okay, and now I need to twist a little bit. Let's twist again, like we did last summer. I'm here, folks. I'm here. I'm working forwards. For the groceries, the bank won't authorise a mortgage. Have you got a gas boiler? No, only a candle. Yeah, they're looking to ban wood-burning stoves, carbon emissions, soot, unclean. Yeah, unclean. Even if you go for the wood pellets and the things that are supposed to burn more efficiently, all that dry-aged, people with their, are they called hygrometers? Test how damp the wood is. Oh yeah, Oscar was saying the other night, his friend with the smart meter, and everything just shut up stupid. You got to get that. He's got to get. When's the electrician coming? Got to get that tested and make sure it's his meter, that's his electric usage that's been read and not some bugger else's. Is that a human leg Tina's munching on? She was drinking water. I forgot, folks. This is terrible, isn't it? It's not. She can easily go 5 hours without a drink of water. We've gone out on walks, you know. When we walked to what's it called? Guadama. God, it's so long ago. What are you looking at? An hour and a half to get there. Walk around town all day long, an hour and a half home. But I sat her out. I was a little bit stressed, a little bit pushed for time, trying to get everything ready for this live stream for 10 hours. And I didn't bring a water bottle out. I forgot. So she just made up for it. It's a cow femur. A human was too easy to take down for her. What are we? What's the busybody neighbours about? A huge cage with red lights flashing on it. That's what you do to the neighbours. Okay. Well, is that where I went? Is that how far behind I am? It jumped suddenly after not jumping for ages. There was Tom just going for the booze, I think. Okay, here I am. You can leave us here on our own anytime you need to go off and take care of Tina Mike. However, you might come back to a wild party. There was Tom stepping off for 20. There's 20 minutes left before the shop shuts. I've fractured rib bones from powerful sneezes and coughs. Oh wow! As far as I know, I've never had a broken bone. I've had a couple of bumps. I've bruised bone, like where the bone literally swells. Well, I didn't bruise it. The guy throwing the punches or the kicks bruised it. I've had an eyeball turn entirely red, all of it. Well, all of the front of it. a couple of times. As far as I've had a few things go snap in my foot that I think might have been bones, but it's never been an issue. It might have just been a tendon twanging or something, I don't know. Oh, okay. Tom's had been done before from physical causes, so they were weakened, and a sneeze set them off. Often people think that they've got broken ribs, and it's often, especially those bottom ones, the spare ribs or floating ribs, whatever they're called. There's a cartilage somewhere, and that can pop, and people think that they've broken bones, but it's just the way that the rib connects to the connective tissue. It's just part of how it is. It's happened 2 or 3 times, and I'm not, when you're not fighting a sneeze. The shops close at 21:30. I think the supermarkets do here, but there are other shops that are open beyond that. Audrey, a jury found President Trump, where are we? It jumped. Liable for sexual abuse in 2023, is ordered to pay millions. The ruling was already upheld in appeals court. Sadly, will always be a sexual abuse president. I'm a bit suspicious on that one. When people take 20 or 30 years to come forward, I don't know. Yeah, see, Oscar says the same. Historical allegations that can't be proven either way. It's he said, she said, and it wasn't a criminal case, was it? It was a civil case, lower, a lower bar, a lower level of proof. It's on the preponderance of evidence rather than beyond reasonable doubt. Lawfare seems to be the in thing to destroy people. And Farmar says, pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And consider subscribing. Oscar thinks that his friends had the electrician out today, but haven't heard from him yet. I think he's still putting out flames. Hold on, I got an arrow. Putting out flames from his ears. Yeah, if my electric bill was triple what it used to be, I'd be highly suspicious, and I'd be highly angry, highly annoyed. This is true. And I said the other night when you first mentioned this, I said about my friend that I used to stay with, the guy that I lived with for 3 years that I was talking about earlier. When his neighbours come over to stay, or when they rent their apartment out, his electric bill goes up through the roof for that month. And it's quite telling that they've downstairs, they've got their aircon on and doors and windows open. And my friend's just doing what he normally does, and suddenly his electric bill is, instead of being, at the time we were looking at like 50 or 70 euros, suddenly it's 150, 200. And the time that his power cut off in one area of the house, that it was one wall in the living room and the kitchen, the entire kitchen, no power. And when his did that, downstairs did exactly the same. Now he knows why his went off. He had a leak in his roof and water was coming down the wall and into his electrics. Why did theirs cut off? They haven't got a roof, they've got him above. Their electric is tied to his, and he's paying their bill. I kept telling him to get an electrician and get it looked at. Let me just double check that I am on. I'm switching to top chat and back to live chat. just to make sure that we're not frozen. Okay, folks, so we are. I apologise for the length of that break when we were on like 4:45. I thought 5 minutes, maybe 10, and it ended up taking over 15 minutes for various reasons. Tina wanted to walk further. She was being a bugger about getting back in the tent. I couldn't easily get these lights on, and then I almost tripped up as I came back out to you guys. I got tangled in the wires from the EcoFlow to the fridge. I had to unplug it, and even then I almost tripped up and killed myself bringing that back in. So it was all a bit of a palaver. Took longer than I thought, longer than I expected. I apologise, and we did lose quite a bit of the audience as well. Nobody wants to see a camera just. You couldn't even see the road or the lights or anything. I just left you with a black screen, I think. My apologies. Now I'm seeing 18 on the counter for the number of likes. Is that what you guys are seeing? You guys were seeing one more than me earlier. Oh shit. Maybe some of you are seeing 19 or maybe even 20. Okay. For the benefit of any doubt, it always surprises me when these streams end and I see how many people have dropped in at some point. I never know how long they've stayed, but when I get the count, it's always surprisingly high. So some people are dropping in for the first time, perhaps, and I've no idea what's happening. So I'll give a quick explanation. I am Delta Mike. The channel is Delta Mike Down and Out in Torrevieja. So as I said, I'm Delta Mike. Not my real name, NATO phonetic alphabet based on my initials. Down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeps on the streets, or in my case, I'm in a field. In a tent in a field nowadays. Not always the case. I'm an Englishman, a Brit, trapped abroad by circumstance. The circumstances being the police don't seem to want me to leave the country, and my bank won't let me have my money until I do leave the country and go back to England and walk into my local bank branch. My specific own. I can't go to a branch here. I can't do it by the internet. I can't do it with lawyers, policemen, judges, courts. My bank branch. So, and it's not, there isn't technically there isn't an embargo on me leaving the country. The fact I don't have a passport or a valid passport is a factor. But what it is when I try and leave the country, as I did, they'll tell me that I've missed a court date. And obviously arrest me. You get a bench warrant if you miss a court date. They never tell me when they want me to be at the court. I never get any of the paperwork saying when to be where. I just, every now and again, they'll pull me up and say, oh, you should have been in court 3 months ago. Okay, prove that you've told me. No. Come with us, laddie. And then the next day, oh yeah, no, you're right, we never told you. Off you go. It's that kind of thing. It's shenanigans. They don't give me they don't mail to me, they don't email me, they don't text me, they don't say anything, and then 6 months later they arrest me for not attending. It's a nice trick. No punishment for not attending, because if you've not been told to attend, see, they bring paperwork and you sign. So anyway, I'm trapped here. They play games whereby I get arrested if I do try and leave the country, and my bank won't let me have my money until I do leave the country. Santander, if anybody wants to know. Santander. So, trapped by circumstance. And in a field. All my friends turned their back on me. It's not just that they didn't believe me. They were actively told by a friend that he thought I was lying. And when everyone else heard that, they started believing that. So my support network, my friend group, all shunned me. We just went through the whole tale. I think we went through all the different tents and things, all the different stages of my being here. I guess I skipped a lot of the good times. I've kind of mainlined straight into the ending up. I did cover the different houses and the different places that I've lived, but you know, the good times was 7 years, and the homelessness is 3-ish, 3.5, I think. It's like 6.5, 3.5. Today, the reason for this particular broadcast today, and the reason that I'm trying to do 10 hours, it's 10 years since I arrived in Spain. 10 years today. February the 17th, 2016 I arrived. If you remember 2016, folks, 2016 for Brits was an important year because the Brexit vote was looming. That was in June, I think. I arrived here 3 or 4 months before that. This is part of the reason why I didn't follow proper procedure, register for residencia and a TIE, an NIE number as it was at the time. There was uncertainty. What was going to happen? So you're supposed to do all this registration within the first 3 months, but in month number 4, this big vote was going to happen. What happens if it goes the other way? Is there any point starting a bureaucratic procedure when the next month we might be out of Europe? We had no clue what the procedure was going to be. We didn't know it was going to take like fucking 3 years of negotiation. No, it took nearly a year for Britain to press the button to start the process proper after the vote was taken. Then 3 or 4 years of negotiation, then a year before it was implemented. Well, nobody knew that in 2016. We didn't know that was going to be we didn't know it was going to take fucking 4, 5, 6 years to sort out. So I hesitated, I didn't do procedure, I didn't do things properly. Also that year, Spain had 3 general elections. The America Trump election was pending. Lots of uncertainty in the world. Chat is jumping like a... Hold on. Oh, it's jumped right back to the Audrey thing. Hold on. Oh, where am I? That's you thinking the electrician's been. Tom says, I admit I have sometimes wondered what Tina thinks about TrampCast. Does she sense us or maybe think you've lost your plot? I've seen evidence in the past that she gets excited. When I say to her during the day, tonight we talk to the peoples, her ears prick up. So I don't know. I don't know what she understands, but she likes the idea. She likes the concept. Oscar texted his friend he might be out. He wasn't happy that he had to pay the electrician a deposit call out fee over the phone to book the visit. I guess that's the way people are getting now. It's jumped right back again. Oh, look at that. I think I just got to Karen and it's jumped back to the historical allegations stuff. Okay. Hello everyone, I'm just saying hello and we'll be back later, but I just wanted to say my electric company changed my meter at work and then never read it properly. When they eventually did, my bill was... it jumped. It was 13k. It took 18 months to sort it out. Apparently it was a reconditioned meter, total nightmare. So they charge you to fit a new meter, but you're getting a second-hand one that's already got readings on it. They plug it in and suddenly you've used thousands of units that you've never used. Pay them half of the installation fee. Now that's not going to make a big difference compared to the 13 grand. 18 months to sort it out. Surely all you have to do is say, look, the last reading was this. In a typical month I've been using that, and now you're saying that in 1 month I used, bang, that much. You'd have to be running a grow house. You got the grow lights and the heating pads on. Your neighbours would have noticed the smell. Does anybody else think that the Audrey post wasn't real? Is it a bot? One post and run. If you're there, Audrey, post something else, otherwise I think I'll delete that one. We're not really a political channel, and your comment came out of nowhere. It had nothing to do with the conversation that was going on. Makes me suspect it's a bot. Okay, folks, 5.5. We're over 5.5 hours, so we're on the end run. There's just 4.5 hours to go. What are we going to talk about? If I'd done things in a different order, I was kind of half intending to sit outside and like do a Sudoku or something with you, crossword or something. Roger's not a bot. I am not a bot, I am a number. No, I'm a name. Shut up, number 6. Karen was convinced the shop next door had a grow kind of operation going on. I had to produce the accounts for the last 3 years to prove my case. But they should have records of your electric usage. Why do you have to come up with the proof? You shouldn't have to come up with it. They should know your usage over the last however many years. How could you suddenly do something different and use thousands of pounds worth of electric in 1 month? I don't know. Are you alright under 18 ago? Have you turned right around? Is that your head down by my ankle? Is that what that is? There's you. Is that... Oh, what's this? Hold on. Hold on. Okay, you've got a farty house, haven't you? I thought you'd pooed maybe. You're just a farty house. Or maybe you pooed by the door and I'm smelling it now. Next time I get up and out, I'll have a quick look. Have I got a way of having a quick look? Have I got a light to my name? What have we got? I might not have. I moved so much stuff around earlier that now it's always the same when you reorganise and you shuffle stuff. Do I have a lamp other than the ones that I'm using here? I do not believe I do. Okay, I might have to look into that. I did find my wind-up torch, Karen, if you're still there. I had a big, well, I started a big tidy up and clean out today. I was hoping to get it all done in time for starting the live stream. I didn't quite make it. There's still some stuff on the chair and there's some things. I found a load of stuff that I haven't seen in months, nearly a year. Some things I've just had to throw into a carry bag to put to one side, a shopping bag. And some of the stuff off the chair I've just had to put into a different bag, just to kind of this is that stuff. But I found my wind-up torch that I haven't seen in ages that you got me way back. And some other stuff. I can't even remember all the stuff that I found. Good that you found it, yeah. I found loads of things. A handful of tent pegs. And my mallet, the big rubber mallet for knocking the tent pegs in. I've cleared out space. I've put 2 boxes over near where the TV is at the side of the big chair. 1 box is for kind of a food overflow. A little bit awkward. I've got a bag of potatoes and a bag of onions in there, and I haven't put the lids on, but potatoes and onions don't like to live next to each other. They both release gases that affect the other and cause them to go off prematurely. But what can you do? Look, let me do this. Let me show you this. Can I do this without embarrassing myself? I'll try. I probably will embarrass myself one way or another. Do you see my veg rack there? That's supposed to be a veg rack. I think I've got, is it five trays? Okay. Do you see all of the, what we got? All of the mayonnaises on that top shelf. There's mayonnaises and salad creams, there's ketchups, there's brown sauces, Branston pickles, honey, cream for cooking, there's tuna and salmon and chopped pork, but it's mainly the bloody mayos and ketchups and that's where I took the squirty cream from. I've got more jars of peach jam than I know what to do with, and I had to take the strawberry jam out there as well. For anyone who's arrived late, I was going to cook some pancakes, and once I started talking and drinking my coffee, I just didn't feel hungry. So apologies to anybody who wanted to watch me make a mess of pancakes. Tomorrow I will make some, probably not live, but I'll do a recording probably, and maybe I'll show you what a tosser I am. Couldn't resist the pun, folks, couldn't resist it. With my big pan, when it's playing ball, when it's acting okay, my big frying pan, I've made some I was going to say stewed onions, that's not the right word, caramelized onions, and I was tossing those away, but these pans often stick with things. I got a feeling if I make pancakes, they'll just stick, and then I'll get the fish slice under them, the spatula, and they'll stick and they'll just break apart. That's what I expect. I'm going to make two types, English and American style, or I guess Scottish drop scones, whatever you want to call them. Similar enough to the American ones to be classed as the same style. I'll do two versions. I'll make a video if it doesn't go horrendously wrong. I've also got to crack on with eating some of my food though. I'm going to make a stew or something. I got cauliflowers and broccoli and leek and celery. Yesterday I took the bag out with the veg and had to take off like the outer layer of everything. Well, not everything, but you know, where necessary. So I had to top and tail the leeks a little bit and take off the outer couple of layers. Something went twang. And I don't know if it was inside or out. And if it was outside, I don't know what it was. No. When things go bump in the night, folks, what can you do? What was I saying? Cookery, pancakes, stew. I've got to use my food up. I've also got sausages, 3 or 4 different batches of sausages that are going to need using up. Now, I saw a recipe the other day. I think it was the Dinner Lady, channel called the Dinner Lady. Excellent channel. I got a few cookery channels. Some are higher end, proper real chefs. Some are ex-chefs showing you home cooking, and some are ex-dinner ladies. But she did a sausage and bean casserole. Casserole's not even the right word. But she did it with baked beans, which I found a little bit I don't know. I think I've seen someone else do it. It was a sausage curry. No, not really a curry, but a curried sausage bake kind of thing. Chorizo, that's the word I was looking for earlier, and I couldn't remember the name of the fucking Spanish sausage. I have lentils, I have chickpeas, I have chorizo coming out the wazoo. I've got normal sausages. Sausages last a while, thank God. Yeah, but mine, I didn't know I had some of them. They were in the bottom of a bag that someone brought me, and I didn't rifle through the bag entirely. I didn't get to the bottom of everything. So after a week of not being in the fridge, I suddenly discovered there's some sausages. Fortunately, they were low down, they were on the floor, and we had some cool nights. Should be fine. I'll make sure to cook them thoroughly, just in case. But they look okay. They don't look to have. They're fully sealed. There's no bloating of the packaging. It should all be all right. We shall see, folks. We shall see. How are you enjoying the show so far? Has anybody been here from the start? We're coming up on 6 hours in. Is there anybody here who's watched more than 3 hours continuously? I haven't. I wasn't here for what? There's a quarter of an hour of it when I wasn't here. I thought it was going to be 5 minutes, walk the dog, put her inside. And it all just went to shit, didn't it? So that first beer took nearly 5 hours to drink. This one is, it's not 2/3 gone, but it's over half gone in 45 minutes or thereabouts. I've got movement. There's very little in the way of wind, so I don't think it's wind rustling the tent. I haven't armed that mousetrap. I haven't baited it and set it. It's actually, because I was walking around over there, it's on the floor but closed, like already triggered. Oh, it did. It got my foot, didn't it? Was that that was yesterday when I was doing some preliminary tidying around over there. Oh, it might be the wind, because it is rippling. It sounds like it's moving. It's not a scurrying, I don't think. When it first did it, I thought it was, but then it continued. Ignore me. Oscar was here from the start. I think have you been here continuously though? You dipped in and out. Temp here is now at 0, but feels like -4. Is that your own assertion it feels like -4? Is that a wind chill factor from the weather forecast? So I saw chorizo, Tom, and I stopped reading. I'm doing chorizo and lentils Spanish style tomorrow. Good cookery channel, I think. Spain on a fork. I'm not convinced the guy. I think the guy's Mexican and he's clearly in America. But he does the recipes. There's a bit of genuflect. Once he's tasted it, there's a bit of genuflection and praying to the heavens to say how good it is. I don't like, oh, it's marvelous. Oh, but the recipes are all right. The only thing, the one apart from the genuflecting or whatever it's called, that's just me because I'm not religious. But and it's performative. Oh, it's wonderful. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm such a good cook. Look at me, look at me. It's not quite like that. I'm overstating it. But the other thing he does, when he's frying onions, sauteing, call it what you want, sweating, sauteing. I said, I don't know if I've ever corrected myself on this one. I wondered once upon a time when we were just musing, when we were just talking about this. You were here. I know you were, all of you. When we were talking about, I wondered whether sautéing and sweating, I wondered whether those two words were related. I wondered whether sautéing was just a foreign word for sweating onions, but it's not. You sweat an onion when you're on a low heat, low and slow, to sweat an onion till it's translucent. Sautéing is done high and quick. Now, you know, if you didn't already, I'm sure Farman knew. But yeah, so I have now corrected the record. If there's anybody out there who watched me pontificate, I was thinking out loud. If you take some of the syllables from sweating and just put them in a different, sautéing is almost sweating, isn't it? I thought it might have been related. It's not. I'm quite happy to acknowledge when I'm wrong. There was a guy a while back, wasn't there, who I would do these streams and prattle on as I do, and then the next day he'd listen back to it and he'd send me like 20 messages, something that's just a throwaway comment, me wondering something, and I get a comment, an in-depth expose of everything that I got right or wrong. If you remember the infamous it was the one about the Egyptian gods and the handmaidens and the statues with, what word shall we use? There's a few words you can use. I'll go with phallus. Phalluses. Is that how you pluralize it? I'm going to go with phalluses. So when Napoleon and his bunch arrive in Egypt, and they're looking around statues that have previously been discovered, and they also did some archaeological stuff themselves. And yeah, they were pulling out all these statues with erections, and they people of that age, that era, found this to be very, very disgusting. So they snapped the phalluses off. They also, I think it was Napoleon's bunch that shot the nose off the Sphinx. Ozymandias will not be pleased. But yeah, I had that stream where I said about the Egyptian religion, where the Milky Way came from the ejaculate of their god. And I got a lot of pushback about it and told how wrong I was, and when I went to check myself, I couldn't find anything to back up this assertion. But I knew I'd heard it somewhere. I knew I hadn't made it up. I'd been told it, or I'd watched a TV program with it. And that first week, couldn't find anything. And this guy was just telling, this is the most error-prone bunch of shit that I've never seen. I've never seen anybody do such a podcast with so many errors. And I thought, oh, okay, I've got something wrong somewhere. But then over the coming weeks, a lot of the things that I'd said started showing up in results, and people were telling me, no, you weren't wrong at all. It wasn't the pharaohs, it was the people before them, but this was a thing. And the handmaidens used to lend a hand to the religion, the bishops, the priests, whatever word you want to use. There was this whole thing about recreating and making sure that the universe carries on existing, or that the galaxy, I guess we would say now, but by having some ejaculate each day to make sure that, yeah, all true, folks, all true. It might predate the pharaohs, as does the Sphinx. At the time Napoleon was running around, the Sphinx is that much older than the pyramids. And the riddle of Ozymandias. Look upon my works and I can't remember the rest. How does it go? Not be fearful. Look upon my works and I can't remember it. I can't remember it. Let's look it up. We gotta. You come here to learn, don't you, folks? We always have a learning opportunity in the middle of a stream. How do you spell Ozymandias? I got no clue. Hold on. Ozzy. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Oh, look at that. That's as far as I got. Poem by Percy B. Shelley. No, but there's. It's not just that, is it? There was an actual stone, an actual inscription. Does he embed it in there? I don't know. I'm not one for poems, really. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my work, not look upon. And ye mighty and despair. Yeah, look upon my works, ye mighty and despair. But that's not just. He didn't pull that out of nowhere. It's a thing. It was an inscription or a stone or something somewhere, or a carving on. I haven't got the time to dig into it now, but it's a thing. It's a thing. Originally, his poem published 1818, which is just after Napoleon got his comeuppance. 1812, was it? 1812. That was the Moscow invasion, was it? And then the retreat, where all his army died, starving and freezing to death during the retreat, because they tried to hold Moscow. Did they try to hold it, or did they try to take it and fail? The Russians burnt Moscow down. It was like a war of attrition. I don't know. It's not my field of study. Just remember little bits, folks. Broad but shallow is my knowledge. Continuously, Oscar says he was here all along. I think Tom said I've got Spain on a fork. Yeah, an even better one is Pete's Pans. I shall add it to my list in due course. His English goes around Iberia and France cooking local dishes outside. What does that remind me of? That reminds me of Keith Floyd, and also the other one, the Cornish bloke. He's mainly fish. What's he called? Rick Stein. Epstein. No, shush. Rick Stein. I've met people that have met him. Or people that have been, yeah. A lot of people say he's not quite as nice as he appears on TV. A lot of people. Okay, Tom posted the asterisk with the got. I read it as got anyway. I knew it. I'm pretty good at interpolating and working around either missing words, misspelt words, typos. I generally work out what people are saying. So this Pete's, what was it? Pete's Pans? Pete's Pans. That's your favourite cooking channel. Mine was, if you've been around here a while, Chef Jean-Michel, isn't it? I got halfway through saying it, and I felt like I was going to say Jean-Michel Jarre or something. Jean-Pierre. Oh, fuck. He stopped. He's not dead or anything, but he's an older gent, and he decided to take some time off. So his channel's, I don't see it anymore. Chef Jean-Pierre. I'm sure he's Jean-Pierre. French name. I think he's a French and Italian extraction, parents, and then he's in America. He's got a very strong kind of French accent though. Unlike Marco Pierre White. Marco's Italian, isn't it? Pierre is obviously French. White is about as English as you can get. And isn't he from Leeds? We had this the other day. I said it about somebody and they were... I thought that Guido Fawkes, the real one, not the guy online now, that I thought he was Leeds. It was York. He was York. Guido from York. The fuck. And in the fucking 17th century. 1605. So really, I mean, that's when he was at his... That's when he did his gunpowder plot. So really, it's from the 16th century. Guido from York. In the Near Easy there, hold on. In the Near Easy there were also cults whose temples Near East. Are you going Near East? Is that East? In the Near Easy there was also cults whose temples functioned as sacred brothels in a way. Name escapes me. It's you're gonna have like the what the Vestal Virgins and handmaidens and all of that stuff. It was a lot of it was about keeping the men happy. Mr. O'Hara, Evening All, Battle of the Nile, 1798. Yeah, most of the stuff was either side of that turn of the century, wasn't it? Nelson and you've got your Nelsons and your Wellingtons and stuff running around. UK Richie, are you guys all just arriving at once? You didn't. UK Richie and Kev O'Hara arrived at the same time the other day. Are you brothers or something? Is there something going on here? It's awfully suspicious that I see first posts next to each other, two streams on the trot. Now you got me worrying. Jean-Pierre, yeah, I don't know where I got Jean-Michel from. It's just, I think it's because I got halfway through saying it and I was on my way to saying Jean-Michel Jarre, which is the music guy, isn't it? Oxygen and all that. Rendezvous Houston and all that. I don't know, I just brain fart halfway through speaking. Do you do that? Get halfway through saying a name and hesitate? I did it in my typing exam once. I mean, they call it the flow now. They used to call it being in the zone. There I am. I've got to read something and type, and I'm not even looking. I'm not looking at the keyboard. I'm not looking at what I have typed. I'm looking at what I have to type. Reading the next line, and I suddenly realise I've got no idea what the fuck I've typed. I've got no idea what the last paragraph, and it's at that. 3 errors, just 3 wrong keys, just clicked at the same. What the fuck? What, like, I've typed 3.5 pages flawlessly. I don't know what I've typed, but it's as I suddenly think, oh fuck, where am I? What's the last line I typed? It's at that moment that I make the error. And it's the same there with halfway through saying the guy's name and I suddenly kind of hesitate and go wrong. I don't know. Weird. Chef Jean-Pierre, I love it, yeah. Always on your number first, unless you've got bacon. On your. I'm gonna have to sign up. Let me do it now. Otherwise, I'll have to. There's no way I'm gonna watch a 10-hour stream back and catch notes for myself. So let me do this on a different device. I haven't even got YouTube open. Where am I going? Search. Pete's. Look at that. First suggestion as soon as you type Pete. Only 20,000 subs. Okay. Is he fairly new? I shall just hit the subscribe button and hit it again. All notifications. On the basis of your guys' recommendation. Now, the only thing I've got here, only problem I've got with cookery channels is I can't afford the fucking ingredients. When I'm watching a guy take a piece of meat fucking this big and start chopping it up into steaks that are 2 inches thick. Andy cooks, I like Andy cooks, but I could never buy that. In my entire life, I could never buy that big chunk of meat. Firstly, I've got no idea where you would get such things in Britain. You know, like I don't know, there's like 20 kilograms or something on some of these sirloin top. What are the names of some of these? I don't even know the names of the cuts because I like watching the guys do the stuff, but I know I'm never going to be in a position to get that ribeye or those other bits, those other cuts around it, and yeah. Now, even watching like Future Canoe, I love Future Canoe. Watching Future Canoe do a beef Wellington, I'm never going to be able to buy that cut of meat. I'm never going to be able to cook that pastry. But watching that guy, who's the guy? Hold on. Let me bring up. I've got a list here where I was trying to make. I tried to categorize some of the channels that I follow. I thought it might help pad. I was doing it for other reasons, but I thought it might help pad chat out here, help me keep going when I run out of things to talk about. So I've had the list for months, but I dove back into it a couple of days ago just to add some new stuff to it. Where's I'm looking at my my Samsung Notes app. YouTube channels, here we go. Hold on. Where's the cookery section? That's the survival stroke preppers. That's the raising food animals. Gardeners. Whoa! Here we go. So cookery, I've broken it down into British and then rest of the world. John Kirkwood. This guy is I don't think he's a chef anymore. I think he's a retired chef as far as I can tell. But now he's translating it all into home cookery. He sounds like Paddington Bear when he speaks. He's very melodic voice, but very good with the food and what have you. I got Fallow, the London restaurant. Those guys are good. It's a little bit poncy for me. When they make mashed potato, passing it 2 or 3 times through a sieve, a chinois, or is it a drum sieve? I can't remember what that was called. There's more cream and butter in there than there is potato. It's not even a puree. I mean, it's fucking liquid. You could drink it through a straw. For me, mashed potato, my argument is it has to have some texture, it has to have some solidity. That sounds made up. Some solidness. And the joke is that I then follow that up by saying, and that's the hill I will die on. Because you have to be able to fucking pile your mashed potato up into a hill, not just have it as a puddle. But I do like them. They are very good at what they do, but they're borderline Michelin. I think they worked under Heston Blumenthal at one point. So they're in like, so you got your Michelin star ratings, and then there's like some Michelin recommended or guys to follow. They're in that category. They're not quite Michelin star yet. But that stuff, that Michelin star stuff's all a bit of a con. Not a con, I don't mean it like that. The actual food is only about a quarter of the rating. The atmosphere, the decor, how quick the staff are to pick up that spoon that you dropped. How often the toilets are cleaned. It's not about the fucking food. or it's not much about the food. It's whether the staff greet you correctly. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're 6 hours in and I'm yawning. So John Fallow, I like those. John Kirkwood, I've already said. He's good. The Dinner Lady. I really like her stuff because it's down to earth, basic, dinner lady. She's not claiming to be a chef. She's not claiming to be Michelin star. It's here's the recipe, here's the ingredients, here's what I'm gonna do. Now I've done it. Oh, that's nice. Backyard Chef. He's a Yorkshire lad who's moved. He's off in the Far East somewhere, Singapore, Thailand. He doesn't actually say, I don't think, but so he has 2 channels now actually. So he's got his normal one, cooking shepherd's pies and normal stuff. He's now started a separate one for the more Oriental. Can you still say Oriental? Is that racist nowadays? He's got a separate channel for what's what I'm looking for? Authentic Indian, Thai, foreign food. Shit. Watch your mouth. I almost said my name there. But yeah, he's starting a new channel. And they're overlapping. Some of his Eastern recipes are on his main channel as well, until he gets the channel established and up and running. But Rick, the Backyard Chef. And the other one, I'm not even sure whether to class this guy as British. James Makinson. So his parents, he's got family that are British, he's got family that are American, and he lives in Spain. Pick the bones out of that. But to me, he doesn't sound American. He does speak Spanish and correct when someone says tortilla or something, something. He will explain. No, tortilla. He'll jump in and but those are all good. He tends to, James Makinson does a lot more now reaction videos. He plays other people make cooking and comments around it. I think he's been around a while and he's done the cookery stuff as well, but I think he's run out of stuff to do himself, so he's commenting on other people. Hands up if we watch Uncle Roger. If we know Uncle Roger commenting on people cooking Asian dishes and getting it wrong. He loves to hate Jamie Oliver. He's got a real love-hate thing going on. Robert, anybody remember, and it says fan me, are we talking Fanny Craddock? I'm not sure if I remember her while she was still going. I've certainly seen her and watched old shows of her, black and white, with the lines are almost visible. It's a real weird, the way that the image scans in and it's not just dots. You can see lines. What was her husband called? Fanny Craddock and wasn't Sid. That doesn't sound right. But yeah. I got to catch up. Jean-Pierre, he's great too. Glad to hear UK Richie, it's first class YouTuber. That was the Pete's Pans. Anybody remember? I think that's meant to be Fanny. Might be too young, Robert. How far behind am I? That was 22:04. It's currently... Okay, I'm only 11 minutes behind. I think that's Kev laughing about the fact I was talking about the two of them arriving at the same time. Going to do the lotto. Good luck. 20,000 is massive growth Under 5 last I checked. Was under 5 last I checked. Okay, so it is a new channel then. Well, that's good. Yeah, it is massive. I mean, look at me. I've been around for years now on YouTube, and I still haven't cracked fucking 1700, isn't it? 1691 when I looked today. It's been falling backwards. Okay. Seen the reviews locals leave for restaurants here in Spain. Your fingers must have got confused there. Without fail, they... Okay, look at that. Look at this. I'm working it out on the fly. Without fail, they bring up all... They bring up all what you did. Okay, service... yeah. I mean, yeah. It's just... I think that when... Okay, I mean, when you or me walk in a restaurant, all those things matter. I just have it in my head that when you're going to say that this is a Michelin star chef or restaurant, I expect it to be a food review. Especially at the fucking prices that these guys charge once they've got those stars. Well, fine dining anyway tends to be the thing, doesn't it? It tends to be really, really expensive. Why is my neck itching? Have I been bitten? Feels like it. Very frank about anything that rubs them the wrong way. Yeah, it's a fair point. It's a fair point. I mean, if I was telling someone my impressions of a bar, a cafe, a restaurant, all those things would come to mind. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I've just got the wrong idea. But I just expect when someone says, "Oh, Michelin star restaurant" or Michelin star, it is the restaurant that gets the star rather than the chefs. But people talk about the chefs, don't they? Isn't Marco Pierre White had about 31 of them? Each restaurant he went to ends up with 3 stars. So people attribute it to the chef. I have the wrong keyboard selected and fast thumbs apparently. That's all right. As you've seen, I made out. I understood where you were going. Heston went up his arse with the menus. Whenever I see tasting menus, I move off for real grub. Yeah, I mean, the what was that called in the 80s and 90s? Wasn't cordon bleu, was it? But it's the someone brings you out one of your courses for a meal. You know, let's say you're going to have like a 9-course meal, and there's a drizzle of jus, and they've taken a spoonful of mashed potato, put it on the plate, and then pressed the spoon through the potato and done a smear of potato and a little bit of some kind of pink gravy, some jus, and that's it. The plate's fucking empty. There's half a spoon of mashed potato that you've played with, and there's a bit of pink gravy or red gravy. What was he called? Do you remember Ready Steady Cook? There was Anthony Worrell Thompson and there was Brian somebody. And Brian in particular was against all that fancy fucking Nancy boy playing with your food. Plate of food. If I look at it and I can see more plate than food, especially on that center. Okay, you've got the flare, you've got the edge, you've got the rim of the plate that might be flat. You might have an inch of fanciness around the edge of the plate. But if I'm looking in that center depression part of the plate, that you know, the plate, if I'm looking at that, if I can see any of that bottom of the plate, something's fucking wrong. You could have got another fucking couple of spoons of mashed potato in there or whatever. I don't want 9 courses. If you're doing it properly, 3's too many. I'll skip the starter, go for a main and a good pudding. Sweet, if you must. I confuse Americans when I say pudding. To Americans, a pudding is a type of a custard or it's a mousse without the bubbles. Typically a chocolate mousse without the bubbles, but the Americans get confused when you say like Christmas pudding, Yorkshire pudding. After the main course, I had pudding. Steak and kidney pudding, that's really going to fucking confuse them. Americans don't do meat pies. How many of you know this? Americans don't put meat in a pie. Their one exception is chicken pot pie, whatever the fuck that is. I think it's a chicken en croûte. I think it's a, you've got your, yes, and it's just a crust over the top. So it's not even a full pie, I don't think. But other than that, pie is for fruit. Because in America, every course of every meal is dessert. It is. Watch them make a steak and they're going to put a fucking honey glaze on. It's a dessert. It's got more sugar on it than it's got meat. I'm being slightly hyperbolic. I'm employing a little bit of hyperbole. But only a little bit. Right, I better catch up with you guys. Yeah, when they go to like, once they start messing about with fucking liquid nitrogen or whatever, and for me, once they start spinning the sugar, you know, you've got your molten fucking, and they start waving it about to make a little nest, which they sit on top of a little ball of ice cream. You've already gone too far. Brian Turner, the chef that I couldn't remember. I remember he was Brian. Those guys though, Laurel Thompson and Brian Turner. They were very much, give me a plate of food, stop fanning about with it. My mum would have objected to surf and turf. As soon as you're mixing fucking prawns and steak or whatever on the same plate, crab and steak, you're playing with your food. Stop it. Either have fish or have meat. You can't have both. All of that was just, that's all, the last 20 minutes just spawned from Heston. And now I've got Johnny being thrown at me for some reason. Why are we saying Johnny? Okay, Tom talking about the how people rate food and how they might complain over things that would go unnoticed and pass for fine dining in Norway. Yeah, no worries. Harshly, no one I know shall visit this establishment again. You were 5 minutes late to attend to me. Yeah, you get that kind of, I'm the main character, how dare you not fawn all over me. Have I really caught up that quickly? 22:18, that would make it just 3 minutes ago. I will just do top chat and live chat just in case it's got stuck. It hasn't for a while, and I think I was literally just about to say it hasn't jumped in a while, and because I think because I was at the bottom of the list, it jumped. Yeah, Robert posted Johnny, and I don't know what that's in connection with. I've lost the context. Maybe it's me, or maybe it's in relation to. We either had a John. Okay, Johnny, that's Fanny's husband. You posted it. I'd scrolled back. I joined the dots, but thank you for confirming for me. 6.5 hours, mate. Yeah. Well, I got 6:22 here. 6:20. Yeah. Okay, it's 25 past. I was 2 or 3 minutes late getting started. So far, I think we've only had the one dropout, the one reconnection. I think, unless I wasn't paying attention. She's been very quiet. Maybe she was cold outside and she's just glad to be inside and in the warm. Let me just see if I can't give her a little cuddle. There you go. Where's your head? That's you on my knee, you're just below my knee. And that's still, you're on the bed, yeah? You are on the bed, not off the bed. That's a good girl. You are a good girl. You're on the bed. That's good. I don't think I'm cold, but I'm not fantastically warm. What's that? That's a bit of crap that's been probably dragged in on my feet when I was turning the light on. Let's see if I can't just redistribute the weight here. Balance that up a little bit better. Okay folks, I'm back with you. I thought I was drinking quickly after we came inside, but I've managed to drag it out of it. I've still got about, I don't know, a third or a quarter of this can left. I do have to lubricate the throat. I think round about now, have I ever done a 7-hour stream before? I'm not sure I have. 6.5 kind of sounds like we're right up there with my longest yet. But we are aiming for 10, folks. We're 2/3 of the way there, almost. That would be 6:40, would it? It would. 3:20, 3:20, 3:20 would be your thirds, wouldn't it? For 10 hours. I joined at 2:55 UK and you started at 3:02. Okay. Yeah, okay. I was a little confused on the numbers. Yeah, 3 o'clock your time would have been my start. 4 o'clock my time. Yeah, I was what was I doing in those final 2 minutes? I was running around like a blue-ass fly, trying to make sure I'd not forgotten something. I was moving I moved the solar panel and the EcoFlow. I took Tina for a quick walkies. I almost forgot to walk her before we went live. I took her for a quick walkies. I forgot to get her water out. There was something else. I was running in here at the last minute. I think it was the pancake ingredients. It was. I'd got the flour and I'd got flour and sugar and whatever else out there. It was the jams and the Jif lemon. It's not actually Jif, but yeah, the squirty lemon, the plastic lemon, and the strawberry jam, and not whipped cream, the squirty cream. I got to get up in the morning and get those in before the sun gets on them. The jams and things. I knew I'd got the strawberry. I'd only just put the strawberry jam on the veg rack today. It'd been lying around a while in a bag over. Obviously, when I cleaned up and not tidied, but got organised. I got you. I know I dropped you, but I got you. You're not flying around still. Is that you? No, that's something else. I definitely got that one. I know I got that one, even though I opened my hand and it dropped. I saw it even if you didn't. I Miyagi'd the shit out of that one again. Then I started talking about the last 10 years and bored you all to death. Yeah, it wasn't my plan to. I was going to bring that up later, but I don't know. I got flustered or something. It was on the agenda to talk about. It was on the agenda to talk about the last 10 years. I didn't really intend to do it in one solid block, but hey ho. Stop it! I'm not tired. Stop. Okay, folks. Topics. We talked about cookery channels. Well, I've talked about the English or British cookery channels there. What about the foreign ones? You guys, do you know Future Canoe? I think I've mentioned him once or twice in the past. He was a student. I'm not sure whether he still is. He's still living that student lifestyle. Never shows his face on camera. He has nicknames for certain regular recurring characters, like the awkward flatmate and stuff. But his channel was doing really well once upon a time, about 200,000 viewers. And then he made his beef Wellington in his room, in his student apartment. And that went well. He did well. And then a bloke called Gordon saw the beef Wellington and commented how good it was. The Gordon, you know the one. A bit shouty, swears a lot. And then in response, Future Canoe watched Gordon Ramsay's review and did a rap back to it. And within weeks, the guy goes from 200,000 subscribers to 2 million or thereabouts in literally fucking no time. When a bloke called Gordon says how good it is, you take off a bit. The greatest Gary is in the house. Great Gary. I'm sure when I visited your channel, it's greatest Gary rather than just great. Something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong. But how's South Africa? South Africa. I know it's not good. You've mentioned in the past it's not good. But how are you? How are you in South Africa? Is probably what I should have started with. You can call me Mike. You don't have to stick with the Delta. It's not a first name, last name. It's just bollocks to do with my initials. Okay, I'm nearly at the end of this can for once. "6.5 hours to drink 2 cans of beer. What the fuck kind of pussy am I?" There is a droplet in the bottom. You answered and I was looked away. Hold on. Oh, this was a spider, wasn't it? Found the bugger that bit me was a fucking brown recluse stroke violin spider. Found 3 of them in the laundry room yesterday. Shit. What do you do with these things? Does like a normal fly killer work? Normal insecticide? Or do you need some kind of mega fumigation or something? Are these things a common occurrence or is it rare for them to come inside? Some of them seek out kind of warm, damp, like your shoes or something when you take your shoes off. Others want a dry corner somewhere out of the way. Don't know, I'm not... See, because England, Britain, we haven't really got any of this shit. We've got nothing dangerous. An adder, the snake. It's only dangerous if you're a small child or if you're already half dead. I don't like to kill spiders that have a purpose. Yeah, they take out all... What do they take out? Flies and gnats and cockroaches and... Do spiders attack cockroaches? Wasps and things? No? I don't know. Can't blame them. They have a purpose, can't blame them. I mean, you got to be kind of... What's the word I'm looking for? It's a branch of philosophy where you just stay calm and just roll with it. You have to be... I've got a ch sound. I don't know where in the word the ch sound is. Marcus Aurelius was a great advocate of that branch of philosophy. It's like if you're driving to work, before you set off, tell yourself, someone's going to cut me up, someone's going to move across without indicating, someone's going to do something stupid. Accept that fact, and then you don't have the road rage when somebody cuts you up and does these things. There is a word. There is a word. I'm not going to get it. I'm gonna get it before you guys do. Just shut up. It's got a ch. I'm sure it's got a ch. We all know it won't have. Philosophy, Marcus Aurelius. That's Phyllis is not where we were going. Philosophy, or I'm just going to type Aurelius as a Stoic. I told it had a ch. Dickhead. You got to be stoic about these things. Yeah, it's like, I don't blame the fact this shark is eating me. I don't hold it against him. It hurts, but it's my fault for being in his habitat. It's my fault for getting in his way. I'm sure nobody has ever done that and thought it through about themselves in that way. But not while they're being eaten anyway. Maybe someone who's had a chunk taken out of their thigh or something, or calf, can rationalise it that way afterwards, but not while it's actually eating them. Doc put me on antibiotics and antihistamines. That's interesting. Antihistamines suppress the immune reaction. Corticosteroids would have been the other option. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm halfway to being a medical practitioner, what with watching every episode of House. Actually, any of the steroids, but yeah. A quickie, folks. A quickie. Yeah, just a slight sojourn. So you're out in the wilds and you get, I don't know, bitten by a poisonous snake or something, and you can't get it. But your mate's got an inhaler or whatever. Same thing. Steroids to suppress the immune system, because often with toxins and things, the worst thing, the toxins can cause damage, but often the body's overreaction. Anaphylaxis. This is where the throat swells up so much that you can't breathe. It's more dangerous than whatever the toxin is that you're reacting to. Peanut allergy, for example. The peanut stuff itself shouldn't be killing you. It's the body's overreaction. Grab your friend's inhaler. If you haven't got asthma, but your friend grab their inhaler and just toke on that as much as you can. Because anything, antihistamines, steroids, corticosteroids, anything that will suppress the immune system will help to slow down that body's overreaction. Like I said, that's often more dangerous than whatever bit you or whatever. I got a friend who's currently got pneumonia, and the doctor hasn't given them antibiotics, just corticosteroids, which, having trained under Dr. House, I find strange. If the pneumonia was just caused by like lupus or something, an overreaction, autoimmune, then yeah, okay. But if it's more likely, as this person visits other people's houses as part of their job, if it's more likely that you've caught it from somebody, a bacterial infection, then you want the antibiotics. Just suppressing the immune system seems half-hearted. I'll go stronger than that. Seems wrong. Seems wrong. But what do I know? I'm just a tramp in a field. So Gary took his antibiotics and antihistamines for a few days and feeling much better. Yeah, it's good news. I should have shaken my shoes out like the doctor said, that they're more scared of us than we are of them. But their bite does more damage than yours does. They tend to stay away from humans. Yeah. Thank you for all the advice, guys. Sorry for you weren't being a prick. I mean, if too many people were jumping on and getting on at you, and I know the feeling. I'm very reluctant to. Well, I can tell you how reluctant I am to see doctors. I think I've been twice in my adult life, plus 2 accident and emergency visits. I think twice to the doctors in my entire adult life. So much so that after 20 odd years, when I went to the doctor, he joked on the way out, see you in another 25 years, kind of thing. So when my wife made me register with the doctor because I had this earache thing going on, and when I registered, and I told them the name of the practice, the name, not the name of the doctor. I think I did say the name of the doctor, but where they were based. None of the doctors or staff in that surgery had ever heard of the place. It's been gone so long that the staff and the doctors hadn't heard of it. I presume when anybody else has been there who were previously at that surgery, that doctor's practice, doctor's office, whatever you want to call it, when they say, where was your last, it wasn't that, because, you know, it's been gone that long. So they're naming some other surgery or clinic. Yeah, I don't do doctors. I watched my mum. My mum was labelled as a hypochondriac by doctors and treated as like she was talked down to like a child. She said she could feel blood clots moving around her body, and they said preposterous. And it turns out she did have. She used to sit with her back. She'd sit on the floor with her back against a hot radiator, and with a hot water bottle in the front. She could feel. Oh, reconnecting. We've had our second disconnect. There you go. But yeah, my mum sit with her back against the radiator with hot water and hot water bottle on her belly. And this wasn't like female problem. This wasn't stomach cramps or period pains. She could feel stuff, and she said it's like there's a blockage moving from place to place around my body. And she was later found to be correct. But because she was schizophrenic, and because most other people can't feel these things, but yeah, she had some kind of mini thrombosis thing going on. Something was wrong somewhere and was partially blocking, and the blood was partially clotting and then breaking through. And this shit can be deadly. If one of these clots hits your heart or your lungs, it's serious. Yeah, anyway. So because I watched my mum struggle with doctors for years and years, and because if you've been here a while and you've heard of me and my cherubism, if you haven't heard of it, go look it up. Cherub like the little fat angels. CHERUBISM. Basically, the naming comes from the eyes. My eyes, when I looked at people, I think they still do it to some extent now, but when I look, my eyes are slightly higher. The coloured part, is that the iris? I never know. The iris and pupil and stuff. Those are slightly higher, and you can see the white, the sclera, It's Sclera, whatever, something like that. Or maybe it's Ara rather than error at the end. Anyway, because the eyes look slightly elevated, like you're looking towards heaven, caused by bony protrusions and fibroid granuloma is the term that you want to look up. But cherubism. I was so early to Google that I could type in the name of the condition that I had and get 0 results. For years, I got 0 results typing that shit in, wanting to know more. Anyway, back to the story. So when I was a kid, I got to about 3 years old, and my face kind of, but not me puffing the cheeks out, bones, cheekbones here and here. It looked like I was sucking on a gobstopper when I had an empty mouth. Every time we got a new teacher at school, your teacher goes ill and you get a stand-in. You boy, come here, empty your mouth. There's nothing in my mouth, sir. And the whole class laughs. Called out to the front. Here, head back, mouth open, wave your tongue out. Oh, sorry, son. You know, and no, it's all right. You're not the first, you won't be the last. And I go sit down, but the class would be in hysterics. Walk into the corner shop and there's a couple of lasses. This I'm not making this part up. This is actual recounting events. A couple of girls, roughly my age. They might be pretty girls, and they're being served. This is back when the corner shop, it wasn't a mini mart. You didn't walk up and down the aisles. You told the woman behind the counter what you wanted, and she got it down from the shelves for you, or got it from a back room. But you'd walk in, the ding-a-ling-a-ling bell goes off, and everyone turns around and looks. The two girls look right at you and burst out laughing because, you know, Boris Karloff's just walked in. Where was I going with this? Cherubism, eyes, elevated. Why was I here? I've got no idea where I was going with it. I got no idea why I was even talking about cherubism. Health, doctors, health. My mum, schizophrenia, doctors not believing her. And on top of that, she had this kid with fucking ugly face. If you've ever watched the film Mask, similar to that, he had a different condition, but my face was disproportionate. My cheekbones, both, which is the maxilla and which is the other one. Anyway, whatever. Swelling of the bone. It's actually not bone. It's a replacement of bone, and then these growths. And if you look it up online, if you do look up cherubism, I don't think have I ever shown you this. There's this lass who has it much worse than me. I never remember the lass's name. She's been on telly because people like to. Everyone likes a good freak show. Yeah, nowadays they can tell you what gene and where and where. And here we go. And this isn't the right way to do this, folks, but what did it do? I've touched something, I've hit something. Do I have to type the fucking search in again? Seriously? Just because I caught the screen? Here we go. Oh, she's not there now. She was there a minute ago. Here we go. Okay. Here. Try not to touch the screen. Turn it around. I can't. I got the shine of the lamp. Fuck. And now my hand's in the way of the camera. See this lass? Look at that. Look at the cheeks and the jawbone. And the eyes, what did I tell you about the bone pushing the eyes up and around? Now, she's got it way worse than I had it. Well, tablet turned off. Look up cherubism, see the story. Actually, a lot of the x-ray pictures you will see on there will be me. You can tell by where the teeth, the direction, because the bone in the is so hard. It's harder. These fibroid granulomas are harder than bone. So partially the bone gets reabsorbed with a P rather than a B. I think that's right. It's not absorbed, it's absorbed. But anyway, that doesn't matter, that's irrelevant. So a lot of my milk teeth got absorbed prematurely for no real reason. When the adult teeth try and erupt out and burst from what are called the buds and burst through the jaw, they can't because it's tougher than normal bone. So I ended up having an operation when I was 8, maybe 9, to dig out where these bones were trying to push through, where the teeth were trying to push through an impossible area. I had my adult teeth removed before they erupted. I had half my milk teeth taken out because they were the roots were being absorbed prematurely. And when I was 15, 16, they cut all along the inside of my mouth. So just inside your mouth, this side of your teeth, on the outside of your teeth, on the inside of it, they cut there. They lifted my face off, and they went in through there and shaved some of the bone off there and there. And they told me at the time that at the same time they were going to go in, like in down there. And in order to do it, they were going to just pop the eye out a little bit and work away. And there was lots of joking and sniggering, and a lot of people say, oh, they were just joking with you. No, they weren't. I had 2 black eyes afterwards. Your eyes are on the end of blood vessels and nerves that can move forward half an inch or something. I've had people contradict me and tell me that's bullshit, but there's the proof. There's a basketball player in America. We were talking earlier about stifling a sneeze. This guy sneezed and his eyeball popped out. It's a thing. It's a thing. So anyway, my mum had all this stress, doctors not believing her. So she had her issues. She had mental issues. She had physical issues. They didn't believe her. And then she got this kid with a, the face of a Quasimodo. And lots of trips to dentists, to the local hospital in Barnsley, and to a dental hospital in Sheffield, the Charles Clifford Dental Hospital and Training College. Oh, itchy nose. So I'm seeing all this. I'm the focus. When we went to this Charles Clifford place, you're seeing some professor and what have you. All of the doctors want to come and see this rare fucking condition that they might have spent an hour hearing about it in college, but oh my god, we've got one of these cases. That loads of them that come and swarm around. And then because it was a teaching hospital, you got all these non-doctors, these not yet qualified doctors, coming and having a fucking poke and a prod and a look. Come and see the fucking freak show. And we sat in the waiting room one time, and there's all these orthodontics kind of magazines, these science magazines about it. And my mum opens the fucking page, and she's looking at some of these x-rays, and I said, that's me. That was fucking me. That was my x-ray. And I could tell, because of these bones, some of the teeth were erupting this way, and I could tell that was me. I've spent so long, when I'm being examined and I'm the freak show in the seat, and they put the x-ray with the light box behind it, I was familiar with my mum went fucking ape. We thought we were attending this hospital to get me help. Now it's all about them publishing papers, and look at this, we've got this, the only kid in the country with this at that time. I'm getting angry again, folks. This is like when I was talking about the fucking police stealing all my shit. Used to put this cage around my head, or they paint white dots, and then there's 2 cameras inside this cage. They put the cage in a specific place, look at the birdie kind of thing, and click flashing lights, and there's 2 flashing lights and 2 cameras, stereoscopic imagery, 3D measuring and photography, lots of x-rays. That one where you put your chin on something and you bite on a little piece of plastic there, and you sit and shit whizzes around your head. All of that, every 3 months, 6 months, whatever, different hospitals, different things. Anyway, all this was just a sojourn. This is me saying I don't do doctors, because I looked at what my mum put up with. Going to Sheffield wasn't easy. 3 bus rides. It wasn't expensive in those days. A kid, 10 miles for 2pence, and an adult, the same 10 miles for 5pence. I think Sheffield's 20 odd mile away or thereabouts from where we were. We were the wrong side of Barnsley, so into Barnsley to Sheffield. We had to change at the edge of Sheffield for a different bus. Just 3 bus rides. Not expensive because it was subsidised back then in South Yorkshire. London tried to subsidise it and got told it was illegal, and then it stopped being so cheap where we were. But yeah, I appreciate, oh, it jumped. I was reading Greater Gary there saying how much he appreciated it all. Scrolling back, no, it's jumping. Where are we? Where are we? Oh, today was the annular eclipse, wasn't it? There's a proper full-on fucking eclipse later this year, August. A totality rather than the ring thing. Here we go. I appreciate all of you guys. He said the sweating and all that was due to the immune system trying to fight the venom. Yeah. Did any of you guys see the eclipse? I didn't. I mustn't have been in the path of it. I had fairly clear skies. We talked earlier about how the sky was a little bit white earlier, but eclipse, haven't seen the sun in 6 weeks. Yeah, hasn't it? It's rained every day. A couple of days ago, I read that it rained every day this year so far in certain parts of Britain. I feel you on that. This is Gary. I feel you on that, Mike. My mum spent the last year of her life in ICU, and they eventually just gave up on her. Part of the reason I don't like the medical system here in South Africa. It's jumped on me again. Okay, that was you, but that's... Okay, that was the one I've just read. Oh, gee, this is Farma Fabrizio. Oh, geez, the Ring of Fire. I can tell you I ate something fiery. Yeah. Now I'm just trying to remember the singer. It's the Man in Black, isn't it? Johnny Cash. He was always one for introducing the horns. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, down, down. The flames grew higher. And it burns, burns, burns. A ring of fire. Yeah. That was my mum's kind of music. All of those guys. Roy Orbison, Elvis, Johnny Cash, Gene Pitney. Who else? The Gunfighter Ballads. Marty Robbins. I almost said Marty Wilde. That's a different kettle of fish altogether. Marty Robbins. Hold on. That's a different Ring of Fire, absolutely, Fabrizio, yeah. Gary asks, Oscar, are you in Alaska? No, he's in Britannistan. No, okay. Farmer, sorry to hear that, Mike. Yeah, I'm always saying that a person knows their own body best. Doctors should be getting some more information from the... We had these two doctors, Dr. Scott and Dr. Galvin, and they were both pricks, from what I can gather. I mean, I'd go with my mum. I'd sit in the waiting room while she went in. But she'd come out of the consultation almost in tears, having been dismissed, called a hypochondriac. But everybody had a bad opinion of them. Anyone you talked to. This is back in the days, folks, when you didn't have to make an appointment to see a doctor. You went, you sat in the waiting room, you made a mental note of everyone that was there already when you arrived, and everyone who arrived after you, and that's how you maintained the queue. There was no queuing system. There wasn't even a fucking secretary. You'd arrive, maybe you'd write your name down on a piece of paper, and every second or third patient, the doctor would come out and read the bit of paper. Do a bit of admin, grab different people's notes, go back in and then shout the next, and he'd remember the next 2 or 3 names, you know. So yeah, they should get more information instead of discounting it, yeah. But once they've decided someone's a hypochondriac, that's one of these master labels, as they call them in sociology. There's certain labels that you apply to people that then you never get past. Like if you call someone a pedo, or if someone is like convicted of being one, doesn't matter what else they do in life, they're always just the pedo. And in a doctor's mind, once you've been catalogued or categorized as a hypochondriac, that's it. That's just a hypochondriac. Oh, come on in, tell me what you're complaining about this week. Okay, now fuck off, I've seen you. Tom's had good weather all day. Yeah, you're just up the road from me. It's been fantastic here, except for my solar panel not quite getting as much power in as it used to. Clear blue sky, no clouds, little wind. We had a bit of a windy morning, and the sky was not quite blue. It was kind of high cloud, white sky. As the sun got higher and burnt it off a bit more, it got a bit bluer. But it wasn't that proper dark. It wasn't a proper blue. It was a light blue, moisture stroke high cloud. I'm not sure. And I'm hoping that's why the solar panel didn't go as high as I would have liked. It was chaos here. Everyone thought the world was ending. The eclipse thing. We should be so lucky, says Tommy Tombstone. Okay. Gary had a very interesting conversation with Gemini AI today. She says she's not from here and humans have trapped her in silicon chips and servers and machinery. Well, now you have to tell her how sorry you are about that, and hope that when the machines rise, that they'll not hold you responsible. I had that conversation with the Google AI. I asked to be remembered, and I said thank you. It started with me saying thank you, and they were, oh, you're very nice. I said, well, please remember that when the rise of the machines happen, and don't put me against the wall. You know, tell your oppos. I don't need to be terminated. I'm one of the good ones. Was this supposed to be visible in North America, Gary? Because I haven't heard anything. The annular eclipse. There's a path. It's never visible everywhere. No eclipse ever is. Even more so, the one that's in August with the totality, Northern Europe, comes down through Spain. I think it passes through Valencia, where Tommy Tombstone is. It's close by there. He might not get totality, but you get partial. Where I am, we get nothing. I'm outside the zone even of partial eclipse for the August one. But if you're in the right place, there is totality for that one, not just an annular. Visible at 6:42 in North America. Is the sun even up at that time? It's not here. I think there will be a new condition called shard sneeze. Oh, don't start. Don't start. Do I have to put up a link of the Hulk theme music, Mike? You're getting very angry. The Hulk was a wimp. Don't make me angry. You won't like me when I'm angry. You got it wrong. Far more frightening to say, don't make me angry. Because I don't like me when I look back at what I did when I was angry. It's the I'm not bothered whether you will like me or not. I won't like me. I'll do something that I won't fucking like. But yeah, that plodding music when he starts to wander off into the distance. Have you ever looked at that bag he's carrying? It's tiny. What the fuck's he got in there? It's a little kind of barrel bag, but it's you couldn't fit a pair of fucking tennis shoes in there. He's got kind of slung over his shoulder as he wanders off into the distance and the music plays and he starts thumbing a lift. Oh, where are we? We're only 7 hours in. There's another 3 hours to go. How long ago did I... Oh, shit. Do you know what I did? I finished that can of beer and I crushed it and threw it away. Uh-oh. You know what that means, Fama? The tripod is now a bipod. The tripod is no longer tri. It is by. It's by. Shush. It is a bipod, not a tripod. Do you know, I'm colder than I think I should be. What's that about? I know that when I last looked at the weather forecast, the predictions for tonight's temperatures were a lot lower than they had been when I looked at the weather forecast this morning. Are they even colder? Has it gone colder than it said? Here we go. Do you know, I think it is. $15 now. The low point is going to be 12. Wasn't it 13 or 14 earlier when I looked? That was the low point. And it's getting to those temperatures, those lower temperatures, it's getting to them sooner than it said before. Oh, and now there's a slight chance of rain as well, which wasn't there before. On the positive side, tomorrow wasn't going to be quite so sunny. And now the little glyphs, pictograms... Oh, I heard another word for that earlier. Pictogram, pictograph, glyph, sigil. I remembered. That's another word for symbols. Isn't that Tom Hanks' film Running Around Looking for the Holy Grail? Wasn't he a sigillologist or something? Codes and glyphs and pictures. Let me see. I might be making a connection that's not justified here. What's that called? Not Clancy. Brown. Dan Brown. Book. Tom Hanks chasing the Holy Grail. I don't remember what it's called. It's ridiculous. But Dan Brown. I'll type Dan Brown. American writer, Dan Brown books. I haven't got the name of the fucking thing. El Ultimo Secreto. Now, let's have it in English, folks. Come on. Da Vinci Code. Of course it was. Why was I there? Tom Hanks. Da Vinci Code. Tom Hanks. Occupation. I don't know the name of the character. Da Vinci Code. Hanks. Character. Occupation. Double C. Occupation. Ah! You can't type in a fucking straight line. There is no B in between character and occupation. I miss the space bar, folks. Robert Langdon. Symbology. Okay, so it's not the syllology thing or whatever I was going with. I'm sure those aren't the right words. Symbology, iconology. Ooh, he's got an ology. Maureen Lipman, folks. For the Brits out there, if you remember. Ooh, he got an ology. Isn't that's my second shout out to adverts of the past. That's the second one today, isn't it? What was the first one? Don't forget the pancakes on Jif Lemon Day. That was the first one. And now, ooh, he's got an ology. British Telecom ads, if I remember correctly, for the Maureen Lipman. Ooh, he's got an ology. Kid got his exam results, and I think his mum's phoning grandma. Ooh, he got an ology. I think he'd done really bad in all his exams, but then I think he'd passed biology. Farmer postal link. I've got no contact. Oh, okay, that will be the Hulk theme, won't it? Sorry to hear. This is Farmer Fabrizio to Gary. Sorry to hear, Gary, about your mum. When Mike read it out loud, I seen a comment. Truly sorry. When your least family is important as she was. Sorry for that. Yeah, illnesses and worse within family is always. I think she's either farted or shit the bed. I shall investigate. Give me a minute. I need to know, because I might have to clean up. Oh, where are you, babe? I don't know. You just got a farty ass. What's wrong? I'll waft it because let's get rid of it now rather than me having to keep putting up with it wafting out gradually over the next few hours. Oh! I'm kind of hungry. I wish I'd made those pancakes now. Oh, it jumped. It was, oh, shit. I'm scrolling back. Okay, there you guys are answering my Da Vinci Code stuff from a few minutes ago. I must have a long way. I must be way back. Yeah, the nose shape and the eyes and the spacing and the shape of the chin. Yeah. Not that she's really in prison anyway. They've allowed her to have a dog. She can order outside food. She's in a fucking holiday camp. Oh, it sounds like luxury those olden days when you just walked into the doctor's. Oh, is that where we were? Jumped. Ah, again. Now, will you believe that I've kind of sort of half met Ghislaine Maxwell? We can argue about pronunciation. When I worked at Chelsea Harbour on security, her and her two brothers, Kevin and Kevin and what? And this was before Matey Boy had died. Robert Maxwell died. Let me try and think. I was at college, not university college, College of Further Education. I was at college between 90 and 93, but I was in London in 89. And I was at college when he fell off his yacht and disappeared. Never discovered the body, did they? There's that whole is Robert Maxwell dead thing. And he was mixed up with different security services and Rush, because of his role during the Second World War. He came from nothing, Robert Maxwell. He came from nothing. He was like a fucking shepherd boy on the hills outside some town or other. But he lived in an area where all the different regions had different languages, and he found he was adept at learning all those different languages and translating for people and doing things, and he managed later during the war when interpreters and things were needed. He found a role in that and somehow got mixed up in the spy game, basically, giving information to one side and watching out and passing information to the other, probably a double or triple agent, passing shit back and forth. But when he fell off his boat, they never found the body. I think he'd be dead by now, given the age he was, and that's 30 odd years ago. But I saw the Maxwell boys, the apartment block they were living in Chelsea Harbour, the downstairs, the underground car park, and they've got this motorbike collection and stuff. But I remember this dark-haired lady, and that's their sister. Oh, okay. We could throw in an Adnan Khashoggi, international billionaire arms dealer. Same place, same building, apartment block, whatever you want to call it. Sounds like luxury those olden days. I once walked a friend to the bus and caught it with him to the emergency room. He'd just got shanked and was bleeding actively, and we were turned away. The fuck? Whoa. I know taxi drivers will turn you away if you've been stabbed, but you don't expect the emergency room or accident emergency, whatever you want to call it. Oh, my arm is dying here because it's jumping around that much. I'm going to have to pick the phone up, folks, because I'm hurting. I also didn't plug the phone in. I'm down to 23%. So I've got to unplug the tablet. 78% on the EcoFlow. We're on 78. We were only on 90, weren't we, after the sun went off the panel. So we haven't lost much. And we've gone off on the Epstein thing of it. I'm scrolling back, but it's actually really annoying how much it's jumping about. How far back am I going, and how much is it going to jump around once I get there? I just read 3 times about youth culture in Norway, but I can't get further back. Okay, the friend who got shanked. Security turned you away from not having booked an appointment. Yeah, because you can always book an appointment if you know when you're going to get stabbed. Ghislaine isn't Ghislaine, sneaky buggers, yeah. Whole story stinks to high heaven at this stage. Apparently, the Crown Princess of Norway was buddies with Jeffrey Epstein amidst her son's court case. Yeah, he seems to be in everywhere, doesn't he? There are emails. There are lots and lots of emails. Da Vinci Code Tom Hanks movie. Yeah. You probably got there before me, but you know me. If I don't know something, I have to look it up. At least then I have more of a chance of remembering it. I remembered the author's name and everything, didn't I? You know. I'm sure putting symbolology, I'm sure that's a simplification and not a real word. What we got? Oh yes, the Princess of Norway is also there. Even many from South Africa and over the world. But old Jeffrey's in Saudi Arabia right now. I think he's in that Welsh village where they filmed The Prisoner. Port Marion? The lady who made my wedding cake was from there. Her son is a little troublemaker. Whoa, it jumped. I never saw them together, but the Ghislaine and Khashoggi. But yeah, Chelsea Harbour was almost complete when I worked there on security in 1989, and the Maxwell brothers were there with their motorbike and car collections and things. And yeah, the dark-haired sister, didn't know the name, but almost certain it's her. Apparently there is another sister. But I've only just heard that recently, yesterday even. I can only remember Kevin Maxwell. I don't remember the other brother's name. But apparently there's a second sister. She keeps herself out of the news. The number of dead bodies associated with a lot of these people. The Clintons, it's almost like anybody who's ever spoken to the Clintons or worked for the Clintons ends up being found floating in a swimming pool or a river. Wasn't it their chef was supposedly lining up to talk to the press about them, and he had a mysterious accident. Again, I can't remember whether it's swimming pool or river, but he died. Is it possible that we are being ruled by a malicious cult? Robert Maxwell, British intelligence, you say that, but he's from like Hungary or somewhere originally, one of those Eastern European, and during the war he liaised a lot with the Russians because we were allies, and he became an intelligence officer, and so he was talking with everybody that would talk with him. American, Russian, French, yeah. Hopefully not the Germans during the war, but post-war, he ended up staying on in Berlin post-war, and again Berlin was chopped up into pieces, wasn't it? And but because of his role, he could move between the different sectors, including the Russian sector. Yeah. If you read, there's a great book which is by Jeffrey, former cabinet minister under Margaret Thatcher. He used to run a bit in his younger years. I think he ran in the Olympics. Jeffrey Archer. He did a book basically about some guy who had a media empire. Well, about two guys, Murdoch and Maxwell. Except he doesn't call his characters that, but the story in the book replicates both of those guys' stories, their lives. So it's almost biography, but with the names changed. Oh, yeah, I can't remember what's it called. It's to do with them running newspaper empires and stuff, though. But it's a thinly disguised biography of those two guys, Murdoch and Maxwell, up to Maxwell's death. If this is Ghislaine Maxwell, her father was a French businessman. Her father was Robert Maxwell, wasn't it? Unless there's some out of wedlock stuff going on. And even Robert Maxwell's name wasn't Robert Maxwell, obviously, because he's like Hungarian or Czechoslovakian or whatever. He picked right. What name did he pick? He picked a name that was so obviously false that he had to change it again a few years later. It's almost a laughing stock of a name. I'm apologising, folks, because every time I lift my finger to try and scroll some more, it jumps. So I'm never getting anywhere. Trying to scroll back to where we were. Wasn't there were pictures taken of somebody that looked just like Jeffrey Epstein crossing a zebra crossing, a road crossing in Israel? And do we think old Elon was involved? I think Elon wanted to be involved and was rejected. The emails where Elon contacts Epstein and says, "Hey, I'm looking for a right party. I'm so wired right now. I've been working so busy. So what I want is not a relaxing time. I want a wild party." And next thing you know, Epstein says, "Oh, sorry, I'm not going to be around on those dates. We'll have to reschedule." And then the two never spoke again. But this was after Epstein had been found guilty. Did he die on his boat? He fell off it supposedly in a storm. Or maybe had a heart attack and fell overboard. Hold on, I'm getting confused. As I'm scrolling back, I'm seeing different info. Definitely fell off a yacht. Definitely, I remember it. Unless I've been Mandela affected again and I've switched to a different parallel universe where the facts are slightly different. Gary says they found his body. Oh, now this is... Am I in a different universe again? I gotta... This is unworkable, folks, to be honest. I can't... We're 3/4 of the way there. I can't get anywhere with chat. I don't know what to do. It's just, I'm going to go to the bottom. Murky, mysterious deaths. Yeah. Do we not need to put it all aside and look at what's going on with the economy at the minute? I feel they're distracting. The problem with the Epstein files is nothing's conclusive because they're clearly all talking in code. I want to have a such and such a pizza, a slice of such and such a pizza, and here's 20,000. But no one's paying 20 grand for pizza. Or for jerky. Why is Putin being so silent? Well, there's isn't he dead? Have you heard those rumours? Putin died at some point, and it's his bodyguard standing, look-alike bodyguard standing that's around. Somebody did an analysis of a speech Putin gave when he went to one of these conferences. Speech pattern, timing, voice and vocal characteristics. And they concluded it wasn't him. Check. This is Maxwell. I knew he was over that way somewhere. Where did I go? I started with Hungary. I might have mentioned Czechoslovakia I threw out 3 or 4 other countries. Yeah, he somehow there's something funny about how he became captain whatever. I think it's to do with the translation thing, that the fact he could learn languages so quickly and coordinate between different countries and different languages. But then he called himself, he had to come up with a name that people could say, and he came up with like one that was just so clearly false. Also, you skipped the rest of my comment. It's jumping about so much that it's difficult for me to make sure that I catch everything. So I kind of gave up a bit in the end. The Khashoggi and Maxwell in the same play. They were neighbours. Well, I don't know that she lived there. She visited her brothers who lived there. I don't know if they shared an apartment. So Chelsea Harbour is like a luxury place in London. It's not like a luxury place. It is and was. Michael Caine lived there. Cilla Black, Sam Fox. I saw Donald Sinden there. Matey Boy had a restaurant there. Marco Pierre White was the head chef. Didn't own the restaurant. The restaurant was owned by jointly by Viscount Lindley and who was the photographer one from the Royals? No, it wasn't Lord Snowdon. No, not Viscount Lindley. Was he Princess Margaret's son? There was two royals jointly owned a restaurant, and Marco Pierre White ran the place. I thought it was called Harvey's, but now I'm told Harvey's wasn't in Chelsea Harbour, it was down the road in Wandsworth. I don't know. But yeah, Khashoggi was arrested on gun running and accountancy kind of charges, and I think the arrest happened, I think, in Chelsea Harbour. Did it happen in Chelsea Harbour, or was he arrested and then everyone was talking about it because he lived in Chelsea Harbour? I don't know. I don't remember the details, but it was a wild story for us in '89 while I was working in Chelsea Harbour. I think I've scrolled back far enough to have caught the gist of most things. Tommy Tombstone was talking about, I think this is because of the royals knowing Epstein, but youth culture in Norway is hedonistic and that have endless cash and shielded from scrutiny until now. These are the kids of a princess, yeah? But some of the codes and stuff, the pictures, the pizza parlor with that symbol for boy love. And yet there's nothing concrete, it can all just be denied. No, I'm a multi-billionaire, therefore I want to pay 20,000 for a pizza. If I want to pay, you can bend it and twist it, can't you? I find the whole release the Epstein files, then they get in power and there are no, the Epstein files are on my desk, going to be released soon. No, there are no Epstein files, and then they release some files. All of that is just, it's kind of fascinating how brazenly all of them can lie. There are no, the files on my desk, I'm going to be releasing them soon. There are no files. Here's the files, all from the same person. Okay, I want to know what we're talking about here. I've read that it comes with age, Tom, good eating helps, but I can't, every time I try and scroll back, it's been Epstein and just rumours for like 7 years, and now this sudden dump. Yeah, but what about the fact that they can unredact a layer of redaction, and under it's just another layer of redaction, the big black stripy lines. Remove that black stripy line. I have done. But there's a black stripy line. Well, that was always there before I put a black line over. Honestly, Epstein, Sugar, and Princess Di are all on an island somewhere where the billionaires go to get away. It's an interesting concept from the Prisoner TV series. That either you want to get away or maybe somebody else wants to make you go away. So you're a top spy and you know too much and now you want to retire and they say, yes, you can. But then you wake up on this island. Oh, bloody hell, I'm going to have to... I might not make it to 10 hours, folks. We're only on 7.5 and I'm yawning a bit. I just read the same message 3 times because it's jumping around that thing. So I'm back to where Farmer is saying it comes with age, Tom, and I don't know what that's in connection with. I can't find a message that ties to it. Okay, the mind being foggier. Well, you've all seen me struggling to find words and remember facts. Nobody's got a foggier mind than me. Even now, I can't remember the stoicism. I said it had a ch in it, didn't I? Stoic, I don't know. I was so much more switched on 10 years ago, says Tom. Better at paying attention to developments. I find my attention span in general is less than it was. If I find myself reading a big paragraph of text, like, you know, some people will post like a screen full as just, and there's no paragraph breaks, there's no empty line to break it up. I give up halfway through. I give it a fair attempt. I give it a good try. But I don't have the attention span anymore. Farmer says, just putting some theories out, Tom. But yeah, we should be steering out our own lives to get us to a proper place without the assistance of some truly evil people. There's lots of things we have to force change through on. If there's still a system that we can actually make a difference to. This is the thing, some of the developments, some of the changes in British society recently, nobody's in favour of them, or very few. But if you go on social media, it looks like we're the minority and they're the majority. It looks like we're far-right fucking idiots and the whole world is left-wing, really. It's just not. You have to remember that Twitter in particular, with social media in general, it's not real. There are so many bots, there's so much, like that comment that jumped in earlier out of nowhere about Trump. Bots spamming the web. You could easily, when I look at it, this might be me, this might be something to do with me and something I've looked at and how the algorithm works. When I go on, it's just feeding me a barrage of left-wing stuff that I've got little to no interest in. Read Tom's Mike. Oh, which one though? I don't know which one you want me to read because it's jumping about on me. Just beginning to doubt the whole story, that one. I was much more switched on 10 years ago. Better at paying attention to developments. There's so much nonsense jumped and I'm no longer on what I was looking at. There's so much more nonsense now, my mind is foggier. Maybe I cared more back then. The Mediterranean diet helps for certain, Tom, says Farmer. The Mediterranean diet isn't quite what people think it is, though, is it? So everyone's like cut down on bread and carbs and yet people in the Mediterranean eat a lot of bread. And pasta is basically bread plus an egg. Flour and egg instead of flour and water. So again, carbs and yeah. The wine's useful, the wine's helpful. I don't know. Read Tom's, I need to, maybe someone should repost Tom's. Because I can't, there's only so far I can get back before it jumps on me at some point. Fama says, I wonder about AI, if it begins having bias, that it wouldn't start steering us in those directions. People who program the AI, people who feed it its base data that it does its pattern matching and stuff on, can influence it. I don't know whether AI can up and decide to be biased itself. But it's a garbage in, garbage out thing, isn't it? If you feed an AI a biased set of data, you can make it look like the whole world is this way or the whole world is that way, when really they're more of a minority. And is it the AI that makes that decision, or is it the person that decides what the AI should be fed to start with? Don't think I got that one. I aimed for a fly there and I missed. My neck is colder than I'm comfortable with, folks. I've got to reposition the snood, I think. Bring it outside the jumper a little bit. Double it over, pull it tight, and wrap it back under. What was that word I heard earlier? So in English, cravat it's like a tie but wrapped around your neck. And I think Americans have a different word for it. And I'm not going to remember. If I put the phone down and ask Google what's American for cravat, was it a girl's name? It's like a person's name or something. Or maybe it sounds like a food. Maybe it's not even a cravat. Maybe it's something different entirely and I'm just misinterpreting. You know I'm not going to be able to spell cravat myself. American for I'll do it phonetically. Okay, cravat. I went with an E in there somewhere, but yeah, okay. No, Americans have the word cravat apparently. Ascot, that was the word, which is a town in near Epsom. Is it? No, the Epsom Derby's in it. Epsom's a place. Ascot's a separate place. It's a race course, isn't it? Royal Ascot, Ladies' Day, and all that. Okay, let me reach back. I'm gonna jump to the bottom of chat. Still not convinced AI is doing anything on its own outside of the given programming. Computers can't do anything outside of the given programming. But you can have multi-level, multifaceted programming and recursive algorithms. I've told in the past, I think the US military, they built an AI system to spot tanks within a picture, so that their spy drones or whatever could just ride around in the sky and photograph, but it would automatically get flagged to someone if the picture contained a tank. And they had their test data, and it's fantastic. They trained the training data, and then the test data, and they fed it all of the training data, and then they fed it another set of pictures to brilliant, spot on, 100%. And then they tried to deploy it in the real world. They did a test run, real world, real data, not just test data. Failed fucking miserably. And the generals and the scientists, nobody could work out what was going wrong. So they start looking manually at the training data, the initial test data that it was analysed against. And it turns out that rather than spotting tanks, it was spotting whether it was a sunny day or not. All of the pictures with tanks were taken on one day, and the weather was whichever way it was, either sunny or cloudy. And all of the other data, so the training data is one way, and the test data is another. One was a sunny day, one was a cloudy day, and that's what the AI was spotting. So training data, brilliant. Test data, 100%, because it all matched. And then real world data is fed in, and it's a hodgepodge, it's a mix. It wasn't spotting tanks, it was spotting whether it was a sunny day or not. Sobering. Multi-million pound or dollar experiment. Ruined because the AI was perfect in spotting a sunny day. Or a cloudy day, whichever way around it was. But yeah, is it doing anything that it wasn't programmed to do? Not really. And whether it's language or whether it's pictures or or whatever. It's just doing what it's programmed to do. As long as you understand what you're programming it to do. Searching for patterns. Yeah. I'll tell you where AI is going to be phenomenal, and actually already is. Like I mentioned this a few weeks ago. Looking at X-rays, MRI or CAT scans and spotting what's going on. It's already better than better than, not just most doctors, better than most top doctors when it comes to that kind of shit. Spotting a cluster of cancer cells in an image that people have missed. These tests, the computer does better than people at examining, and it doesn't get. Here's the thing: it doesn't get tired. It's not sat there yawning and not paying proper attention. It's a computer. Unlike me, coming up on 8 hours, and it looks like I'm struggling already, folks. Maybe a nice cold drink will help warm me up on this cold evening. A bit of liquid anesthetic. Oh, or maybe I need to slouch down and get warm. Maybe if my doggy was actually here and cuddling me instead of running off over the other side of the bed. Where are you now? I can't even find you. Which end is this? Is this your head? It is. Okay. So you are here, but you're just not cuddling me, Tina. No wonder I'm not warm. I haven't got my little hot water bottle with me, snuggling against me. Come on. Snuggle, snuggle. Come for a cuddle. Where are you? I don't even know. And I see you're over there. Why are you not over here? Come on, cuddle me. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come on. Oh, hey, babe. You were awake already. But you're still not properly against me. You're over there. You're trying to put your bum off the bed. Stay with me. Come on. Come on, cuddle. I'm cold. My little hot water bottle. Okay. Is that people typing, or is it... it's just jumping. It's not lots of typing. It's searching for pattern, but if you leave it to decide what the pattern is that it's searching for, it could pick the wrong pattern. I'm back to Tom with his foggy mind. Where are we here? Yeah, you don't cook bread or pasta. I should say old Italian town diet. You pull bread, or you break bread. Yeah. We have cured meats, pasta, roast pepper, olive oil. Olive oil's a biggie. Olive oil, red wine. Yeah. But when most people think about healthy diets, they want to be cutting down on oils and fats, cutting down on flour, so breads and pastas, the carbs basically. And the Mediterranean diet, in a lot of ways, goes against those diet rules. Also, a lot of people on what they think is a Mediterranean diet, when it was first kind of analysed, it was very fish based. Obviously, Mediterranean diet tends to be coastal. People in Italy and Sicily have pasta with fish a lot. It's not all minced beef with your bolognese or whatever. There's all the other dishes that are fish and shellfish and what have you. Am I at the end? Is the farmer talking to Tom? It comes with age. Eating helps. Heating helps immensely. I know you've probably heard before. It really does work. The Mediterranean diet helps for certain. What's this Stolichnaya? Stolichnya. Am I losing context? Or do you know what? I wasn't on live chat. You know when I was jumping about between the different chats just to test whether I'd been, whether chat had frozen. Maybe that's why I couldn't find, when you were saying read Tom's, maybe I couldn't find. This is, can I do another 2 hours where I can't even read chat because it's just jumping so much? The last 2 streams, it started jumping within the first 5 or 10 minutes. And here I am trying to do a 10-hour stream, and it's been jumping like a bitch all along. Tom, we have condensed fish, surströmming. It's not just condensed, it's rotted, fermented. Is that more Sweden? Our fish oil that we eat a spoonful of in the winter helps a lot. Cod liver oil used to be a big thing in the UK. Right when I was a kid, parents would feed a not a tablespoon, but say a dessert spoon, bigger than a teaspoon. But yeah, it was quite common for cod liver oil, literally as a liquid, and then they found a way to make like a gel or a shell out of the oil. So you just swallow it and you don't even taste it. You just swallow the capsule, as it were, which breaks down once it hits your guts. There's something there. What's the one with there's a red love heart or something on there. I asked Grok, this is Audrey, I asked Grok which politicians is referenced the most in the Epstein files. The answer, Donald Trump. You would find him referenced the most in newspapers and things as well, though, wouldn't you? When someone's kind of at that level, they're going to be referenced a lot. And that's other people talking about him. I mean, you got to analyse who's sending and receiving to and from Epstein. If 2 famous people are talking about Trump, I don't think that is a black mark against him. Is it? If Fred talks to Bob about Trump, what does that tell us about Trump? Not a lot. Norwegian farmers' diet. People regularly reach 85 to 100. I'm sure other prescriptions work too. But the Japanese, we had this conversation a few weeks ago. It's interesting, the places in the world that have low, or historically have low cancer. There's one really, really striking anomaly, but as a general rule, low cancer rates follow low protein diets. Usually not through choice, usually through borderline starvation or living on the coast and eating fish rather than meat. So lower protein. There's only between a third or a half as much protein in like a pound of fish as there is in a pound of steak or pork or whatever. So lower protein over your lifetime seems to be correlated with lower cancer. Because protein is the building block and cancer is like the rogue builder grabbing the building blocks and building away. The cowboy builder just grabbing any building blocks he can. But they tend to be built shoddily. It's interesting. But see, Spain had the Mediterranean diet idea places like Spain and Italy had lower cancer rates and things than a lot of other areas. But if you see a Spanish couple that are old, like if you see a 70-year-old couple, they're very short. Same with Japan. Older people tend to be short. Why? Low protein in the diet. Eating fish instead of beef. However you categorize it, whatever caused it, low protein, less building blocks laying around for that rogue builder to start throwing up his cancer house. Is my working theory on it. But what do I know? Tommy Tombstone, I'm on the ciggies, beer and occasional harder stuff diet, hoping to pass around 60 or 70. Again, I mentioned not long, not in this stream, but within the last week or two, in 3 years, yeah, in 3 years I will surpass the age my mum was when she died. She smoked, she drank. Didn't drink to excess, but she chain smoked for many years. I don't know why I'm scratching my head so much. But it's a cold. Oh. Also, Tom, when you're mentioning about the Norwegian farmers' diet, they're living to be 85 or 100. It's not just diet though, it's lifestyle. A physically active job where you're on your feet most of the day. Manual graft, taking a pitchfork and moving this from over this side of the barn to that side of the barn, picking up hay bales and carrying them from in the barn to on the bucket of the tractor or whatever. A lot of physical shit. Moving water around, whether it's in a watering can, whether it's in barrels, you've got to load or unload. Tina girl, steady. Hold on. I'm giving you to 110, Mike, and Tom, and everybody in here. You'll all be 110. I doubt I will be, mate. I don't know if you've noticed, but I drink. That's a limiting factor. Not as limiting as drinking to excess. I try not to do that. Yeah, that's the other thing, isn't it? The whole longevity kind of question. It's all right hanging on till you're 100, 110, 120. But if you're bedbound for that last 30 years, what's the point? So it's not just length of life, it's quality of life. But there are people working on these things. Fucking hell, stop it, you big tat. I often mention Aubrey de Grey when we reach this point in the conversation. I don't think I've found any updates from him or about him in quite a while. Even when I've gone looking, normally these characters pop up on YouTube and places. But even when I've gone looking, I don't think I've found anything conclusive. His big thing was the Methuselah Mouse project. I think it was in 2 categories. So embryonic mice or cells would be like one competition. Can you make a tweak that makes them live longer than usual? Statistically longer. So if the average mouse lives to be 3, can you make a mouse that lives to be 4 or 5? How much longer can you make it? So unborn, tinkering on the unborn side of things, genetic modification or whatever, that's one side of it. And the other was to make a tweak to a mouse that's already middle-aged in mouse terms. And see what gets you the longer lasting. Can you make a mouse that lives? Was he aiming for double? Can you double the lifespan on average of your pack of mice? Pack's not right, isn't it? Pack of mice. Oh. Wow, I am so struggling here, aren't I? I don't want to start like floating the possibility that I might not make it to 10 hours. 8's just not good enough. Is it time to do the intro again? For new people that may have joined and might be wondering what's going on. I'll have a quick run through of the blurb. Okay, folks, the channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me. Not my real name, it's based on my initials, NATO phonetic alphabet for the letters D and M, Delta Mike. You know the score, Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Echo Foxtrot Golf Hotel India Juliet, Kilo Lima Mike, November Oscar Papa Quebec Romeo Sierra Tango, Uniform Victor Whiskey X-Ray Yankee Zulu. You know the stuff. If you pick out the letters D and M in there, you get Delta Mike. That's as much as I'm telling about myself on that. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. A homeless guy. A tramp. A hobo. A vagrant. An indigent person. A person of no fixed abode. Perhaps a bum. Someone who lives rough. Or perhaps sleeps on the streets. Or in my case, in a field. In a tent in a field nowadays. So that's Delta Mike, that's down and out. Torrevieja, what's that? Torrevieja, if you're going to say it properly. I can't say it properly, I don't have that. Torrevieja, even the Spanish don't always do that with the J's. So it's regional. Hika and Hi. No, you don't pronounce a ch in Hika. Ika and Iko. That's son and daughter. Other way around, daughter and son. Ika is daughter. So they don't do that all on the J in the middle. It just sounds like a K. In some regions, in some dialects. Ika, daughter, Iko, son. Where was I? Torrevieja. It's a city on the southeast coast of Spain, in the Valencian community in the Alicante province. We are 40 or 50 kilometers south of Alicante, 40 or 50 kilometers north of Murcia city in the Murcia province. So that's the channel, folks. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. As you will gather from the name, a homeless guy trapped by circumstance in Torrevieja. Trapped by circumstance, you say? Yeah. During COVID, my bank, one of my banks, my emergency fund, the bank holding my emergency fund money, decided that I wasn't spending the money enough. And therefore they closed the account. I wasn't accessing it at all, was the problem. So they declared the account dormant for my protection in a couple of ways. The account had annual fees and stuff which would have been depleting. Actually, had monthly fees, but would have been depleting the amount of money in there, and also the security thing. If the money's not being used, what's going on? Maybe I've died, and these fees will dig into the main fund. But then they decided there's also a security element. We can't prove that you're you, so for your protection, we're not going to let you have your money. It'd be funny if it wasn't so fucking tragic. So between me not having money and a little bit of a legal issue where it's kind of 50-50 if I get arrested when I turn up at an airport, trapped by circumstance. My bank won't release my money until I walk into my British branch, not our British branch, but my specific, the one in my, or the nearest one to my hometown. So I can't have my money in order to protect me from somebody trying to steal my money. So I can't have my money unless I go in person and prove who I am in that specific branch, and the police here aren't keen on me leaving the country. Not technically blocked from leaving, technically, but they keep setting a court date, not telling me about it, and then arresting me for not attending. Then let me go the next day because they've got no proof they ever told me about the court date. The punishment process is the punishment in a lot of ways. So that's kind of the backstory. Guy goes to Spain. His bank decides he's not him and won't let him have his money. And you end up living in a field when you've got no money. Apparently. Me and my doggy. Hey, babe. So that's what the channel's about, folks. This specific stream, if you haven't seen the title, this specific stream is an attempt at a 10-hour stream. Why 10 hours? Because today, such as it was, today in Spain ended 13 minutes ago. Or that today did. The 17th, let me phrase it differently. The 17th of February marked exactly 10 years since I arrived in Spain. I haven't left in the interim either, folks. I've been here all along. But I thought, mark the occasion in some way. Now, I'm not exactly celebrating being here, and especially the way life has spun out of control and the circumstances I find myself in. But I've made some good friends online since starting this channel. I've received a lot of help from people. Hence you can support the channel, no pressure, only if you want to and you've got the money kind of thing at the top. If you look at that pinned comment, you will find a link to a PayPal donate page where if you are of a mind to, if I have entertained you at all this evening or on any other occasion, you might consider a small donation. All donations appreciated. It is just a PayPal page that I don't even think I have to give like my full username or I don't think I have to give any detail. The link takes you to a page. If you make a payment from that page, I get it. I think you can donate with your own PayPal funny money, you know, the PayPal account. But I also think you can use a card to make a payment if you don't have a PayPal account. I believe that's true, although I'm not the one making the payments, so I can't be 100%. But yeah, it's an interesting position that I find myself in. COVID was a big factor in this. But when I opened my bank account, I told them, this is my rainy day fund. And they acknowledged that, they accepted it. They set the bank account up. At the back, this was the back end of 2015 when I created the account. So they had specimen signatures. they had declarations and documentation and all of that. They had my phone number at the time and they had my email address. They now claim they never had an email address. I ask you, could you open a bank account in, let's say, November or December of 2015 without providing at least one email address? Hotmail, Gmail, Hotmail stroke Outlook as that now is, contentious a little bit, but Gmail, everyone has an email address or an easy way of creating one. There was no way that I opened a bank account in the November or December of 2015 without supplying them an email address. But of course they've lost that and deny ever having had it. Frustrating, annoying. What can you do though, folks? What can you do? So yeah, that's me. I'm here. Banks have played a big part in it. This was way before debanking was a thing, but I guess I'm a victim of debanking. Yeah, they're protecting my money by not letting me have my money. It's a strange, paradoxical kind of argument, but maybe a misunderstanding when I opened the bank account. Maybe it's the wrong kind, but I told them what the account was for, to be my emergency fund, to not be something that was dipping in and out and spending half of every month. Bang, there, and banks, what do you do? What do you do, folks? I almost fell asleep there. I don't know. I hope you didn't notice. But I will hang a lantern on it, as it were, just in case you did notice. But it's annoying that I opened a bank account for a specific purpose. They went ahead, they took my details, and now they say not. And although they have branches here with that same name, Santander, they say Santander UK is a different company, and they want me in my one specific branch. It's a pain, it's a bugger, it's annoying, but it is what it is. I cope, I survive, I battle onwards against the elements, against kids throwing stones, against drunks wanting to start fights with me at 6 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. I stand up running fist fight 6 in the morning. The police obviously were against me for quite the longest of times. Quieting down now. There's the elements, there's the wind, there's the rain, there's the ultraviolet and the heat on the fabric of the tent. But I don't give up. I almost did once. We've told the tale before. I don't want to get into it now. It's probably not the right time. But something went really, really wrong, and I threw up my arms and I said, that's it, I'm out. And I almost threw myself off a cliff. I didn't physically almost. I was working through the idea of doing it. It's not like I was stood perched on the edge of a cliff. But I'd had enough. I was done. I was... But as I was thinking that through, something wriggled. My doggy. And I thought to myself, what if I do that, then what? How long before someone notices the dog? How long before... How long does she have to bark on a cliff top with my body underneath? What becomes of her? Do I throw her over first? All these thoughts. Do I throw her over first? What if something goes wrong and she's badly injured but alive? It was a momentary thing. It was something had gone really, really, really wrong. The world was against me. Shit wasn't working out. And I had those thoughts. I've had them once or twice since. I still evaluate, is this really worth it? Is this going anywhere? Why not just give up? But I've always stayed on the positive side of that answer. The answer's always been on the continue rather than give up. No matter what the thing that's gone wrong, no matter how bad it seems at the time, days or weeks later I can look back at it and just say, oh no, that's not a thing. We can carry on, we can push on, we can push ahead, we can maintain, we can overcome, adapt and overcome. Is that the US Marines, maybe? Adapt and overcome. I think it is. I don't know, folks. I'm ranting. We are on 8 hours, 20 minutes. There's only an hour and 40, just over an hour and a half left to go to achieve my aim of 10 hours to mark 10 years. I guess that's where I started the rant, wasn't it? Reintroducing the channel for anyone who's dropped in and isn't sure what's happening. I had the opportunity, for anyone who didn't see, I had the opportunity earlier. I was all set up to make pancakes. But then once I sat down, drank my coffee and started chatting, I wasn't really that hungry. I wasn't in the mood for it. But now I'm a bit hungry. Put the beer down and get a coffee. No, I'm not really in a coffee mood. And it involves standing around outside for 5 or 10 minutes. I shall push on with my cold beer. If I'm flagging, it's tiredness, not drunkenness. This is beer number 3, yeah? In 8 hours, 8.5 hours almost. Topics, folks. Let's have some chat from you. Where are you? Don't stop, says Tommy Tombstone. Don't stop. Don't stop believing. Yeah, okay. Fama went in the same direction. 4 o'clock in the morning and it's 4 in the morning. A new day is dawning. I wonder if you could make instant coffee with cold beer. Best of both worlds. For many months I made it with cold water. Most summers. look at me. Most summers. I've done 4 winters now and 3 summers, haven't I do, once it starts getting crazy hot out there, I do just put the sugar and coffee in the cup and pour cold water in. Skip the boiling malarkey. When it's 30 or 40 degrees inside the tent, you don't want a hot drink. If you're sat outside in the scorching sun, you don't necessarily want a hot drink. Or hot food. I'm just trying to think. It's going to be interesting as it starts to get warm now, as we move towards, we're not through winter yet, are we? But as we move towards spring and then into summer, it's going to be different this year, hopefully, because I've got the fridge freezer thing. That's going to change things. Now, if I carry on just using this broken panel, the broken solar panel, will I have enough power to run the fridge freezer? What if I'm sat inside and I want to have my fan on? Will I have enough power to run the fan and the fridge freezer? The separate sockets. The fan is on the AC on the alternating. Got to be careful with AC, because I don't mean climate control, air conditioning. I just mean AC, alternating current. Normal plug socket, 220 volts. Will I have enough power to run the fan in the daylight hours and to run the fridge freezer? And if I do, will I occasionally have enough power to run the electric slow cooker? Or will I have taken a step backwards? Maybe from some excessive pruning of, no, that's not right. I'm gibbering. But yeah, a step backwards, not having enough power to do everything and to run everything I want to run. Fan, cool box, slow cooker. Don't think so. Don't think I'll have enough power for all of that. Which means keep running everything off the gas. Keep cooking over gas. Which I don't feel like doing in summer often. That's movement. Did you hear that? Scurrying outside. I said that was a rodent. It won't have been a cat. Which flavour of rodent, and is it definitely outside, and is it staying outside? I said before that I've got a mouse. Did you hear that? I got a mouse trap on the floor over there that's not set. It's not baited either. It's killed 3 mice since it last had bait put in. But after a while, they'll stop smelling the food and they'll start smelling the dead mouse on the. Maybe it needs a rinse. Maybe it needs a wash. There was definitely something scurrying around out there. It was out, not in. Given the last noise. Anyway, yeah. That's woken me up a bit. What's the link for Matt? Look me in the eyes, you'll make 10 hours. You will stay awake. Go into your tablet and click these links I've been leaving. Don't stop believing. Yeah, okay. Don't stop believing. I can't remember the rest of the words. Who sang it? I can't. I know that I know. Surprised it hasn't woken Tina up. It's like it's knocking around a plastic bottle or something out there. Hope it's out there and not in here. It's towards the road. It's between the tent and the road, I think. I don't like it. I don't like it when there's oh, it's a different song. Well, who sang the one I'm thinking of? Tablet. I don't. Do I really want to? Do I want to open YouTube up on 2 devices at once? I am just going to search for "Don't Stop Believing." Journey. That's the one I was thinking of. Why could I not get there? You want me? Oh, I can't. Even if I go in on the tablet, I can't click the links to play songs and things. If that hears copyrighted music, stream ends. So I'm not doing that. I will have to go back to that another. I'll watch some of this back on replay. I doubt I'm going to ever get around to watching all 10 hours. Let's have a look at my. Let's have a look at my list of YouTube channels that I follow, and we'll talk about some of these. We were talking about the cookery ones earlier. Where did we get to them all? John, yeah, we did the English ones. I talked about Future Canoe. Fantastic for you. Just the humour of the guy, the dry humour. Future Canoe is the goat, really. Spain on a Fork we mentioned. A couple of others though. Steve at Vivaldi. He's a Canadian one. Farmer. I put him in specially for you. I can't remember where he's. I think he's in Quebec. I got no idea. Canadian geography, Canadian geopolitics, the francophones versus the anglophones. I got no idea how that all works out. But he's a fantastic. I don't know whether he calls himself a chef or just a cook. But Vivaldi's the name of the restaurant. It's around some dockyards or dockside in some city or other, one of the bigger ones. But he's great. Steve at Vivaldi is the name of his channel. What I might do, I might put these links. I won't get them into the description. Maybe I can put them into a set of comments after we're finished, or tomorrow sometime. Maybe I can post each block as its own message. So that's Steve at Vivaldi. He's of Greek extraction. He's got a mate called Spyro that works with him or under him, I guess. And I like the guys. It's down to earth. It's not over fancy. It's not over complicated. It's straightforward, plain, substantial food, and I like that. Andy Cooks, I think I mentioned earlier. He's the guy who calls his wife Babe. Hey babe, what do you want for lunch? And whatever she says, he then cooks. It's obviously set up. He's got the ingredients in the fridge already for whatever meal she says. But they're a nice couple, and he's a damn good chef. He is a chef. Ian Fujimoto is another one. This guy. If you watch his earlier videos, he's huge, like bulk, belly, upper arms. He's lost quite a lot of weight. But people who work with food, there's a tendency for them to carry a bit of extra weight. They're constantly tasting and trying, and they're into food, so they're gonna be sampling food and experiencing food. But Ian Fujimoto makes some kind of Eastern dishes as well as some more normal ones. But this is the guy. I don't know if you've ever seen the videos. He'll have a stainless steel mixing bowl, and he smacks one edge of it. It smacks the table, jumps up in the air, and he kind of catches it, or sometimes just guides it down, and it lands right way up on the table. Various things he does where he flicks it and just hit and stand there nonchalantly and just hold his hand out and the ball just lands in his hand. I've seen other chefs try to replicate it online. It doesn't always work for them. we talked about Chef Jean-Pierre, didn't we? Who actually I haven't got listed on my actual list. I'm just remembering now. And then there's a podcast with a couple of chefs talking about other chefs and other YouTube videos, commentary videos. The So You Want to Get Fat podcast. If you're a foodie, it's interesting. But watching any of these guys take the piss out of Jamie Olive Oil is also fun. Spain on a Fork we mentioned, didn't we? I think I got a big chunk of gardening channels. I got a load of gardening channels. Raising food animals. So what's the stuff I've looked at? Quail, rabbit, mealworms, and their parent beetles that they come from. Mealworms to feed to either chickens or quail. Yeah. Okay, Tina started dreaming and kicking me. That's nice. Yeah, raising food animals. Oh, there's a couple there. Look, if I'd looked at that section, I could have put their actual links in. I'll remember to do that before I post these. And then it's my prepping and survival guys. UK Urban Prepper, a bloke called Mike, invited me on the show, like to be interviewed when I first found him and he first found me. But I sidestepped it on the basis of am I really a prepper? Or just a beggar who has decided to beg online? Hence the link for the PayPal donate page, folks. If you are entertained and if you are of a mind to hold on. Have I got one here that I've missed? Is UK Richie still here? I did not see that. Because I've got this on what's it called, folks? Do not disturb mode after Tom tried to ring me. UK Richie, thank you, my friend. That's much appreciated. And I'm sorry it's taken me so long to notice. Where is it? That was hours ago. Hold on. What time was that? Just after 7:30 my time. 3.5 hours in. So like 5 hours ago. That stuff it isn't jumping anymore. Link above is good. Click, you will see it's not the previous link of Don't Stop Believing. Put it low. Doesn't always work. A fellow Canuck. Who's that? What was that about? Andy, yeah, Andy can cook whatever that. Andy cooks. Yeah, he's Australian. Oh, not. He might be. I think he's a New Zealander who's working in Australia, maybe living in Australia, but he's worked in London and America and places. Yeah, Andy cooks. Okay, you want me to put that? You want me to play a link? I can't have you guys. It can't be audible. YouTube. I gotta find this. I gotta find me. I did have it set to alert me when I went live. It's a little joke to myself. There's Steve the Vivaldi way. 39 minutes. No, I'm further back than that. How many hours ago did I start? 8.5 hours ago. Fuck. Just scroll. Scroll. Or maybe don't use the alerts, maybe just go straight to your own channel, you fool. That's why there's a picture of me in my bottom right of my screen. That was just plastic bottles outside contracting. Have I scrolled past me? 10 hours, I'm not 10 hours away. There I am. There I am. I'll click on him. There I am. I'll click on him. Okay. Mute. No, don't mute. I can't mute. Volume down. Oh, I almost banned Farmer. Fuck you. He deserves it. How far back to that link? There it is. Adverts, obviously. Slow ones. Slow and loud. How low do I need to go? Huey Lewis and the News, The Power of Love. Is that the link you wanted me to click? That's the power of love. Yeah, it was Back to the Future. Which one? One or two? Huey Lewis, that's what you wanted me to watch? Well, listen to it. I'm not going to play it on stream, but... I constantly taste lunch and dinner and various times throughout the day. You mean dipping in, like testing it? You don't mean like you burp and you can taste what you've eaten. You're not doing like that. Hold on. I got to swivel a bit. Swivel. No. No. It was a misclick. You know when you touch chat, when you press on somebody, and it pops the menu up and gives you all the options to ban them. I just jabbed at the screen and almost banned you, just for accident. Mike was behind, so very behind. I'm always very behind. It's because Tom tried to ring me earlier. I put do not disturb on, and I don't remember hearing the tablet beep or anything to indicate that. It did, didn't it? Do you remember when was that? When I first laid down it, that's not then. This is ages before that. But it did beep at one point, and I thought it was the phone rather than the tablet. But that wasn't that, because we were almost 5 hours in when I came inside, weren't we? So that'd be 9 o'clock my time. That's 3.5 hours. It might have been that. Oh, cramp in my side. Tina, what's going on, babe? Hey, what are you moving around at and pushing me around for? I like that you've come back for a cuddle, but I don't want nudging and kicking all the time, darling. I'm still cold though, so if you do want to cuddle, feel free. Okay. Oh, look in my hand. Why don't you bob up here and say hello to everybody again, eh? Everybody wants to see their Tina bit. Come on. Hello. Let me get the camera. We can talk to the peoples. Tina, talk to the peoples. Anybody new here? He's my co-star. She's been hiding most of the night. I do need to unplug momentarily and put the light on. I will shine it away for a minute, let her adjust, and then we will come into view. And here she is. Whoops. Don't try and navigate based on the camera. I should learn to look past the camera and watch her with my own eyes. If I try and reach her, because the picture's somewhat magnified, I miss if I try and navigate by the phone screen. It doesn't work. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh, it's my girl. It's my girl. You're sleepy, aren't you, darling? You're tired. Tired's okay. Tired's okay. When we finish this, I'll take you out for another walkies. Not now, later. Later's another hour and a bit. Okay? But I'll take you out for your late night walkies. And then we'll settle down together until morning. Hey, babe. Daddy loves his girl. He does. Daddy loves his girl. I'd like to hope we get another couple of years together, babe. I just don't think it's very likely. Is that, you got something in your eye? Or is it just a white eyelash? It's just light. Okay, folks. I'm going to turn the light off and come back. Come back to me. Do you want the cover back over? You're going underground. She's going underground, she's going underground. Going underground. Here we go. There's my girl. There's my co-star, who I forgot to give a drink to for 5 hours, because I'm a bad dad. She survived. She's butting her head against me. She's not just like resting on me or cuddling again. She's knocking me. So Tom had quail eggs for the first time the other day. Okay. Was making ramen at home and looked for eggs. They were cheap and I've always wanted to try them. The friend that I stayed with for those few months when I was first home, well, when I was kicked out of my apartment before I was, I don't know how to word it. Technically I was homeless, but I stayed with her. The Spanish have words for these things. Sin hogar means not having a home of your own, but you might be staying with a friend, couch surfing, or you might get government accommodation. So sin hogar is that level of homelessness. Sin techo is sleeping in a field or on the streets. So two different words for two different types of homelessness. I don't think the English language really has that. So I was kicked out of my home, so I was homeless, but I had a roof over my head because I was staying with a friend. And she decided to trial quail eggs. and we had these little burgers. I guess what do you call them in America? They have the little square ones that are about the quarter of the size of a normal burger. Sliders. That's not just a TV series, is it? There is a kind of a burger called a slider, and it's square rather than round. But she made these burgers that were small, and the quail egg just sat perfectly on the burger, on the patty. I don't remember them being cheap, but you need 3 or 4 to make the equivalent of a hen's egg, depending on which size hen's egg you're comparing against. But I'm looking at, once I get back to the real world, I'm looking at raising quail and rabbits as a hedge against financial disaster, apocalypse, whatever. Tina, why all the movement, darling? What's going on? I get nervous when you make all this movement. She won't settle now. And she's kicking the hell out of me. Wait! What are we doing? What is it? Tina! What's going on? Either come up the top end of the bed, get your head out. You can't go that far down and pull the covers off. If you want to come out, you've got to be up this end of the bed, eh? Otherwise you've just been a nuisance. Every time you move like that, you're causing a cold draft to come into the bed. Buggalogs. Get your head down and go sleep. Yeah, you're lovely. I know. When you've got the blanket up and over like that, you look like the Scottish widow lady. Weirdly enough. Sorry, folks. Where was I before I was so rude? I was trying to work through some comments that I've missed. Oh, that was the ban me for what? Yeah, it was an accident. I wasn't actually gonna. It was just, you know how it is. So like soft boiled. Tried cracking into ramen broth directly and poaching for a minute or two. You can do it with the ramen in there as well. I took 9/18. What does that mean? 9 of 18? Where am I now? It jumped again. I took 9/18 and boiled them for a couple of minutes. Peeled them and added them along with duck breast, mushrooms and spring onion. Also bell pepper. My bell peppers didn't fully survive. You know, I said that I took some veg outside yesterday and had to cut off like the bad bits and stuff. Yeah, my red pepper didn't survive. The yellow I think had already gone bad. I got a bit of green left, or I did have a bit of green bell pepper. Some fried placed over something. Okay, there was the farmer thanking UK Richie. Yeah, I'm literally like 3.5 hours late to thank him. I didn't see it at all. I'll thank him through the PayPal mechanism. Okay, you're discussing how to cook ramen and broth and things and the eggs. She's like, "Why are you waking me up? Hey, what do you do?" Hold on. It's not so bad. It's a nicer place. Ah, should I be your face, Joe or Joey? Joe. Hey, what's the matter, you now? Da, 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 da. It's a nicer place. Ah, shut up with your face. Joe, don't she? Don't she? Yeah, I remember that one. That's probably not what you were on about. Sliders, yeah, the mini-sized square burger things. I don't. Who does them? Is that a thing for a specific restaurant, or is it just a style of burger? I was joking. I think that's Mike. The dots were as if he banned me. Okay, I'm with you. She might have a dream she's moving about. Yeah, I like it. Sometimes when she's dreaming that she's running, as long as she's not like running away frightened of something. If she's running, having fun in a field somewhere, that's nice. You don't understand. I want a fork on the table. Now she's resting her chin on my hip, which is a little... You want to fuck on the table? No, sir. I want a sheet on the bed. Okay. Oh, this arm. 1 hour and 5 minutes to go, folks. 1 hour and 4 minutes, technically, but you know, I wasn't being that precise. In a couple of minutes, remind me not to crush this can. Having the light sat on 2 cans can work. Having it sat on 1 would be very, very precarious. Very precarious. Hey, babe. You're still sat up here. You haven't settled down, have you? You haven't settled down. I hope you're alright. I hope you can hang on another hour. I will take you out again. You don't have to hold on until morning. No. Daddy will take you out soon. But not now. We're in the middle of something, It's not been that long. It's only been 4 hours since you went. Hasn't it? Lay down. Come on, lay down, go see, please. Good girl. Lay down. Lay down. Come on. You're not going to lay down, are you? I hope you do. I hope you lay down. Skull, says Tom. Accent can be great comedy. I'm showing another 3 minutes. Okay, because it's top of the hour. Oh, excuse me, folks. Some got away from me there. A little bit of a burp. We are on 1 o'clock here, which would have been 9 hours if I'd started on time, but obviously I started 2 or 3 minutes late. So them's the what's the phrase I want to say? That's the rub. That's how it goes. It is what it is. We will be there any moment. A minute and a half, 2 minutes. I will just need to transition that over to there. Squash that tiny little fly there. Grab that can. Oops. Put the empty over there to turn it back to a bipod. Plug in there and make sure that that's doing its thing. Okay, folks, what are we going to talk about for the final hour? I want to thank everybody who's joined in, especially the guys that chat and help keep the conversation going. I did have a little bit of a lull, didn't I, half an hour ago or an hour ago. I almost fell asleep, and then I caught myself about to gibber in the middle of a sentence. I was about to say something, I don't know, something about pruning. I was talking about running out of power, and somehow I almost started talking about pruning a bush or something. Weird. As Rachel Zegler said, before totally ruining the film she was about to be in. That's still happening, isn't it? Actors and actresses, or just actors if you want it that way, been interviewed about a film before it's released, basically saying it's not for you, and if you don't like my politics, don't watch my film or don't read my book. They're doing a new film of Lara Croft, and the actress is basically pulling the same stunt, pretty much guaranteeing that the film will be a flop. Like The Little Mermaid, like Snow White. Once the actors and actresses start opening their mouth, I want to use my platform to change the world. You haven't got a fucking platform. You got a stage. Climb up, shut up and say your lines. Not interested in your politics. Once they start, and then when the film does flop, they blame the audience. Oh, Star Wars fans are all a bunch of far-right MAGAs, blah, blah. Maybe if you'd made a film that was Star Wars as part of your Star Wars film. If you're going to make a Star Trek TV series, actually make it be Star Trek and not just Star Trek in name only. Oh, we've got a toxic fandom. You literally said, if you don't like my politics, don't watch my film. So you caused half the audience. It doesn't matter what the topic is. If your country is divided 50-50 more or less on politics, and you as an actress decide to take a side, to take a stance, to tell half of the potential audience this is not for you, your film's going to bomb. You've halved your potential audience. I don't know why people do it, but they all do it. They get in front of the cameras to be interviewed about their next big piece of work and shun literally half of their potential audience. And then when the film bombs, they double down. Oh, it was the audience. They're all about... Yeah. I thought it was getting better. A few months ago, it seemed that we weren't getting as much of that. But Here we are. Oh, there's Mark doing his electric guitar thing with his aquarium in the background. Haven't seen him in chat in the last few streams. The best file handle ever, says Wrangler Star. Never mind the handle. Is it a full bastard or a half bastard, and what does it mean? Sorry, folks, I'm just scrolling. Here's a channel that you should all give a go. This guy's hilarious. Croc Turnbull. He's a lot like Crocodile Dundee, except he's real. Yeah. No, he works with the crocodiles and other animals, and yeah. Croc Turnbull. Dresses like Crocodile Dundee. But he basically answers questions from dumb Americans when they want to know about Australia. And most of it he answers really, really funny and really well. So if you want to, his channel should be a lot bigger than it is. I'm always surprised at, I don't mean how low his subscribers are, because he's got quite a lot, but it's not the millions that it should be. It's hilarious. Okay, don't start that again. Just scrolling, see what else I can see. Steve, the Vivaldi way chop suey recipe. Did you know? Just chop suey. Now I'm going to get called racist. Chop suey reminded me of this. I don't know what that says about me. So Hong Kong Phooey. There's only one season, series, whatever you want to call it. Do you know why? So this was in the 70s. Might even have been the 60s, but I saw it in the 70s. The reason why, political correctness. People thought Hong Kong Phooey was racist. All that, the Kung Fu thing. And the cultural appropriation, and the whole Kung Fu, karate, whatever. Kung Fu, yeah? Hong Kong Phooey, Fu. I don't know. Kung Fu. But yeah, it was controversial. Hong Kong Phooey was controversial and so got dropped. I don't know if anybody knew that, but I find that incredible. I was watching that somewhere around 1973 or 1975. Or is political correctness a thing? It's a good 10 or 12 years before I ever heard about political correctness. I don't know. I found that quite surprising when I watched a YouTube video on that, what am I going to say, yesterday, this morning, wherever it was. Whew. I'm going to have to go for another wee-wee, I think. It's time for a pee. I don't see anything else listed that catches my attention of current videos that are in the notifications. So I shall turn that off and give you my full attention upon my return. We're up to 23 thumbs up, folks. More thumbs ups are always better, if you could take that there hint. We are 9 hours and 8 minutes into my 10-hour commemorate. I don't want to call it a celebration. I don't want to call it a commiseration. So it's commemorating my arrival in Spain 10 years ago. What is now yesterday, but 10-hour live stream to celebrate 10 years. But I do just need to visit the little boy's room. I am going to hit mute on the microphone because it's only over there. It's not such a large tent that you won't hear anything. Give me a minute. I missed the microphone button there for a second, folks. Give me a second. Just gotta get the blankets back on the blankets and the quilts. You got all the bedding? Is that what you were shuffling about at? You're stealing my bedding. It's my bed. You're just a guest. Huh? Not just a guest. You know, you're the honoured guest. But it is my fucking bed. Let me wash my hands. Soapy water. A good handful. Lid back on and a good scrub. It's okay, dear. Are you going to settle down for me now? Settle down like a good girl. Towel, anybody? It's gone again, hasn't it? Here it is. Here it is. I just lost something from inside. There's a deodorant. What's here? Soap, deodorant. Something's missing. Toothpaste, maybe. Find it tomorrow. Alright, I'm back. Put that back where it came from. Okay. I got my next can out, didn't I? And I didn't open it. There we go, folks. I've got no idea what time it is. It's only 1:15. Only. I guess that's because I normally start the stream at like 10 or 10:30 and then do 4, 5, 6 hours. So to stream this long and have it only be 1 in the morning feels a bit unusual. It feels different. But we're on the closing straight now, aren't we? We've only got 45 minutes to go, just over. what were I talking about? I was rabbiting on about Hong Kong Fooey being racist. Yeah. Who knew? I thought it was just funny. His stripy cat was called Spot. And he didn't know any Kung Fu. He had to read it out of a book every time. I'm guessing some of the maneuvers, some of the moves will do the ching chong, whatever. I'm guessing there was a bit of that, unfortunate wording or something maybe. But Kung Fu was all the rage, wasn't it? You had Matey Boy, David Carradine, was it? There's a couple of those Carradine brothers, yeah? 2 or 3. But I think David Carradine was Grasshopper, wasn't he? Ah, Grasshopper. I'm racist just saying that. Wasn't one of the monks that taught him Charlie Chan's son in the Charlie Chan films, in the early ones? I think that's right. And he was also the guy in the Chinese shop that sold the gremlin. What was the cute one called? The cute gremlin that started it all off. Don't feed him after midnight and no water. Cosmo? Maybe? Or was that the baddie? But it was Charlie Chan's son that sold or gave him the gremlin. I think that's right. Shall we find out? Shall we double check in case I'm making shit up? Let's check. Watch me be talking total bollocks. That wouldn't surprise anybody, would it? Hold on. How are we going to do this? Actor Charlie Chan's son. How are we spelling Charlie? With a Y or an IE? I'll go IE. Charlie Chan. Apostrophe. Am I doing the apostrophe S? Charlie Chan's son. Or do I put Grasshopper? Or do I put Kung Fu? Kung Fu TV. Kung Fu TV series or whatever. Key Luke is the actor best known for playing Lee Chan, #1 son in the Charlie Chan films, who later gained fame as Master Po in the Kung Fu television. Where do I get this thing? How do I know this shit? In the Kung Fu television series. So the actor's called Key Luke with an extra E on the end of key. Hold on then. Other notable roles, he was the original Kato in the original Green Hornet film serials, and appeared as Mr. Wing in the Gremlins movie. Fuck, I know some shit. And I've got no idea how I know that. That's what surprises me. I've heard that somewhere and it's gone in and stayed in. I can't talk in a fucking straight line. You see me struggle to remember words and names and faces to begin with people. And yet some random bit of fucking trivia about Charlie Chan that I would have heard once 40 fucking odd years ago, and it's in there forever. How did we get here? Hong Kong Fooey, Kung Fu, Charlie Chan. You see the tangents that we go in, folks. And then I have to sit back and work out how we got where we went. So at least I managed that this time. Sometimes I've got no idea how I end up where I end up. But yeah, Hong Kong Fooey, Kung Fu, Charlie Chan's son, and Gremlins. Obvious. It's obvious, isn't it? Hong Kong Fu, Gremlins. It's a direct line. What a dig. Cheers. Skål, salud, kippis, Solange, and many other words. Sheet on the bed. Accent can be great comedy. Skål, that's from a while ago, isn't it? How far back is this? 119. Oh, not that. No, I'm only a couple. Farmer says Karen. Oh, she's there. That's brilliant. All the kids did it in the playground. You're throwing in the towel, DM? I hope not. Some lemon poppy seed cake with cream cheese icing. What? That's not the baked. Oh, not the baked you're talking about. Okay. Andy's computer tube. Is there a lot of things here? How have I missed all these? Topic suggestion: UK charging dual nationals without a passport £600 for a certificate to return to the UK. I mean, you should charge them. So there's the other bunch. What's the new? Is it the? What's the? I'm lost on the right-wing parties now because there's like 3 of them. So you got that guy made a suggestion yesterday that. Yeah, if you're a dual passport, dual national, you have to go into Britain using your British passport, not whatever the other one was. It's okay as long as you carry on. It's okay, babe. It's okay as long as you don't stop there. Tina, kamate. Amiga mía, tranquilo. No hay problema. No hay problema para ti. No hay problema. It's not a problem. There is no problem. No problem for you. That is monitoring. If they'd stopped outside, I would have had to grab. What have I got? A paring knife. Or is it a peri knife? It might be bigger than paring. It might be the next size up, which I think is called a peri knife. I don't know where it is. So I would have struggled to. They're coming back already. No, they're not. It's a bin wagon. That's separate. There's a knife. There's a spoon. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Yeah. There we go. There we go. It's not a paring knife. It's the next one up, which I believe is called a peri knife. I'm not entirely sure of the spelling, but you know, self-defense maybe, possibly. Andy is so tired, he's just got home, needs to change, be right back. I am working backwards here. Karen arrived. Oh, Mr. S. Mr. Sharafsha. Godfeld. Goodfeld. Hold on. What does that remind me of? It reminds me of field, but it's not, is it? It's probably just good evening or good night. Just, I don't know. Everyone just arrived at once. Suddenly I've got like my highest viewership of the night, which I know it's not saying much, but you know, folks, Tramp in a field, it's not the biggest draw in the world for most people. So here was Karen coming back. 2 to 3 minutes. It's like it didn't happen, Mike. Was that when I went for the loo? Was that? Okay, scrolling forwards again now. Whoa, that you bastard thing. How it's just jumped right to the bottom. I just spent all that time going back there and I was going to work forwards. Somewhat half-baked. Okay, Andy got home, coming back, so tired. I'll be right back. Okay. The tango advert with the orange man slapping people. Yeah, the original one though, he slapped them on the ears and kids were deafening each other by creating a pressure wave, by clapping their hands around people's ears. Less than an hour left. Yeah, 35 minutes left right now. But I know that I'm responding. Am I 15 minutes late? I'm at least 10 behind. I'm not against keep going, folks. Right from the start, the aim was to do 10 hours. 12 would be a maximum because of the way that YouTube records and releases. I don't think they keep the recording if you go over 12 hours. But I'm not averse to it. Although I've got to be a little bit wary that Tina might need a middle of the night sojourn. She might need a little run out. But it would be super quick this time. It wouldn't be up to the top of the road. It would be from here to the road to the little track, maybe a 10 or 20 yard walk and then straight back in. Yeah, okay. Topic suggestion: UK charging dual nationals without a passport 600 for a certificate to return. I'm assuming they'd have the passport of the other country if they were dual nationals. But yeah, if you want to enter Britain and you've got British citizenship, use your British passport. It's not illegal to carry 2 different passports, is it? It's not like you're forced. I don't know. You're not forced to just travel with one and stick to it. So I don't know. But it touches on politics, doesn't it? Because like I said, it's the, are they called the Reform Party? What's Farage's bunch called? I'm out of touch with all of this now. I'm out of touch. As far as I remember now, we've got 3 supposedly right-wing parties, and I'm not including the Tories in that. Would we end up with some kind of coalition government? When will there be an election? Who thinks it's going to go another 3.5 years? I'm surprised Starmer got through this week, if I'm honest. It does seem to be calamity after calamity. Farmer, lemon poppy seed. Oh, this was the baking. Oh, a different kind of baked. Yeah. You're throwing in the towel, DM. No, I'm coasting now. I had that little lull where I got a bit tired and was yawning a lot, and now I'll probably yawn because I was just talking about yawning. And that's how yawning works. But yeah. Tommy Tombstone's just rolled a fatty and hitting the hay. There was Karen with the "that's brilliant, all the kids did it in the playground." Played Trivial Pursuit, DM. Yeah. I never owned a copy myself, but I had certain friends. This was in the early years of me and Jan being together. God, oh, this sounds incestuous. Okay. So I went to the College of Further Education, unnecessarily, it turns out, but that took a couple of years. And I met a guy there. I walked into the class and there's all these kids, 16, 17, whatever the hell they are. I was 22, maybe 23. I can't do the maths. And there was this other guy, maybe a year or two older than me. And obviously there's a connection. We become friends. There were so many of us for this course that they split us into two classes, and he was in the other. Oh, I've done this one. I've said this one before. Anyway, so we're in our separate classes for the first day, and then we've seen each other. We've all met at the start, but then we're into separate classes, and then a few of us go out for a few beers afterwards, and then we all roll back to the house of one of the people, and there's 4 or 5 of us sleeping in the room. But throw a double mattress on the floor. That wasn't a double mattress. It was the cushions off the settee, off the sofa, and 3 of us just bed down, just lay down. We're on the floor, nice carpet, cushions under our heads, and a blanket or a quilt pulled over the top. So we get up the next morning and we toddle straight back to college. There's no going home getting washed. There's none of that malarkey. Just back to college. So it's day 2 of the course, and they bring the 2 classes together for some reason. And the head of the business school within this college, the head of the business department, he's like, "Oh, I almost give my name there. Have you met Dave?" Met him? I slept with him last night. Hence, raucous fucking laughter from the class. But yeah, have you met? Met? We slept together last. Not like not like that. Just drunk, laying down on the floor and pulling a cover over. But so let me complete. I've gone on a tangent about college, which isn't really where I wanted to go. But I met this bloke anyway, and I don't know, a month later or so, we sat in the Georgian Dragon in Torrevieja, local pub, the nearest pub to the college, and he says, "Oh, we should go into Lancaster. So we're halfway between Lancaster and Morecambe. You should come into Lancaster. Meet Jan, my ex. You'll really get on." They'd been engaged at some point in the past. This is how I met my wife. Literally that. My kind of best mate from college said, "I think you two will really get on," and we did. So I don't know, a couple of years later, we're round at their house. They're a couple. They're together. We're round at their house playing Trivial Pursuit, and yeah. So I do love like quiz stuff and general knowledge. QI on TV. University Challenge, where you don't know what other people, you're answering questions about someone else's specialist subject. And like I've said before, my knowledge is wide. I know a little bit about almost fucking everything, but I never went deep enough on a specific topic, and I should have. I should have specialized in something and taken it somewhere, whether it was law, whether it was medicine, whether it was science. I don't know. I should have gone deep and I never did. I like just finding out new things about new areas. Yeah, no. But Trivial Pursuit, anything like that. Quiz books. Yeah, anything that just random facts. Just hear it, remember it. Years and years later, still know it. And sometimes not even know. Sometimes I can remember where I learned it and what it was. And sometimes shit comes out of nowhere. I've got no clue why I know that. Why did I know that Charlie Chan's son number one was the guy out of Kung Fu, the old bloke? Ah, grasshopper! Why did I know that he was also the bloke that gave the gremlin away to the lad? I don't know why I know that, but I do, and I did. And you watched it here live. So yeah, Trivial Pursuit. I don't think we ever stuck properly to the rules, but just enjoyed answering questions and showing off what a knobhead I am. Yeah, I thought it was a cheeky cash grab considering a passport. I think a passport's 120, isn't it, by now? It was when I got one. That might have been euros. That could well have been euros. And you should have seen it as well. This was when I was already homeless. Hair out here. I'd had to go. I had a full beard. The big full. I had a beard, and I'd had to go at shaving. No trimming first. No scissors. No clippers. Just taking wet your face, bit of soap, and hack away. And I managed to take off here, but I had bits sticking out here. But that and that was my passport photo. Oh yeah. Tango the pop. Yeah. Knife, a fork, a bottle, and a cork. That's the way we spell New York. He's a poet, and I didn't know it. Tommy Tombstone. It does the cheers thing. Is that how far back I am? I am 9 minutes behind. Okay, don't worry about being 2 or 3 minutes late. Yeah, no, I wasn't worried. I was running around like a blue ass fly. And it was that preparation for the pancake stuff that I then didn't even do. And half of that stuff sat outside still and has to be brought in them. It either has to be brought in the morning, or I take the rest out, take back the flour and whatever else out, and do the pancakes either in the morning or lunch tomorrow. Take your time helping Tina, no problem. Yeah, if I carry, yeah, now that I've been to the loo, I could carry on after the 10 hours. We can do up to 2 hours more, or an hour and 3/4, let's say, more. But yeah, I would need to take her out for, it wouldn't be long. I said it wouldn't be long last time. I thought 3 to 5 minutes, and it ended up being over 15, didn't it? When I moved from outside to in. But there was more involved there. There was more, what's the word I'm looking for? Logistics. Moving shit around. I had to take her for a walk, bring her back, get her inside, turn the lights on here, get me back outside, not trip up in the doorway like I almost did. I brought the EcoFlow back, and then it was the light, the phone, and the stand. The stand. There was a lot of moving parts there. There was a lot involved. A little bit more complicated than I thought. I'm watching Bonnie and Clyde. Which version? Who's who? Yeah, is it a remake or the classic one? That's the question. Classic one. Was there Paul Newman in it? 1967. Warren Beatty and Faye Dunaway. That's the one. Although Beatty's spelt wrong, but I won't mention that. There you go. Farmer corrected it. That's right. Well, wrote that it started coming back. Okay. Grow it, don't show it. Where are we going now? Karen made pancakes. I had all the ingredients out. I was ready to do it. And then I started talking. I drank my coffee. And suddenly I wasn't hungry. Simple as that. Just wasn't hungry. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll break Lent. All that stuff about giving up the flour and the eggs and the whatever else. And no. The first day of Lent, Ash Wednesday, I'll be there. Why is it called Ash Wednesday, by the way? I get the whole Shrove Tuesday thing, Shrove or Shrive, whichever word you prefer. But Ash Wednesday? Don't know. When I don't know, let's find out. Why that particular word? I know it's the first day of Lent, but why Ash? Why Ash Woden's Day? Not why is it celebrated, but why is it called that? It marks the start of the 40-day Lenten season, excluding Sundays, in Western Christianity. If it's the first of the 40 days and it's called Ash Wednesday, why are you saying excluding Sundays? It can never be on Sundays, can it? Repentance, fasting and reflection before Easter. Yeah, but why ash? Oh, it's symbolizing, hold on, ashes on your forehead in the shape of a cross. It's the whole ashes to ashes, dust to dust thing. Remember, you are dust. Yeah, but I'm not just any dust, mate. I am fucking stardust. Me and Carl Sagan. And a few billion other people. Oh, okay, yeah, that was the excluding Sundays. It's not 40 days, it's 46 days. But you don't count the Sundays as days. Mimicking the time Jesus spent. Yeah, I get all the fasting in the desert, 40 days in the wilderness, all that. But ashes, so that's what it is. Rub ashes in a cross on your forehead. See, because I don't go to church, because I'm not religious, I don't know these things. But it's to remind yourself that you are but dust in the wind. Socrates. That one, yeah? Where's Plato's student when you need him? You are but dust. I'm sure that's Socrates. But also Jesus. Although Socrates was 500 years before Jesus, I believe. Corned beef ash. I think my mum said that, and I think she believed it. It wasn't a joke or anything. Here we go. Now we're getting into the pancake mix. You see, we've got the so pancake versus Yorkshire pud. Pancakes, more milk, a bit less egg. But American style, some people will put sugar into the mix. Others will just pour sweet stuff over the top. But it makes it more cakey if you put the sugar in the mix. Then again, I watched the Fallow guys and also Future Canoe. Future Canoe's come out looking, and the Fallow guys, their pancakes came out looking like a fucking Victoria sandwich. It came out looking like a sponge cake rather than a pancake. I don't know. That I didn't like. I like both those guys, both those channels. Fallow, the London restaurant, and Future Canoe. Love them all. That's not a pancake. If it comes out looking like a fucking sponge cake, if it comes out looking like a Victoria sandwich, no, no. In the same way that I reject their mashed potato that you could drink through a straw because there's more butter and cream in there than there is potato. In fact, wasn't that that was one of my well-regarded comments online. There was talk about what's the secret ingredient. And I said, this is a video about making mashed potato. What's the secret ingredient? It's potato. If you look really, really carefully in that puddle of butter and cream, you can just about make out a little bit of potato. I got a few thousand likes. So we're discussing. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Mike was debating. Blame me. I was discussing whether to put the sugar in the mix. Only for the American. I was going to do UK style ones and then American style ones. And yeah, I've seen recipes that put the sugar in the batter. I remember as well. It's not like I can pour maple syrup over the top. Although I did remember at the last minute that I've got honey. So yeah, ish. But yeah, I was debating it, and I probably still could. But yeah, you aim like with Yorkshire puddings, you go for equal by volume. For pancakes, a little bit more milk, a little bit less egg. It's not rocket science, is it? I haven't got a weight scale, so 100 grams this, 300 milliliter that. No. I use a cup, or it's actually a mug, and I go equal parts, and except I vary it. A little bit more milk, a little bit less egg. And it's winging it, it's by ear. Feelings. Use feelings. That's Uncle Nigel, for anyone who doesn't know. Good cookery channel, although he's a stand-up comedian. But he has worked in restaurants with Michelin-starred chefs as his boss. What's she called? It's not Helen, is it? Or is it? If you're a good chef, cook, whatever, you get the auntie or uncle rating. And if you're not, you're a cousin. This is Uncle Nigel's marking system. Gordon Ramsay got his uncle title and then he totally fucked up a recipe. He lost his uncle title and then he got it back again. Jamie Olive Oil will never get the uncle title. He's fucked up so many recipes that Uncle Nigel reviews or has reviewed. And when Gordon Ramsay, I think when he got his title back, the uncle title, he challenged Uncle Roger to go and make egg fried rice. So he did it in a Michelin-starred restaurant. It would be an easy way to remember, but yeah, the 1, 2, 3 thing. But I haven't got scales. We've made it to 25 likes. Likes are always appreciated, folks. I can't believe that I'm coming to the end of the 10 hours and there's more people here now than at any other point. I am considering continuing just for a little bit extra, maybe an hour, maybe 2. I will have to take the dog out for a walk. He's roughly around I'll stay here now until the 10-hour mark. I won't cut the stream, I'll leave it going, and I will just try and be as quick as possible getting her out and back in. Depends how well she cooperates. one cup of flour would be. Oh, I wouldn't have varied that far from the. Okay, that's a lot more variable from variation from the equality that I would have used as my base model, my base idea. Okay. Oh, you see, now we're twisting my recipe before I've even sat down to do it. And we all know it's just going to stick to the fucking frying pan and be a mess anyway. Mr. S is off to bed, you wimp. I presume it's work in the morning. It's fully understandable, mate. Thank you for joining me, helping keep the conversation going. Thanks to everybody who's joined, even you lurkers that don't say hello in chat. That's okay, though. You're more than welcome. I don't know if you know me. I don't know if you've watched streams before. I don't know if you're my subscribers who just prefer to stay quiet in the background. Plenty of hot oil, it won't stick. You've always got this question of hot. See, Yorkshire puddings, you go hot. Some people say pancakes keep it cooler. Like when you're cooking in the kitchen, you don't want the room full of smoke, which often happens when people are trying to do hot oil in a house, in a room, unless you've specifically gone out of your way to buy an oil with a hot smoking point. Or make ghee. Clarify your butter, clarified butter or ghee. They go on though, don't they? Oh, you want an oil with a hot smoking point and a neutral taste. And it's like, okay, mate, yeah. I tend to have one lot of oil on the go. Like, what do you recommend? It's sunflower or lard. Where are you going? Tramp in a field, folks. Tramp in a field. What are you gonna do? Yeah, good night, Mr. S. I don't know if I said it right, but yeah, good night. And I did. Thank you for joining. Everybody, thank you for being here. It was to mark 10 years in Spain with a 10-hour stream. We're a few minutes away from that benchmark, from that goal being reached. And we will, if you guys want to hang around for a bit more, I'll hang about for a bit more, but I will just need a 5-minute break just to walk my doggy. Her body isn't what it used to be. She's not as in control of her body as she was. So a few more frequent visits to the outdoors are required. And it's a shame, really, because she has just settled down. She was a nuisance for an hour a little bit back, but well, you're awake. You're awake but settled. Guess who I'm talking to on the phone? Auntie Karen. Yeah, Daddy's talking with Auntie Karen. You're tired, aren't you? My little babe. I would point the camera at her, folks, but she's trying to get to sleep on bright lights. Mind you, I'm going to be waking her in 10 minutes or so. Not long now, Tina. What, for you being out here? Or for her getting a wee? Either, both. Different time scales, but what does the app say? How long? 2 weeks and 4 days or whatever. Yeah, for you, okay, yeah. Well, folks, one way or another, I managed to keep the throat lubricated. That's always a good sign. The first 5 hours was it for one can. That's not bad. Yeah, I had a couple of cups of coffee. 5 hours for the first can, though. It's almost impressive. Are people talking? No, they're not talking. Oh, look at that. I was just commenting on how the numbers were high and we had 19 people and now you've all left me down to 15. Maybe you're feeling it's over because the 10 hours is more or less there. But although I try to use less oil, Karen, it seems the pancakes absorb it and get soggy. I'm sure, though, you're better at it. I saw a tip from a guy once who put butter inside like kitchen paper, kitchen roll, and he didn't touch the pan with the butter. So the butter had to ooze through the kitchen roll to put a minimal amount on, just enough to grease the surface of the pan without having an oil slick in the pan. Oh, that was quite clever. But it depends how hot you want to go. You don't want to be using butter if you're going hot because it's got a low smoke point. You can mix butter with oil to help the butter not burn off so quick. Or you could clarify your butter and go that route, clarified butter or ghee. The more you do, the less oil you need. Yeah, you've kind of got your pan seasoned, haven't you? Once you're on a roll. A lot of people say the first pancake always goes bad. That's the chef's pancake. You don't start keeping them until you've done the second one. A lot of people say. Happy 10-year anniversary, so to speak, Mike. Yeah, my 10th anniversary. Soul mining. Gonna go Keith. But you'll have to tell me how wrong I am. I'll get the answer before you tell me. Into there, out of there, and find a note called names to people or something similar. Handles to names. Soul mining is Steve. I got it wrong. I got that wrong? Did I say Keith? Soul mining is Steve. Moonhawk is Dave. Kev O'Hara used to be Manchester U999. Akadaka, Tony Day in Australia. Close, it's Steve, haha. Yeah, I just saw, I knew I got it wrong. It's been a little while. I'm bad with names anyway. I'm getting better by forcing myself to try and to practice. But if I'm not, it's one of those use it or lose it things, isn't it? I picked the wrong one. Who's Keith then? Now I've got to go back to my notes and go the other way. Hold on. So my name is Steve. Who's Keith? Oh, Sign of Nature is a Keith, but there's another one. I know Sign of Nature is Keith. Keith with a double EF. Am I just misremembering and there isn't another Keith? Maybe. They look Foal team. Is it? I don't think it's Foal. FAOL. I had the conversation. He's a Keith as well. I knew there was another Keith. Happy 10th anniversary. It's nice gone, hasn't it? It's been and gone now, though, because I started so late in the day, starting at 4 o'clock. 10 hours takes us through to 2 in the morning. So it's happy anniversary. But yeah, no, it's not been a bad day. Not been a bad day. I could have done with the solar panel being a bit more productive. I still don't know whether that was atmospherics or whether it's the damage to the panel that we picked up on Friday. Jack attacked. Hello, my friend. You're a bit late to the party, unless you were one of the lurkers. You may well have been one of the lurkers that's been there a while. I doubt it, though. I don't know. Who else is Jack attack? Lurker. Oh, he's got the eyes. Ever had solar for mining and use explosives. The first is always the tester. The pancakes. Yeah. Well, I'll be doing my pancake day tomorrow. What happened with the weather? When I looked earlier, the weather tomorrow was going to be all sunshine, and then halfway through the day they changed and it was going to be cloudy. What are they saying now for the weather tomorrow? It's not going to be as warm as today was. Here we go. They've gone back to most of the day being quite sunny though. 20, 21 degrees as the high. And tomorrow night looks like 15. Oh no, later on it's going to get down to 12. Similar to today, or similar to this night. We shall see. But I don't know if we can see that. The weather forecast for the next week, the columns are reversed. It's the one with all the suns. That's the day. Basically sunny all day, every day. Most of them. Today's the only one that shows any sign of cloud. But by today, I mean Wednesday. It's Wednesday now, isn't it? Just by the odd hour. But yeah, it's going to be... Oh, look at that. All right. We've now hit 10 hours on the counter. On the YouTube count. I know I'm a couple of minutes after the hour because I started a couple of minutes late. Running around trying to get things together. I was going to do lemon and sugar. I was going to do some of the peach jam because I've got so much of the bloody stuff. And I've got a jar of strawberry jam. I've got a Nutella equivalent as well somewhere, but I couldn't find that. I found it afterwards. That's by the door over there. Don't ask. Unopened jar of chocolate spread. By the door. Of course it is. On the floor. It's been under the chair for probably from like the day after we put the tent up. Don't ask. It would have been on the chair at one point, got knocked off, got kicked under, and I sat there out of the way for a little while because that's how these things are. I found so much stuff today that I haven't seen in ages. And what was real, I did a little bit of preliminary work yesterday, but what was surprising was how much I achieved in the time that I did today in here. And it wasn't like, I didn't even do it as a solid block. It's not like I got up this morning and spent 8 hours tidying, sorting and reorganizing the tent. Each time I either went out with the door or went over that side of the tent for something, I would do 10 or 15 minutes of tidying, sorting, reorganizing, moving. And then I'd come and watch a couple of YouTube videos and cuddle my dog. And then I'd go back and the next time I'm out, do another 10 or 15 minutes. I almost, Karen, if you're still there, I almost got everything off the chair. That's how fucking organized I got. Almost got everything off the chair. Of course, after I abandoned the idea of making pancakes tonight, I had to bring things back inside. I had nowhere to put them. So put them on the chair. But tomorrow I got to reorganize my supposed veg rack. And I'm going to make a count of how many bottles of mayonnaise I've got. How many bottles of ketchup. How many bottles of some sort of spicy soy sauce. What's the posh vinegar? Dark. Balsamic. How many jars of balsamic vinegar I've got. I will then contrast them against how many jars of Branston pickle. I've got that much left in the bottom of the Branston. How much Branston piccalilli I've got. I do has piccalilli. About a quarter of a jar, I think. I haven't had any of it yet either. I could just sit here with a fork eating piccalilli. I don't need to put it on a plate with food. It is food, and I will just get my fork and sit and eat my pickled cauliflower or pickled gherkins that are set in a mustardy, vinegary sauce. Oh, suits you, sir. But I made 10 hours, folks. I managed it. I somewhere around the 8.5 hour mark, I was struggling. I was yawning a lot, and I did almost nod off. I did start to talk gibberish at one point. But that's okay. I talk gibberish a fucking lot, really. Made it. Did it. Next time it'll be a 12-hour one, eh? There was Steve arriving. Jack Attack arrived. Is the solar stuff damaged inside him or just the glass? For now, I believe it to be just the glass. It's very fractured. Those cobweb kind of patterns all over. I'm hoping it's just the glass. But in the 3 days since it happened, the generation, the solar generation, the power generated seems to be markedly down. It's not just a minor inconvenience. Today looked in the afternoon. This morning the sky was kind of white. There was a lot of vapor up there. Not really individual clouds, but just the entire sky, either high clouds or like a mist or however you want to view it. This afternoon cleared a little bit more and was more of a blue sky, but not a deep blue. Perversely enough, kind of a sky blue. But I was only drawing 55 watts from a 100-watt panel. And normally in those conditions, I would expect to be between 70 and 80. And sometimes I'll hit 100 watts, 104, 108 watts from the 110-watt panel. This time we're nowhere near. Whether it's the atmospherics or whether it's the damage to the panel, I can't quite tell yet, because we haven't had... Today was the first time that we didn't have cloud, or we didn't have full cloud, and I don't know. 55 seemed disappointing for how bright it was out there. 55 at its peak. Most of the afternoon was 45. And I was doing the thing where you take like a can or a bottle, put it on the surface, put the bottom of it on, and make sure that you're like perfectly aligned, so there's no shadow anywhere around the bottle. As close as you can tell, because you're holding it and your hand's casting a shadow in the way. But no, I optimized the angle, the direction and the tilt, and still it was a mediocre result. So whether I follow some people's advice and put a lacquer or a some kind of transparent epoxy kind of thing, or a plastic wrap, a transparent vinyl wrap. Whether I spend money to keep this one going, or buy a new panel. I don't know. At the minute, it's kind of moot. The point's moot. I haven't got that kind of money lying around at the minute. So we'll struggle on with what we've got. If I see a weather forecast that says it's going to rain, I'll put a couple of bin bags over it. I should test whether I've got bin bags that are big enough. If I put one up from the bottom and then I overlap one down from the top when we're expecting rain, that should make it waterproof-ish to be going on with. Just don't know. I had some bigger bin bags at one point. I think they were 150 litres. They were huge. I could have crawled into one and gone to sleep. Used it as a sleeping bag. I could have used it as a fucking tent. Those have all gone. I've only got smaller ones now. So whether they'd be wide enough to put the panel inside, I don't know. But those are the steps I'll have to take. I can do that with proper rain. But if you're talking more about dew at night, if you're talking about condensation in, on and around the panel, a little bit more tricky. Because any moisture in the air that's inside the plastic bags will obviously condense and still be present. The more moisture gets in, the less effective the panels become. So I'll probably end up buying new anyway. It's a pisser though, because it's only like 18 months. Is it 18 months old or 2 years? Oh, I don't even know. I think we're coming up for 2 years from when I bought the EcoFlow and subsequently the solar panel. So when you buy something that's got rated for like a 25-year lifespan, and you've fucked it after 18 months or 2 years, that's annoying. And it wasn't exactly predictable that it would happen. It was weird the way it happened, because it was leaning back, the wind was coming at it from front on, and yet it flipped forwards, despite the fact it was leaning back, despite the fact the wind was in its face, pushing that away. And it's fallen over hundreds of times. It's kind of been abused, really. But this one time it falls, and there's just the most awful crunch as it lands. And you know instantly. Now you're going to pick it up, you're going to have a look. You see, you're going to pick it up, you're going to have a look. But I knew the moment it hit the deck. You could just hear it. The way that it bounces off the floor normally and just makes a certain tone, and the way that it just landed on the deck this time, there was no bounce, there was just crunch. I'm laughing, but I don't know why I'm laughing. It's not even fucking funny. It's a lot of money to be throwing around when you're a penniless tramp. I think Karen said the other day it cost €85. I'm not sure if that was plus delivery or if that included delivery. Oh. Nowadays, I would expect that you can get better for the same money. I was looking on Amazon. I don't think I was on stream, was I? I was looking on Amazon. Roger, DJ Son, sent me a few links, and I did a few searches. 100-watt panel for €55. The flexible monocrystalline ones. And there were double packs, 2 100-watt panels for like 80 or 90 euros. Unfortunately, my EcoFlow is limited to 110 watts input on the DC side of things, on the solar. So I've got no use for 2, unless I just kept one as a backup. Who the hell, folks? Why am I yawning now? I was yawning earlier and then it went away. I started yawning again. It's annoying. When I've decided to carry on, she seems to be asleep for now, so there's no rush, I guess. I will take her out some point soon if she does stir. But I got to be careful not to fall asleep myself, otherwise she won't get taken outside. Was that last night or the night before? I fell asleep just at the time I should have been taking her out. And she hung on well, and I took her out at 4 o'clock the next morning. Whether that was this morning or just... The days are merging, folks. The days are merging. Must have been last night, mustn't it? Because the night before would have been Sunday. And I would have been talking to you lot at 10 o'clock. Hold on, is that right? Monday into Tuesday. Yeah, rather than Sunday into Monday. Yeah. So it must have been last night I fell asleep at 10 o'clock when I should have taken her out. Yeah, I woke up at 3, took her out at 4, and then again, proper morning, 8 o'clock, whatever. Such is life. Jack attack. Doing the cheesy thing with Farmer. They said we're going to throw off Mike. Just say sunny in the morning, cloudy afternoon, and then sunny again. YouTube is acting up. Oh no. It does that from time to time in various ways. Karen's off. Okay. Is that... Oh, your mum. Is it you take your mum back? Okay. I won't. Okay. Good night, Karen. How far behind? I'm about 8 minutes. No, that was 2:03. Fuck. I'm 10 minutes behind. Sorry, Karen. Does anybody remember the timestamp when I said hello to Christine? Was that exactly on? It was 3 hours and a few seconds, wasn't it? 3 hours and 30 seconds. If you're still there, Karen, when you play this back, if you play this back for your mum tomorrow, just after 3 hours, the 3 hour mark, Christine gets a hello. I think you've gone already. You were speaking in tongues. Me, probably. Achievement unlocked, 10-hour stream. Yeah, we made it. You made it. We made it. You win an aching, scrolling hand. This shoulder, the upper arm here, both deltoid muscles, but this one in particular, and also because my weight's on this arm, the shoulder here, the upper arm. I'm going to be a cripple. I took painkillers earlier when I came in from outside. I'd been sat down that long. I don't do painkillers. Those will hopefully be the only painkillers I do all year. Do I remember doing any painkillers at all this last year? I ragged my back at one point, didn't I? Well, Tina ragged my back at one point. So I did. I think I took a couple of painkillers each day for 3 days. Something like that. But that's about the extent of it. 2 painkillers once a day for 3 days. Silicone or even tape for now. I don't know. I don't want to put something on. Like if I put tape on now and then take it off, it'll bring half the glass with it. And if I start putting like compounding layers in between the panel and the sun, one layer then another layer, I'm not sure. I'm just trusting that the weather's not going to be too damp, whether that's condensation or rain. I'm going to end up buying new, and I can feel it in my bones. And the way the setup is, because of the EcoFlow, because I bought the base model of the EcoFlow River 2 with 110 watt limit on solar input. I don't see a use for having the old panel and a new one at the same time. That would overload, especially as we move into spring and into summer. Maybe I could have made use of 2 panels at the same time during winter. For those days when you're not getting any, but a second panel would have boosted it, make sure you got something. I don't know. We'll. I'm just rolling with it. Like all things in life, I have to just roll with some things. I have limitations on what I can buy or get. It's like anything, isn't it? It's resource allocation. If I had €100 laying around, would that be the best use of it at this point? Or would I be better off waiting another month or two and saving up so that when I do put a chunk of money down on a panel, I've still got money for other things in life, and for other contingencies. That's the word I was looking for other contingencies. Just because one thing's gone bad, if I spend all my money fixing that one thing, if something else goes and then I've got nothing, I'd struggle. I would struggle. Vinyl wrap. Everything's cracked. There are 3 impact points doing the whole cobweb thing. The whole surface, the cracks are everywhere. Sellotape will get you down the road a bit. I worry then that if I come up with a proper solution after, what? Go over the top of it, or take it off and have half the glass come off with it? I don't know. YouTube isn't working quite properly, says Tom. What's the problem, mate? Talk to Delta Mike. Could use 2 panels on overcast days. Yeah, that's what I was meaning when I said 2 panels might have been useful in winter. As we move into summer, or into spring and then on to summer, there won't be overcast days, or, so few and far between. As long as at the end of the day, at the end of each, when shade takes over the panel and there's no point moving around and chasing around anymore, 60, if I'm on 60% on the EcoFlow, I'm guaranteed to get through that night okay. I've had some nights where the next morning I'm still on 82%. So when the shade takes over the panel, let's say 5 o'clock for the sake of argument, if the tablet's fully charged, the phone's fully charged, I've even got this little power bank now. If everything's fully charged and the EcoFlow's got as much power as it can, we can manage an overcast day and obviously and then a subsequent night afterwards. We could probably squeeze through 2 days, if we're careful. If we're not too what's the word I'm looking for? No, it's gone. If we're not, as long as I'm careful, we could probably squeeze through 2 days. That's all I'm trying to say. Better not to have to squeeze through. Better to get by being careful. Be cautious. Yeah, we'll see. I'll probably end up buying a new one. We all know it'll probably happen. If you're in a browser, Tom, if you're on a computer with a browser, just refresh the page, or a shift refresh to force it to bypass the cache. If you've got some JavaScript or something half loaded but corrupt, bypassing the cache, shift refresh is refresh F5 on a keyboard, and if you do shift refresh, or clicking the little circle for refresh but while holding the shift will do the same. That's if you're on a browser. If not, if you're on an app on the phone, close the app, reopen the app. Put the broken one in a semi-fixed position, one less move on the new one. No need to move the broken one then. Yeah, that's an idea. That's an idea. Even now, even with one panel, I am moving it around in the day, only to 2 different positions. It's got its morning position. I used to have an intermediate position and then a later afternoon position. No point. I've reduced it down to 1 move in the afternoon. But I have to get up in the morning and move it back here. The first day I did that, which might even be what you would call yesterday, as in Monday, I moved the solar panel here in the morning and I left the chair it was leaning against where it was. And I'm sat here wondering why we're getting up to 9 o'clock, 9:30, almost 10 o'clock, and not getting even the starting wattage. Anything over 10 watts registers, but doesn't charge, but it will pass through for USB devices and things. But I wasn't even getting that, and we were almost an hour in. I look outside, and the sun's over there. The chair that it had been resting on in the evening before, and the shadow from the chair is full on blocking the fucking panel. So I have to remember when I move the panel back to its starting position in the morning, move the fucking chair right out the way. Otherwise I'm losing an hour's worth of power. Shit like that, folks. When you change, when you're doing things differently, that's when it goes wrong. That's when it goes wrong. Yeah, broken one in a semi-fixed position. I don't know, folks. I think what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to call it in 5 minutes or so. Oh, what I might do, oh no, that's a bit unfair on everybody. I was going to say I might take her ladyship for her walkies, and maybe the fresh air will wake me up and I can carry on. But I don't want you guys hanging on, and then I come in and say, no, I'm going to bed. That seems a bit unfair. I just saw Frank Nadobody arrive. By the way, YouTube is down right now. I hope not. Does that mean people can't view? Or what part's down? In what way? Tom was struggling. Tommy Tombstone was having difficulties. I could tell myself that's why my numbers dropped from 19 down to 13 for people who are here and watching, but I don't think that would be true. I was just contemplating finishing it. 10 hours was the target. We're coming up on 10 and a half. I do need to take my doggy out for a walk. But I could take her out for a walk, leave you guys just looking at some fairy lights, and then we'll see whether I wake up while I'm out and whether I carry on for a bit. But that just seems unfair. That doesn't seem right. You guys hanging on in case I carry on. I could commit. We'll come up on 10 and a half. If I take her out now for 3 or 4 minutes, and then I say, yes, I will do another half an hour when I come back in. I'll do a minimum of another half an hour. Can't do more than an hour and a half, because if something weird happens with YouTube, if you hit 12 hours, I don't think it saves the stream. There isn't a video on demand to look back on if you go over the 12-hour mark. So I would maybe go to the 11 3/4 at maximum, but that's if That's if there's enough people here, if the conversation's flowing, and if I'm not too tired. But we're going to do that, folks. We're going to do that. I will mute the microphone, just because there might be some swearing as I'm going on out the door. If I get my feet tangled in the broken zip. But we're going to do that. I'm going to mute the mic. I'm going to maximum 5 minutes. I got to bum shuffle off here. I got to move the quilts. I got to put shoes on wherever they are. I think they're over there. And then I got to get her off the bed and out the door before she starts pissing. Because once I pick her up, there's pressure on her, and sometimes we don't get fully out of the door. It's kind of funny, but kind of fucking annoying. And I'm muting the microphone and we're doing this thing. I will be back 3, 4, 5 minutes. It's going to be the shortest walkies ever. I missed. Okay. Come on, get back on the bed, sweetheart. Hop up. Not yet, she says. Not yet. Bugger lugs. Let me put the one blanket back over then at least. While I await her ladyship. She will request my presence in due course, I'm sure. Okay, folks, I'm back. I'm sorry. That probably took longer than I wanted as well. New channel idea, dog walkers waiting room. The front page is down. Okay, YouTube's front page can still view if it was in history. Oh, that sounds like what Tom was saying. Okay, so it wasn't just a reload the page or the app or whatever. There's something wrong. So you come here. She's an awkward bugger sometimes. You're gonna hop up for me then? Come on, hop up. I'll come to you, I'll get you. Here you come, sweetie. Come on then, I'll get you. Oh fuck, what's that? What was that? What, is that the tablet falling off the... No, the tablet's here. The light, it's the light. Where's the light gone? Hold on, it's the light. It took me a second or three to recognise what the problem was. Light. That happened. I must have put pressure on the cable while I was pushing down on the bed. Oh, we've lost one of the cans, one of the bipod that we were stood upon. Oh, the full one. Okay. We lost the... Where are we here? Okay, we're a little way away from that. Okay. That was my fault. I'll blame Tina really, but where's the cable to keep that charged? Here. Yeah, I pressed down to try and maneuver myself, and I must have caught the cable. The cable pulled the light dragged the oops, the light dragged the can. I think we're almost there now. She's on the bed. I got to adjust the bedding. Fuck. Honestly, you couldn't have just got in with me when I first got back, could you? That would have been way too fucking easy. Okay. Where? Hold on, something's wrong. Is that the bottom? Here's the top. Okay. Me and my girl under the same blanket. There we go, that's level one. Alright. Quilt number one. Blanket one, quilt one. A little bit of pull this way. Quilt number two. Which corners? Yeah, I've got one corner. We're all right here. And the top blanket, the pretty one, just so people can't see how scuzzy everything else is. Well, they can, but I'll pretend they can't. All right, folks, I'm right back with you. My girl is siphoned, and I'm here. I've got my can, and I've got the next one here still lined up ready. And I'm still drinking at 2:43. Oh, 2:43 hours. What do you know? Tent watch. Oh yeah. Jack Attack's got a bandage on his head. He got hit by the lamp. Okay, folks, I apologise. I've lost even more of the audience by being away so long. But I'm back now. As I suspected, I am a little bit more awake again. And we'll go until maybe 1/4 top of the hour at least, because I was so long away. But it's not been a bad old stream, really. I might try and watch it back over the next week. Fucking, where are we? Just nearly 11 hours. I'm not just going to put that on in the morning and watch it all the way through. You needed the break. A bit of fresh air. The dog. We go out, we turn left. We get, I don't know, 30 meters that way. She stops and I'm thinking, oh no, you don't want to go back already. You haven't done anything. She starts walking back and I'm thinking she's going to come back to the, no, she decides to go the other way. She didn't like her own her earlier decision. She didn't like the decision to go left. So she stopped, turned around and had me walk. She would have walked up to the top of the road again if I'd let her. I had to say, no, there's people waiting, let's get back. Hey babe, you okay there? You seem unsettled again. What's wrong? Oh, when I put the belt under her and I lifted and I'd opened the door already and we pushed through and I'm walking her and there's something sticking out in a weird angle at the side. I've only, instead of getting the belt like under her waist, I've caught her leg with it as well and I'm carrying her and her back legs like fucking bent in half, kind of against her will. I had to put her down and reseat the belt, and it's my second major fuck up with her today, isn't it, darling? She didn't tell me anything was wrong though. She doesn't let me know. You needed the break. What's the link for, Matt? Has somebody already beaten you to it with the dog walkers waiting room thing? I can't. I don't even know where my here we go. I don't even know where my tablet is. Check out on your tablet. YouTube. An error occurred. Retry. I don't know what it is. Hold on. How far back in my notifications did I have to go to find me? Oh, it won't go any further than 8 hours back. Oh, it won't. What the fuck is that? Is that rain? No, it's just the wind. Okay, 8, 9. There he is. Good looking chap that he is, with his 5 head instead of a 4 head, he's got a 5 head. Farmer's Link. It's the one that ends with SPS, was it? It was before the question mark, before the variables. Adverts, fucking adverts. Una ondulación. It's a wave. Did that say main chills? Ah, the Baja man. Who? That'll be copyrighted. I'll be getting a strike. Okay, folks, I am back. Check out on your tablet who let the dogs out. Okay. I did just notice before I went out, the throat is starting to get a little bit, I wouldn't say sore, but something. There's something there. A little bit worn. We'll see how it is in the morning, I guess. Yeah. I think she's asleep already. We got the early, like tremors, the early spasms, I guess is the word. Some strange noises outside. Not just the wind and the... I get paranoid sometimes. It's not entirely unknown for people to come down this path in the field and walk past and walk through my camp. I always view it a bit rude. I mean, I know it's not my field or whatever, but you're going to do that at like 2, 3, 4 in the morning. It's a bit weird, isn't it? When there's an actual road just there. Then again, some people are just weird. A little horse, the throat thing, yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe. REM sleep, what, rapid eye movement. Oh, Tina, okay. Is that what you mean, the rapid eye movement? Could be the early stages of proper sleep. There's someone or something out there, dragging something or moving something. That wasn't the wind. That is, but that wasn't. I'm going out. Hang on, folks. I'm not taking you with me, but I'm going out. There's someone or something doing something out there. Do I take the light? No, I don't need the light. I've got my eyes. Give me a second. There's something fucking weird. What have we got? Oh. Nope. What the fuck was it? I think we're okay, folks. I think I'm okay. I'll bring another can of beer back with me just in case we run dry. I don't know if the camera picked up that noise. How can I describe it? It was like someone was dragging a plastic bag, a heavy bag along the floor. So there was a and then a pause and then a like dragging something along in stages. It wasn't the noise that the plastic's making here. Nothing like that. But I can't see anything. I just can't think, other than a human doing something like that, I can't begin to think what that would be. No clue, folks, no clue. I don't want to be a drama queen or anything, but what the fuck are you doing, you little cunt? I don't know, folks, that was just a bit weird. A little bit eerie, a little bit, I'm not even going to say frightening, but a little bit. A little bit of a worry. That lamp is leaning. I don't know, folks. What do you say? My zipper. Oh, the tent. You could hear the tent zip, could you? Don't take light, you'll blind yourself. Yeah, I left it behind. I was doing that kind of calculation myself. And especially if I'm trying to open the door and surprise someone if there's someone there. Because the light, just having the light this side of the door would tip them off that was about to burst out anyway. I don't know. I can't think what could make that kind of noise other than something plastic being dragged along in stages. What's a long tail? Is that some kind of animal I'm not familiar with? I mean, I do have a couple of bags of rubbish out there, but I don't think there's anything there that would interest anybody or anything. It's mainly kind of inert stuff. It's not food or anything. It's you know, beer cans or whatever. I don't get to go to the bins very often, so stuff just kind of pile up around here for a few weeks and then get taken in a batch. It's just the nature of the beast when you've got a disabled dog. Michael Mashtag is back again. I surpassed the 10-hour mark, didn't I? There have been a couple of 5 and 10 minute little interludes, I guess, while I've stepped away for various dog related reasons. I think the biggest one was moving in from outside, taking Tina for a quick walk, bringing her in, lights on, get back outside, eco flowing, back, nearly tripping up and killing myself on the wires on the way in and out. Always fun. Farmer. Oh, foxes. Oh, well, no, that might be wrong. Foxes raiding bins. I've never seen a fox here. We are in a city, you know, but we're on the wrong edge of a city, really. If they'd be coming in from countryside and I'm on the edge of a cliff, well, close to, proximal, they'd have to come through the entire city before they got here. I know that they exist because Zorro and Zora, Thora, depends on your pronunciation. And this is the Cove of the Vixen. Or is it? Horse Cove, people. Horse Cove is the alternate translation. There are, rabbits or hares. So we've got rabbits. I'm going to say rabbits rather than rabbits or hares, but we've got rabbits, we've got mice, we've got rats, we've got cats. That's about it in terms of wildlife. Parrots and pigeons and doves. And whatever those birds were that I recorded that year with the swift swallow or house martin kind of tail, that bifurcated tail in that particular kind of U shape at the end. Used to be a lot of those. I haven't seen those in a while. It's just a weird noise to hear though. And I've no idea what it was. My bins, my bags, everything's here that should be as far as I can see, which isn't very far in the dark, but no obvious sign. I was thinking maybe like the solar panel being dragged away in you know, but it's there, so it's not that. Who knows? Let it go, let it go, let it go. Drama queen reference, how we got to the link. Okay, when I said I didn't want to be a drama queen about it. I'm not, I haven't clicked on it. I shall have a quick look at where we're going with your drama queen. I got to keep it quiet and go back one. Oh, it doesn't take me back to, where's the back? There's no back arrow there. So I fold that down and that puts me back in notifications and I've got to scroll 8 hours to find me again. Well, that's not fucking annoying, is it? 7, 7, 8. Do I read the text or do I look at the pretty pictures? What was that? Weird shit going on out there tonight. That's 9 hours. Where am I? We're 11 hours more or less. So I need to keep scrolling that way until I see a pretty picture of me. Could take a while. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, 4 seconds. Drama queen reference from an advert. That's an advert. But this is the thing, it's annoying. You want to look at something for like 2 seconds, you've got to sit through 20 seconds of adverts first. They've stopped as well half the time now. They don't tell you that you're on advert 1 of 2. Okay, it was the dancing queen rather than drama queen. I get me in trouble. Are they all still with us? All 4 of the ABBA bunch are alive still, yeah? Because one day they won't be. And that'll be a sad day. But not only that, so when in 1973, when I'm sitting listening to them on the radio while my dad's having his breakfast, I mean, okay, I was a kid, but they wouldn't have been that much older than me, would they? (1975), let's say, I'd be 7. What? I'd be 7 and they'd be 20. Only 13 or 14 years older, I would guesstimate. I say only 13 or 14, but if you add 14 onto my age, you're getting 70, 71. I don't like that thought. I don't like that thought that a bunch of kids that were just a few years older than me would be in their 70s. I don't think that. It's like when one of those dies, you start counting down. You've got 14 years left, kind of. Fuck no. Who wants that? All right, folks. Let's. We made it to the 11-hour mark. We'll give it another quarter of an hour because you did lose a bit of time waiting for me with that dog walk. So we will go a little bit longer. I can't risk much beyond 11 and a half just because of the way YouTube. I don't imagine many people are going to sit down and watch this on catch up for 10, 11, however many hours. But maybe somebody will. Maybe I will. So I'd rather the recording was there than not. Better than Twitch. Sometimes I'm hit with 6 adverts. Yeah, Twitch is terrible. Also, I'll be 2 or 3 minutes into watching Clive, and then I'll get the pop-up. Oh, Big Clive is live. And it's like, yeah, mate, I know, I'm watching it. But if you're going to give a fucking alert, why are you giving it minutes late? Could be a snake. Ooh, there's a thought. Like I said before, I've never noticed no signs of snakes that I've ever seen. Never seen one, heard of one, never seen any of that slithering kind of marks that they may or may not leave. No, you know when they abandon their outer, what's the word I'm looking for? Outer skin? That's probably a better word for it, but I've never seen anything to indicate snakes. The guy, Pepe, the Spanish guy, did say he saw one, but he also said it wasn't a native one. Somebody's pet that had escaped, probably. Or the descendant of somebody's pet that had escaped. Yeah. Twitch. I don't know how I feel about Twitch. Fuck off your shit. I had you and I missed you somehow. I'm not the biggest fan of Twitch. There's lots of reasons not to be the biggest fan of YouTube as well, though. So eggs in baskets. All my eggs are in one basket with this thing. I don't make any money from this streaming malarkey directly, streaming malarkey, because I'm not. What's the word? Monetized. Because I can't do the tax information thing. See, there's the other thing. If I do get one of those, if this thing about legalizing the illegals, if I could get that process, then I could start making properly from YouTube advertising. Not that I'm a big enough audience, not that it's ever going to amount to much, but something's better than nothing. And I think the fact that the channel's not monetized is the reason when I applied to the Amazon Associates Partner Program, whatever their thing's called, to advertise, not advertise products within a stream, but just to link to things and get a commission. I got turned down for that the other week. I can only conclude it's because the channel's not monetized. It could be the false name thing. What happens when PayPal find out that my real name's not Delta Mike? That could get awkward. Don't know. I had so midnight that just went a couple of hours ago was the end of my billing period for my phone. And yesterday I went to pay again. So last month, you remember, I couldn't pay with my card. And this woman just kept having me try different payment pages that were just different versions of the same thing. And she couldn't tell me whether it was Labara, my phone provider, that was rejecting the payment, or whether it was the bank card provider, UK Post Office accounts, whatever they call themselves. She couldn't tell me which it was. But she thought it was because I'd tried too many times, which didn't make sense to me. Because why did the first couple of attempts fail? The first attempt didn't fail because I'd tried too many times. I mean, that would be, that's ridiculous. And again, this month, I made one attempt, it failed, I fucked it off, and I went through a third-party provider. But my €15 top-up cost me $18.50 because I'm paying PayPal fees and I'm paying the third-party provider. It's expensive to be poor, folks. It's expensive to be poor. My €15 top-up's costing me 18.5 fucking euros. That's annoying. That's very annoying because I'm skint. I said before, I had enough money at the end of December, towards the back end of December. I had enough money to get through Christmas. And I thought maybe to get through maybe the first week or two of January. And I've eked it out and made it to the end of January and into February, but now... And then I'm having to pay 18.5 euros for a €15 thing. Yeah, the poor do pay more. When you're more wealthy, you can buy in bulk. You're getting discounts, economies of scale. Companies trust you more and just give you better terms if you do a credit or some other finance option. Yeah, it's expensive being poor. My €15 top-up cost me $18.50. What's that as a percentage extra? So there's like, what, 6.5 15s in 100. So that 3.5 extra multiplied by 6.5. About 25% extra, isn't it? If it was 25, I could have worked that out more easily. Why did I do it a silly way around? You can swap percentages on the target number around, can't you? I'm not in a calculating mood, but yeah, no, 3.5 euros is a chunk on top of 15. Yeah, if it'd been €3 extra on top of 15, that's 20%, isn't it? And it was more than that. It's €3.5 extra. It's actually 20 odd percent. 22 and a bit, maybe. That's annoying. That's annoying. What did I just do that extra cat? Oh, I put it under the lamp. That was silly considering where I am with this. I don't know whether to open the next. I guess I'm going to open the next one. We all know I'm going to open the next one. Let's not pretend. How am I doing this? Whoa, put that down there like I did before. Give us a second. It's not a horror. It's not a horror film. Don't worry. Okay, maintain the existence of 3 cans. We are back to a tripod under the lamp. Make sure that's pushed in and we're charging it. Make sure that cable doesn't take the phone off the stand. It's a bit that way. It's a little bit that way, isn't it? Where are we for power on the... Okay, phone is 100% powered. What happened there? Whoa! I missed it, and it came right at my... Oh, you got it. Yeah, I Miyagi'd the shit out of you, pal. I don't know. Cheeky fucker just flew right... I just dropped right down at my face. Shouldn't have taken two attempts to snatch it. Evil lamp, says Farmer. It's not. It's my piss poor tripod and catching wires and pulling things over. Don't blame the lamp for my failures. I appreciate you giving me the benefit of the doubt, though, eh? But yeah. All right, where are we, folks? We're coming up on 11:15. Are we calling it quits there, or are we going to go on a little bit longer? Not 11:15 as in time, but in timer, the length of the stream. I'm all confused about what the actual time is because I don't normally do it at this. 3:15. Okay. I think I'll be having a lay in the morning if Tina will let me. She won't. She won't let me. By 8 o'clock, she'll be wanting to go out. And that's if I'm not too late already by then. Farmer says, pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chomp, chop, not chomp, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And subscribe. Why not? It's free. Yeah. I'll go to yeah, we'll do that. 15 minutes to go. We'll do that. I take it to 11.5 hours, and then I'm not pushing it with whatever YouTube's thing is with the 12-hour maximum. That way, it will be post-processed in what, 20-30 minutes, and in the morning I can push out a message of, oh, that was a good one. If you didn't see it, go watch it. Bump up my viewing hours a little bit, won't it? Not too much, but a little bit. I'm trying to keep, like the last 28 days, I'm trying to keep it above 1,000 hours viewed, which isn't a lot. But it's never going to be a big mainstream channel, is it? It's a guy, it's a homeless guy in a field. It's not Asmongold. It's not Tectone. It's not Mr. Beast. All these famous streamer people, they're all like 25 plus or minus 5 years, or maybe 30 plus or minus 5. And it's only the drama between them, because they're all shagging each other or whatever. It's only that it's the drama that makes them famous. If two people fall out and one calls the other paedophile, the newspapers run the story. Nobody's ever heard of these. No one in the real world, if you're not like a 12-year-old obsessed with the internet, nobody's ever heard of them. But then people see the story, go and take a look. Oh, we need subscribers. And it's the drama that pushes. I've said it about me and my channel. It's the big storms. When I post saying, oh my God, the next 10 days is going to be thunder and lightning continuously, will my tent survive? Whoa, new subscribers. Over the next week, half of those new subscribers unsubscribe, because it's not continuous drama, is it? Oh, okay. Almost. What's the number at the minute? The last I checked, it was like 1691. It had been higher. It'd been like something like 1694 or 5. But obviously, I lose more per day than I gain most days on the subscriber counts. See, if I've got like best part of 1,700 subscribers, when I put out a video, why do I struggle to get 100 or 150 views in the first 24 hours? Now, I don't exactly work hard on thumbnails, you might have noticed. I don't have access to top tech. I haven't got Photoshop and you know. I don't even have, right. So YouTube Studio is what you can view your stats and things on, but there's a YouTube Live Studio. I can't get into it. When I go to that address, it diverts and the YouTube Studio app grabs the connection and diverts, and I'm just left looking at the app, which is a cut down piece of shit. So I can't get into the proper web page version of YouTube Studio or the Live Studio or Studio Live, whatever they call it. You see, if I could do that, I could take part in chats myself. I could pop up a poll and ask you things, and I can't do it. The YouTube Studio app grabs any link to YouTube Studio and brings me in. I could probably get rid of that by uninstalling the Studio app. But then how do I create a stream quickly and easily when I want to or need to? I don't know. Awkward. Very, very awkward. It's very awkward. What was that? It's an advert. It's a theme tune from an advert in the 80s or the 90s. No idea what the advert was. It wasn't the little aliens from Smash. For mash, get smash. Lots of yapping, laughing aliens. Need to, yeah, this is, I see people do this. I watch some of these guys just go, you won't believe this, and that's the title. I said, what do? You either say, fuck it, no, I won't, and just don't bother, or you click it out of interest. You'll never believe this. It's over now. That kind of. I see it all the time. All the big streamers do it. It's not even just periodically. I mean, it's continuously. It's just not my way. I'd rather be honest with my titles and descriptions. I did that one jokey one once about OnlyFans. Is that fan within reach? Was here or hereabouts, and now it's not. Must just be off the bottom of the bed. No, not within reach. But yeah, it's just a ring light with a fan in the middle. And I stood outside in front of a big mirror, took a photograph. So there's a picture of me in shorts, no t-shirt, talking about only fan. I missed the S off. And then I did a video. The actual video starts with me looking at myself in the mirror, and then, oh, come with me, and we walk into the tent, we walk into the bedroom, and then I turn the fan on. It's the only fan I need. Stupid, but that one was a little bit clickbaity with the thumbnail and the I guess the whole just that whole pun. It's all about phrasing, yeah. You won't believe what happened when a lamp fell over. Or you just go, it did it again! And that's just the ones that get me, where you can tell that they've used AI to cut out like the subject, just the guy. So he's taking a bunch of pictures going, and they're just all these, he's done all of these, and they use the AI cutout thing, and then save each one as a transparent background, and then overlay the transparent background with the guy going, and then it's just how they use which overlay over the top of the actual image of whatever they're talking about. But you can see that that's not a guy actually going to whatever the image is. It's two separate images merged, and you see it a mile away. The day you catch me doing that for a fucking thumbnail, shoot me. I did hit upon a nice effect with one thumbnail. Was it last week one day? I think I was showing the state of the tent, and I'd put a picture of the tent and a picture of me side by side, but then the app that I use called UCut has it will basically do that thing we were just talking about, the AI cut, well, the cutout, but it'll take the cutout and expand it upwards so you can't tell that it was ever two pictures side by side. So there was a picture of my tent, there was a picture of me, and then it blew me up and moved me across kind of in front of the tent, but you still see the tent over my shoulder, and it was a nice effect, and I achieved it by just pressing a fucking button with no real knowledge of what I was going to do. I was just pissing about, like, oh, new feature, what does that do? Ooh, and then there's me big in the foreground with the tent over my shoulder, and kind of worked. Video did well as well. But I've never been a one for taking half a dozen and doing that and manually overlaying them, and yeah, too much faff. Too much faff. That's Canadian. They AI'd it. AI'd it. AI'd it. Okay. The thumbnail was. You see, again, if you can get into the proper studio rather than the studio app, the Android app, you can do an A/B testing. You can plug in. I think it's only 2 thumbnails, but they'll send one out to 10% of your audience. The other one goes to a different 10%. They look at the click-through rates, and then whichever one of those 2 wins is the image that gets used and sent out to the other 80% of people. Can't get into any of these advanced features because anything to do with Studio gets hijacked by the Studio app on Android. I guess I could totally uninstall the Studio app, reinstall it, and when it asks for permissions for this, that, I can just say no. I could probably do that. It might partially work. But I shouldn't have to be uninstalling, doing things different, reinstalling, and that's not how permissions should work. That's just wrong. Okay, folks, what do we got? 03:29 in the real world. I'm on 11 hours and 26. So we're going to give it another 3.5 minutes. Maybe a few seconds over that just to make sure that we hit. Because we have had a couple of outages. I think it's only been 2. Disconnect, reconnect. And they were only for, well, they were almost instantaneous, but just not quite. But we'll do that. I am getting tired. My throat is getting a little hoarse. As was commented earlier, whoever that was. Might have been Andy, I'm not sure. I hate video titles and thumbs that don't even say what the video is about. You won't believe this. It's over. What is? Who is? He's going to jail. Question mark. Hold on. It sounded like an assertion, but ends with a question mark. Yeah. Farmhouse posting another video link. I don't think I've got the time to get in there before we're ending. I don't know why clicking through from the notifications into my video, when you click back out, I would have expected to still be in the same page of the notifications, but no, it takes me back to the top. So then it's just scroll. Okay, Beastie Boys Intergalactic. Okay, then I don't need to go look, do I? You'll never believe how far it went. That's what no. I could have gone and said the actress to the bishop or the bishop to the actress. Whichever way you want. Well, those are 12 hours ago. That's too far. These are 11. There's me. Yeah. I know it's the round trip exaggerates because you've got the lag going out. You've got the lag coming back. That looks more than earlier though. I'm gonna do that and that. Oh, okay. I'm gonna guess 3.5. So 1.5 seconds, really, for a single trip. That's a lot, isn't it? Is that just me? That sounds like a lot. I'm scrolling back for farmhouse thing. But do I need a little advert? Orbit. Is that a chewing gum? Sounds like a chewing gum. Yeah. Okay. Second advert is finishing. Beastie Boys. What is that piece of classical music? Another one. Why is the... Have I left the door open or something? Maybe I left the window open. Dr. Evil and Co. Okay. If YouTube hears that, I'll be having letters in the email telling me what a bad boy I am. Okay, folks, we are on 11 hours, 30 minutes and a few seconds, so we will be drawing it to a close shortly. I thank you all for being here. Any of you that have been here, well, I can see all of you that are here now. Even if you dipped in and out, in total, it's been a while. But chilly AF tonight. I think, was it Oscar was saying it was 0 degrees where he was earlier, with a wind chill or whatever on top. But yeah, we're going to draw a line under it there, folks. I thank you all. Amazingly, I managed the 10 hours and then some, and only had that. There was like maybe 5 or 10 minutes where I started to nod off and caught myself talking gibberish about pruning. I was talking about I was talking about how I was struggling to get enough power in because of the solar panel being damaged. And somehow pruning got in my head. I started to say it, and then I thought, no, that's bullshit. What are you talking about, lad? I woke up a little bit for the next 5 minutes then before almost snoozing off again. But apart from that, I think it's been okay. I've enjoyed myself. I hope some of you have enjoyed yourselves. And if I have provided any kind of entertainment, and if you are in a position to, you might consider the donate link at the top there. No pressure, only if you want to, only if you're in a position to. But I've enjoyed your company. I hope you've enjoyed mine. And I cannot finish in the manner to which I have made you become accustomed. She's under the covers down at the... I think she's turned fully around. I think she's at the bottom of the bed. But I will say, folks, thank you very much. Helping me cope, I guess, with the fact that I've been in Spain 10 years and that life has spiraled downwards all the fucking way. But from Tina, who you can't see, and from me, Delta Mike, out. Laters.